Publius Aelius Hadrianus, born in 76 AD, serving as the Roman Emperor from 117 to 138, of course better known by the shortened form Hadrian. His reign marked a significant shift from territorial expansion to consolidation, symbolized by the construction of the famous Hadrian's Wall in Britain, which defined the empire's northern boundary. A passionate traveler, Hadrian devoted over half of his reign to exploring the provinces, strengthening borders, and integrating diverse peoples into the imperial structure. Emphasizing cultural unity and architectural innovation, he commissioned the iconic structures such as the Pantheon and Hadrian's Villa at Tivoli. Philosophically inclined and deeply interested in the arts, he promoted Hellenistic traditions throughout the empire. His governance introduced more compassionate laws concerning slavery and the rights of minors. To ensure a smooth succession, he adopted Antoninus Pius, stipulating that he, in turn, adopt Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus, no doubt two names you're very familiar with. Hadrian's reign is thus often regarded as a pinnacle of the Pax Romana, the Roman peace, significantly enhancing the cultural and also architectural legacy of the Roman Empire. And that's what we're here to talk about today. From start to finish, the fascinating life of Hadrian. Not too often talked about. Everyone wants to talk about Caesar and Aurelius and all that. Look, I get it. But Hadrian's fun to talk about too. So let's do that. As always, special thank you to all the members and Patreons helping to keep the channel going. Really do appreciate you. And just thank you in general to everybody who's drops a like and subscribe on the video. That helps with the algorithm. You know what it's like. Now without further ado, let's get on with it. The life of Hadrian. As we begin in January of 76 AD, in a little Roman settlement near present-day Seville, where Publius Aelius Hadrianus was born, hailing from a lineage rooted in the gens Aelia. Now, the little settlement he lived in was called Italica, not Italia, Italica. It was established during the Second Punic War by Italic colonists under the great Scipio Africanus in the province of Hispania Baetica. The family name, Hadrianus, traces back to Hadria in Italy's Picenum region, which is modern-day Atri. While most sources do agree on his birthplace, there is a minority of scholars, one of which includes a Roman biographer, that suggests that Hadrian was actually born in Rome. But it seems the weight of discourse is still well and truly back in that little town of Italica. Now, on to Hadrian's family. His father, Publius Aelius Hadrianus Afer, was a senator of Praetorian rank, who was born and educated in Italica too, and his mother, Domitia Paulina, came from a distinguished Roman senatorial family in Gades, which is modern-day Cadiz. He had one older sister too, and she was named Aelia Domitia Paulina. Now there was a significant figure in his early life, that being Germana, who was his wet nurse, who was a slave, possibly of Germanic origin, and he actually remained quite close to her throughout his entire life. Later, he actually freed her, giving her her emancipation, quite nice of him, and she actually outlived him, as indicated by her funerary inscription found at Hadrian's villa in Tivoli. Hadrian's great-nephew, Gnaeus Pedanius Fuscus Salinator, from Barcino, which is nowadays Barcelona, hopefully you can point that out on a map, would later serve as his co-consul in 118 AD. Now his father, he spent much of his time in Rome, always away on work, on his senatorial duties. It's just the way it is. One of Hadrian's most notable family connections was actually to Trajan. That's right, the Emperor Trajan, his father's first cousin. And he was also a Seneca from Italica too. Well, despite being labeled as advenae, which is outsiders, by Aurelius Victor, both Trajan and Hadrian were of Italic descent and belonged to Rome's elite, no matter what anyone said. Now, some scholars have proposed to referring to them as part of the Ulpio-Aelian dynasty, but we're not going to get too deep into that. It's not really relevant in the grand scheme of things, to be honest. Now, what is relevant is the tragic loss that Hadrian experienced at the age of 10 in 86 AD, where both of his parents died. He and his sister became wards of Trajan and Publius Acilius Attianus, who would later become Trajan's praetorian prefect. Now, an active youth with a passion for hunting, Hadrian was called to Rome at the age of 14 by Trajan himself to receive an education that was pretty typical and more suitable for a young Roman noble. The kind of thing that you couldn't really get out into the provinces, at least not in those provinces. Maybe ones closer to home, Greek provinces, parts of southern Gaul, things like this. Well, of course, his deepest interest was in Greek literature and also Greek culture, and it actually earned him the name Graeculus, which means little Greek. Now, this doesn't sound too bad, but you see, there was always this distinction drawn between being a Roman and not being a Roman. Now, if you were going to be anything besides a Roman, you better be Greek. But still, this term, little Greek, was a mild form of derision. Now, Hadrian's early career in Rome began as a member of the Decemviri Stiltibulus Judiciantis, and of one minor magistracies that were often the first steps in the cursus honorum, the sequence of public offices that led to higher positions and a senatorial career. He then served as a military tribune with 3 different legions, getting in that fighting experience. Now, during his second tribunate, the aging Emperor Nerva adopted Trajan as his successor. Hadrian was dispatched to inform Trajan of this significant promotion, likely among several messengers assigned to the task. Serving 3 tribunates provided Hadrian with considerable professional advantages, as most heirs from established senatorial families typically served only 1 or 2 before advancing to higher offices. Now, Nerva, he wasn't around for too much longer after this. Of course, the writing was already on the wall for him. He died in 98 AD, and upon his death, Hadrian himself reportedly hurried to deliver the news to Trajan ahead of the official messenger sent by the governor, who actually happened to be Hadrian's brother-in-law and rival, Lucius Julius Ursus Servianus. Well, upon returning to Rome 3 years later, in AD 101, Hadrian was elected quaestor and became quaestor imperatoris Traiani, acting as a liaison between Trajan and the Senate. A pretty good position, that's for sure, but a lot of responsibility. Now, in this role, he transmitted the emperor's communications and speeches, possibly even composing them on behalf of Trajan, a position previously held by the influential Licinius Sura. Following this, Hadrian served as ab actis senatus, responsible for keeping the Senate's records. Now, it wasn't all peace and record keeping. There's war, too. Seems to be a trend for Rome. And at this time, it was the First Dacian War. Dacia was a frontier province out there to the east. Now, this was around 105 AD, and Hadrian was part of Trajan's personal entourage. But he was later relieved of his military duties to become a tribune of the plebs in Rome. After the war, he had likely achieved the rank of praetor. Now, the war in Dacia was far from over, of course. There was a second Dacian war, and in this war, he joined up again to Trajan's inner circle as the legate of Legio I Minervia. By 107 AD, Hadrian was appointed governor of Lower Pannonia with the task of containing the Sarmatians. Containing them in whatever way you can, I suppose. Well, between 107 and 108, he successfully repelled an invasion by the Lazyges into Roman territories of Banat and Oltenia. While the exact terms of the subsequent peace agreement are unknown to us, it is believed that Rome retained control of Oltenia in exchange for certain concessions, most likely a one-time tribute. As we always say on this channel, nothing greases the wheels more than that. The Lazyges gained control of Banat during this period, likely as part of the treaty. And so, at this time, Hadrian was in his mid-30s, the prime of life. Hadrian traveled to Greece, where he was granted Athenian citizenship, of course, Little Greek, and served briefly as the Epomenos Archon of Athens in 112 AD. Now, the Athenians were very keen on giving him a warm welcome, and they even honored him with a statue inscribed in the Theatre of Dionysus, detailing his career achievements up to that point, which is very handy when you're trying to date when the statue was made. But he's not mentioned again until Trajan's Pantheon campaign, suggesting he may have remained in Greece until rejoining Trajan as a legate. When disturbances resurfaced in Dacia, the governor of Syria was sent to address them, and Hadrian was appointed as his successor, with independent authority. Now, as Trajan fell seriously ill and set sail back for Rome, Hadrian stayed behind in Syria, effectively having full command of the Eastern Roman army. Trajan reached Selinus in Cilicia, but he died there, August 8th, 117 AD. He is remembered as one of Rome's most esteemed emperors. Yes, I'll do a video on Trajan soon. Probably should have done one before I did the Hadrian video. Well, it is what it is, isn't it? Now, around 100 or 100 AD, during his quaestorship, Hadrian got married. Congratulations! And the lucky lady was Vibia Sabina, Trajan's grandniece, who was about 17 or 18 years old. Now, Trajan seemed pretty indifferent to the marriage, we are told, and ultimately it proved unhappy, Certainly hard to recover from being indifferent from the wedding onwards. Doesn't set a good precedent. Well, the marriage may have been orchestrated by Trajan's wife, Plotina, a learned and influential woman who shared Hadrian's vision of the Roman Empire as a commonwealth rooted in Hellenic culture. By supporting Hadrian's potential succession, Plotina and her family stood to maintain their status after Trajan's death. Well, Hadrian also benefited from the support of his mother-in-law, Salonia Matidia. Remember that his parents had actually died quite young. Now, this was the daughter of Trajan's beloved sister, Ulpia Marciana. When Marciana died in 112, Trajan deified her and elevated Matidia to the rank of Augusta. Now on to the specifics of Hadrian's relationship with Trajan. Well, it's a little complex. Well, complex at the best of times. Possibly strained at the worst. You see, he seemed to attempt to influence Trajan by building relationships with the emperor's young favorites, leading to unexplained tensions around the time of his marriage to Sabina. Despite his ambitions, Hadrian did not secure a senior consulship during Trajan's later years, serving only as a suffect consul in 108. This position placed him on equal footing with other senators, but lacked the prestige of a designated heir. Trajan could have elevated Hadrian to patrician status, which granted him privileges like early access to the consulship, without any prior tribunate service. But he chose not to do this. Now, although Hadrian became tribune of the plebs at a younger age than usual, he had to leave Dacia and Trajan to assume the role, and it's possible that Trajan wanted him to leave. Now, we got mention in the Historia Augusta, the mentions that Trajan gave Hadrian a diamond ring, which was originally from Nerva, which, I quote, encouraged Hadrian's hopes for the throne. Well, either way, it seems that while Trajan did advance his career, the career of Hadrian that is, he did so rather cautiously. Well, failing to name an heir, of course, could lead to destructive power struggles, and even civil war. And it often did. But announcing one too early is a problem too. You see, you announce one too early and people think that you are abdicating, which also complicates a smooth transition. And so, in the final days as Trajan lay dying, attended by his wife Plotina and closely watched over by Prefect Attianus, he could have legally adopted Hadrian through a simple declaration before witnesses. He could have. But the adoption document that surfaced bore Plotina's signature, not Trajan's, which is of course a problem. But additionally, Hadrian's absence from the adoption ceremony in Syria was seen as quite irregular, as Roman law required both parties to be present. Well, his succession was clouded by rumors and doubts, and some speculate that Trajan's young servant, Phaedimus, who died shortly after Trajan, was either killed or took his own life to avoid scrutiny. Ancient sources are divided on the legitimacy of Hadrian's adoption. You ask Cassius Dio, he'll tell you it's false, while the author of the Historia Augusta accepted it as completely genuine. No problem at all. Either way, there was a gold coin minted in Hadrian's reign that reflects the official stance, and nothing proves an emperor like coinage. It depicts him as Trajan's Caesar, his designated heir. Hard to argue with that. A reign cast in gold. Now, according to the Historia Augusta, Hadrian informed the Senate of his rise to power via a letter presenting his succession as an accomplished and unarguable fact. He then explained that the soldiers' swift action in proclaiming him emperor was driven by their belief that the state could not function without one, and that's a pretty solid belief, to be honest. It cannot function without one. Well, to reward the legions for their loyalty, Hadrian granted them a customary bonus, and the Senate confirmed his acclamation. The empire celebrated with numerous public festivities, honoring Hadrian's divine selection by all the gods, including the deified Trajan. Well, Hadrian remained in the eastern provinces for a time. He wasn't too keen on settling down. Why would he? He had that Jewish rebellion to address that had begun between Trajan's reign, and that was a big problem. New provinces, it's hard to get them to behave. Well, the Moorish general Lucius Quietus was dismissed. He was the governor of Judea, and that removed him from command of his Moorish troops. Afterwards, Hadrian moved to suppress the unrest across the Danube frontier himself, taking matters into his own hands, sleeves well and truly rolled up, ready for the fight. Now back in Rome, his former guardian and current Praetorian prefect Attianus claimed to have uncovered a conspiracy involving Lucius Quietus and 3 prominent senators, that being Lucius Publilius Celsus, Aulus Cornelius Palma, Frontonianus, and Gaius Avidius Nigrinus. Very complex names. Now, without public trials, these 4 were tried in absentia, pursued, and when found, well, you know what happened when they found them. Well, Hadrian asserted that Attianus had acted completely independently, later elevating him to senatorial and consular rank before retiring him by 120. He assured the Senate that their traditional right to judge their own members would be respected moving forward. Now, the exact reasons behind the executions, rather than some other, think about banishment, exile, these sorts of things, some other punishment for them, well, it remains a little bit uncertain. But you see, official recognition of Hadrian as Trajan's rightful successor may have come too late to prevent other potential claimants. His main rivals were Trajan's closest allies, you see, and senior members of the Imperial Council, individuals who could have been legitimate contenders for the throne, and you know what happens to other contenders for the throne. Also, supporters of Trajan's expansionist policies, while Hadrian had intended to reverse them. Aulus Cornelius Palma, known for conquering Arabia Nabatea, likely had vested interests in the east of his own. The Historia Augusta depicts Palma and Lucius Publilius Celsus, who, by the way, had served as consul for not the first but the second time in 113, as personal enemies, who openly opposed Hadrian. The 4th individual, Gaius Avidius Nigrinus, was a former consul, intellectual, and reportedly a friend, quite close one, of Pliny the Younger, and briefly the governor of Dacia, at least at the start of Hadrian's reign. He was possibly Hadrian's chief rival, a senator of high rank and even higher connections. According to the Historia Augusta, Hadrian had even considered naming Nigrinus as his successor before deciding to eliminate him. Well, shortly after these events, in 125, Hadrian appointed one Quintus Marcius Turbo as his new Praetorian prefect. Turbo was a close friend, a leading member of the equestrian order, a high-ranking judicial official and procurator. Hadrian implemented a policy preventing equestrians from judging cases against senators, thereby preserving the Senate's exclusive legal authority over all of its members. The Senate remained thus the highest court of appeal, and formal appeals to the emperor against its decisions were completely forbidden. No exceptions. Better luck next time, kid. Whether or not Hadrian fully grasped the impact, this move failed to repair the damage that was caused earlier by Adrianus, and his reputation and relationship with the Senate remained strained for the rest of his reign. Well, we have some sources that suggest that Hadrian occasionally employed a network of informers, such as the frumentari, to discreetly investigate high-ranking individuals, including senators and close associates. We're talking private investigators, detectives for hire, that sort of thing. Well, Hadrian would spend more than half of his reign traveling outside of Italy, unlike previous emperors who simply relied on reports from their envoys while they stayed in Rome. He chose to observe conditions across the empire first-hand, getting well and truly involved with all of the provinces. Earlier rulers often left Rome for extended periods, mainly to conduct wars, returning only after the conflicts were resolved, having a nice triumph, a big party, old little rose petals thrown down on them. It's pretty nice. Well, Hadrian's frequent journeys might represent a deliberate break from traditions that viewed the empire solely as Roman dominion. It wasn't about, well, this part in the province or this part in the province. No, it's just a little piece of Rome that is having some trouble. A little dirty spot we need to go and clean up. Well, of course, Hadrian aimed to integrate provincial populations into a kind of commonwealth of civilized societies, unified by a Hellenic culture under Roman governance. So instead of establishing new Roman colonies with Roman laws, he promoted the development of provincial cities. In Latin we say municipia. That's where we get the word municipal from. Municipal government, municipal laws, this sort of thing. And these would have been self-governing urban centers with their own customs and their own legal systems. But still, standing beneath that umbrella of Roman guidance and Greek culture. Now, of course, we've mentioned the coins. The coins are great. We call this study numismatics, numis being the word for coin or money, I believe. The coins minted during the later part of Hadrian's reign reflect his global and, frankly, an inclusive vision. It depicts him of somewhat raising up personifications of various provinces. Later, Aelius Aristides noted that Hadrian extended a protective hand over his subjects, assisting them as one helps those who have stumbled. Sounds like a nice guy, doesn't he? Well, this approach is unfortunately not well received by Roman traditionalists. The indulgent Emperor Nero had previously undertaken a long and peaceful tour of Greece, attracting criticism from the Roman elite for neglecting his essential duties. Nero had enjoyed widespread support in the eastern provinces, and to a lesser extent in the west. Rumors of his return or resurrection emerged soon after his death, and Hadrian may have consciously tapped into these favorable associations during his travels. Well, in the Historia Augusta, he is described as excessively Greek, seen as way too cosmopolitan for a Roman emperor by traditional standards, too Greek for Roman town, too Roman for Greek town. What are we going to do with Hadrian? Well, before Hadrian arrived in Britannia, which is of course that wall of his being his most famous achievement, the province experienced a major uprising since between the years of 119 and 121. There are inscriptions that reference an Expeditio Britannica, British expedition, that involves several troop movements, including a detachment of about 3,000 soldiers. Fronto mentions military defeats in Britannia during this time. Things were not going to plan. Coin inscriptions from 119 to 120 confirm that Quintus Pompeius Falco was sent to restore order. In 122 AD, Hadrian initiated the construction of the wall, which was intended to separate the Romans from the barbarians. While it's plausible that the wall was built in response to a genuine threat, or at least its resurgence, this remains a little speculative. A prevailing desire to halt the empire's expansion may have been the decisive factor, but also reducing defense costs might have played their own role, as the wall effectively prevented incursions into Roman territory more cheaply than maintaining a large border force. Well, it also regulated this cross-border trade and immigration. Either way, a shrine was established at York to honor Britannia as the personification of Britain, and coins were minted bearing her image, recognized as Britannia. By the end of 122 AD, Hadrian had completed his journey to Britannia, but he never saw the finished wall which now bears his name. Well, it appears that Hadrian had also travelled through southern Gaul. Now, at Nemausus, modern-day Nimes, he likely oversaw the construction of a basilica dedicated to the patroness Plotina, who had recently died in Rome and had been deified at the request of Hadrian himself. Around this time, Hadrian dismissed his secretary, the biographer Suetonius, for his excessive familiarity with the empress, and we all know what that means. Now Gaius Septicius Clarus, who served alongside Marcius Turbo as a praetorian prefect, was also removed for the same alleged reason, which may have been a pretext for their dismissal. Hadrian spent the winter of 122 to 23 AD in Tarraco, Spain, and while he was there, he spent his time rebuilding the Temple of Augustus. Now, winter over. In 123 AD, Hadrian crossed the Mediterranean to Mauritania, personally leading a brief campaign against local insurgents. Unfortunately, his visit was cut short due to reports of military mobilization by Parthia, prompting him to head east. At some point, he visited Cairene, where he personally financed the military training of young men from wealthy families for service in the Roman army. Cairene had already benefited during Hadrian's reign from his reconstruction of public buildings damaged during the earlier Trajanic Jewish uprising. Well, it is possible that during his time in Claudiopolis, Hadrian met Antinous, a young man of humble origins, who would later become his beloved companion. Now, sources offer little detail about when or where they met. Representations of Antinous show him around 20 years old, just before his death in 130. So, in 123, he may have been about 13 or 14. Antinous may have been sent to Rome for education as a page to the emperor, eventually becoming his favorite. The favorite what? The specifics of their relationship remain largely unknown, and I'm not going to dig too far into that one. Now, regardless of Antinos's presence, Hadrian continued his travels through Anatolia. Various accounts place him at different locations and mention his founding of the city Hadrianature in Mysia after a successful boar hunt. Around this time, plans were made to complete the temple of Zeus at Cyzicus, which had been started by the rulers of Pergamon. The temple was adorned with a colossal statue of Hadrian, just for good measure, and thus Cyzicus, Pergamon, Smyrna, Ephesus, and Sardis were all designated as regional centers for the imperial cult. In the following year, the autumn of 124 AD, Hadrian arrived in Greece and participated in the Eleusinian mysteries. He had a special affinity for Athens, which had previously granted him citizenship and an archonship at the Athenians' request. He revised their constitution, including a creation of a new tribe, of course, named after him. Hadrian combined proactive initiatives with cautious restraint. He declined to intervene in local disputes between olive oil producers and the Athenian Assembly and Council, who had set production quotas that the producers found unreasonable, but he did approve an imperial subsidy for the Athenian grain supply. He established 2 endowments to fund public games, festivals, and competitions in the absence of citizens willing or able to sponsor them. Now, Hadrian often encouraged Greek elites, including priests or the imperial cult, to focus on more practical and lasting contributions, particularly public works like aqueducts and fountains. Athens also received 2 such fountains because of this. One brought water from Mount Parnes to the Athenian Agora through a complex system of aqueducts and reservoirs, a project that would take several years to complete. Other foundations were provided to Argos to alleviate a severe and long-standing water shortage, so severe that in the Homeric epics we have mention of thirsty Argos. Just shows you how the problem was. Well, during the winter, Hadrian toured the Peloponnese, which makes me very jealous. The exact route is uncertain, but likely included Epidaurus. According to Pausanias, temples were built there by Hadrian, and the locals erected a statue of him, a rather heroic one, completely nude, as a gesture of gratitude to their restorer. Now, if that's not Greek style, I don't know what is. I'm sure Hadrian would have been delighted, provided they didn't rip him off on the proportions. Now, it is possible that Hadrian and Antinos were lovers by this time. Hadrian showed particular favor to Mantinea, which had ancient, mythological, and politically advantageous connections to Antinos's homeland back in Bithynia. He also restored the temple of Poseidon in Hippios in Mantinea, and, as Pausanias notes, reinstated the city's original classic name. You see, it didn't used to be called Mantinea. It had been called, during the Hellenistic time, Antigonea, in honor of King Antigonus II, Doson III. Hadrian also rebuilt ancient sanctuaries at Abae and Megara, as well as the Heraion of Argos. Now, while traveling through the Peloponnese, he persuaded the Spartan noble Eurycles Herculanus, head of the Euclid dynasty that had ruled Sparta since Augustus's time, to finally join up with the Roman Senate, along with the Athenian noble Herodes Atticus the Elder. Now these two became the first representatives from what was known as Old Greece to enter the Roman Senate. Pretty historic time. The historic rivalry and prominence of Sparta and Athens that no doubt you know from the old wars. And this was a significant step in encouraging Greek elites to participate in a more Roman-style political life. In March of 125 AD, Hadrian presided over the Athenian festival of Dionysia, wearing Athenian attire. Always the little Greek. And in true Greek fashion, he couldn't ignore the terrible state of the temple of Olympian Zeus, which had been under construction for nearly 500 years. It makes my government look pretty good by comparison, building the highways, I suppose. Well, Hadrian gave substantial funding to that and ensured its completion. And it was completed. Of course, the Greeks were very happy about this. Now, after his return to Italy, he took a brief little detour to Sicily, where coins were minted celebrating him as the island's restorer, kind of like a national hero. Back in Rome, he witnessed the reconstructed Pantheon and his completed villa near Tibur in the Sabine Hills. In early March of 127, he embarked on a tour of Italy, with his route pieced together by historians based on his various gifts and offerings that he gave along the way. And during this journey, he restored the shrine of Cupra in Cupra Maritima and improved the drainage of Lake Fucinus. However, his decision that same year to divide Italy into 4 provinces, governed by imperial legates of consular rank, was not well received, to say the least. These officials were given authority over all of Italy, except for Rome, effectively shifting Italian legal cases away from Roman courts. While the Roman Senate disapproved of reducing Italy to provincial status, and this reform did not survive far beyond Hadrian's reign. In fact, they rather quickly cleaned this up once he was dead and gone. Well, around this time, Hadrian actually began to feel ill, but his condition didn't prevent him from setting out to Africa in the spring of 128. His arrival coincided with timely rainfall that ended a drought. Of course, superstitions of the old world, this was seen as rather auspicious. In addition to acting as a benefactor and restorer, he took the opportunity to inspect the troops, and his speech to them has been preserved. Now, I might do a reading of that later on, but we'll see. Returning to Italy in the summer of 128, his stay was brief before he embarked on another journey lasting 3 years. In September of the same year, 128, Hadrian once again participated in the Eleusinian Mysteries. Now, this visit to Greece focused on Athens and Sparta, the ancient rivals for regional dominance, initially considering the League in Delphi as the center for his Greek revival. He ultimately pursued a more ambitious plan, establishing the Panhellenion, a council intended to unite Greek cities Well, after beginning the necessary preparations, which involved verifying claims to Greek city status, a process that required time, of course, Hadrian then departed for Ephesus. Traveling from Greece, through Asia, to Egypt, he likely crossed the Aegean Sea with an Ephesian merchant named Lucius Erastus and his entourage. He later wrote to the Council of Ephesus, recommending Erastus as a suitable candidate for town councillor and offering to pay the required fee. So obviously, he had made quite an impression. Now, just before the Egyptian New Year, Hadrian arrived in Egypt, August 29th, the year 130. He started his visit by restoring the tomb of Pompey the Great at Pelusium, performing a sacrifice in his honor and inscribing an epitaph on the monument. Now, since Pompey was known for solidifying Rome's control in the East, this act likely symbolized the reaffirmation of Roman authority following the social unrest during Trajan's later years. Hadrian and his companion Antinos went on a lion hunt in the Libyan desert. A poem by the Greek poet Pancrates about this event is the earliest evidence we have of their travels together. Nothing like a hunting trip, I suppose. Well, during their voyage to the Nile, something went wrong. Antinos drowned under what seems to be mysterious circumstances. The exact details of his death remain uncertain, of course. It's hard to sort of trace it back that far. But there are theories ranging from accident to murder to religious sacrifice and even the taking of his own life. We do have something from the Historia Augusta, though, which reads as following. During a journey on the Nile, he lost Antinos, his favorite, and for this youth he wept like a woman. Concerning this incident, there are varying rumors, for some claim that he had devoted himself to death for Hadrian, and others, what both his beauty and Hadrian's sensuality suggest. But however this may be, the Greeks deified him at Hadrian's request and declared that oracles were given through his agency. But these, it is commonly asserted, were composed by Hadrian himself. In honor of Antinos, Hadrian founded the city of Antinopolis on October 30th, 130. He then continued along the Nile to Thebes, where his visit to the Colossi of Memnon on November 20th and 24th was commemorated by 4 epigrams inscribed by Julia Valvilla. Proceeding northward, he arrived in the Fayum region in the beginning of December. Now, we don't really know too much about specifically what he was doing after his Nile journey, whether or not he returned to Rome immediately. Between 130 and 131, he traveled eastward to establish and inaugurate his new Panhellenon, centered around the Athenian temple of Olympian Zeus, which, if you do remember, he was the one who paid the money to renovate that. Well, due to local disputes that had undermined a previous initiative for Hellenic association based in Delphi, Hadrian had to choose a more inclusive league encompassing all Greek cities. Successful applicants for membership often involved mythologized or fabricated claims of Greek ancestry, and also declarations of loyalty to Imperial Rome, aligning with Hadrian's idealized and somewhat fantasized version of Hellenism. He viewed himself as a protector of Greek culture and the liberties of Greece, particularly regarding urban self-governance. This allowed him to position himself as the successor of Pericles, who was said to have organized an earlier Panhellenic Congress, a congress mentioned only in Plutarch's biography of Pericles, who held Rome's imperial authority in high esteem. Now, Hadrian spent the winter of 131 to 32 in Athens, where he dedicated the completed temple of Olympian Zeus, and in 132 he travelled eastward to Judea. Now, during Roman Judea, Hadrian visited Jerusalem, which remained in ruins following the First Roman-Jewish War of 66 to 73. He might have intended to reconstruct Jerusalem as a Roman colony, like to Vespasian's establishment of Caesarea Maritima, accompanied by various honorific and monetary privileges. The non-Roman populace had no need to engage in Roman religious ceremonies, but was anticipated to uphold Roman imperial structure. This is evidenced in Caesarea, where certain Jews fought in the Roman military during the rebellions of 66 and 132. It is conjectured that Hadrian aimed to integrate the Jewish temple into the conventional Roman civic religious imperial cult. Such integrations had historically been prevalent in Greece and other provinces, and generally had been proven effective, at least as effective as it can be, at least effective for the Romans, while the adjacent Samaritans had already amalgamated their religious practices with Hellenistic traditions. Did I say Samaritans? Samaritans. See, this is what happens when you read out loud for an hour straight. Excuse me. Well, strict Jewish monotheism demonstrated greater resilience against imperial persuasion and subsequent imperial demands. Now, a legend derived from the historian Augustus suggests that the insurrection was incited by Hadrian's prohibition on circumcision, which he, as a Hellenist, regarded as a form of mutilation. But that wasn't all. There was also additional factors that could have exacerbated the outbreak. That being a somewhat oppressive and culturally insensitive Roman administration, conflicts between the landless and impoverished, and newly settled Roman colonists granted land. So you're telling me that the Romans have gone to Judea and have established settlements, and the local population are angry at them? History does repeat itself, doesn't it? Well, there was also a significant undercurrent of messianism, based on Jeremiah's prophecy that the temple would be reconstructed 70 years following its destruction, akin to the first temple after the Babylonian exile. Now, a significant Jewish insurrection against Hellenistic and Roman influence erupted, spearheaded by Simon Bar Kokhba. I've made a full video on the Jewish-Roman wars if you want a full explanation of that, but we'll just cover it quickly here. Well, due to the incomplete nature of the available information, it's pretty impossible for us to determine a precise date for the commencement of the revolt. Likely commenced between the summer and autumn of 132. The Roman governor, Tineius Rufus, requested an army to suppress the insurrection, and Bar Kokhba himself penalized any Jew who declined to enlist in his forces. It was compulsory, even though it was a battle they were never going to win. Well, Justin Martyr and Eusebius indicate that this mostly involved Christian converts who contested Bar Kokhba's messianic assertions. The Romans were inundated by the systematic intensity of the insurrection. Hadrian summoned his general Sextus Julius Severus from Britain and mobilized troops from as distant as the Danube. The Roman casualties were substantial, amounting to an entire legion, or approximately 4,000 soldiers. But don't worry, it's just the early game. Hadrian's report on the war to the Roman Senate excluded the traditional salutation, "If you and your children are in health, it is well. I and the legions are in health." Him and the legions were not in health. Either way, the insurrection was suppressed in 135. Cassius Dio reports that Beitar, a fortified city located about 6 miles southwest of Jerusalem, succumbed after a siege lasting 3.5 years, starving them out. A little bit of disease in the mix, too. Of course, the Roman military campaigns in Judea resulted in around 580,000 Jewish fatalities, and the destruction of 50 walled towns, along with 985 villages. A certain unspecified percentage of the population was also slaves. The magnitude of punitive actions against the Jewish population continues to be a kind of subject of contention. We're not really sure exactly how many passed away. I suppose we'll never really know. Well, Hadrian altered the province's designation to Syria Palestina. He dubbed Jerusalem Aelia Capitolina, in honor of himself and Jupiter Capitolinus, subsequently restructuring it in the Greek architectural style. Well, following the quelling of the insurrection, Hadrian granted the Samaritans a temple dedicated to Zeus Hypsistos, the highest Zeus, on Mount Gerizim. The violent suppression of the uprising concluded Jewish political autonomy from the Roman imperial system. Now, Hadrian resided in Rome during the concluding years of his life. In 134, he received an imperial salute marking the conclusion of the Third Jewish War, which did not officially cease until the subsequent year. Commemorations and achievements and awards were also minimalized, as Hadrian perceived the war as, I quote, "a harsh and abrupt disillusionment to his ambitions for a cosmopolitan empire." You see, his dream was for everybody to get along. Well, that was just not going to happen, I'm afraid. Well, Empress Sabina likely passed away around 136 too, following an unsatisfactory marriage with Hadrian that endured as political obligation. The Historia Augusta biography asserts that Hadrian himself proclaimed that his wife's ill temper and irritability would have sufficed as grounds for divorce if he were a private citizen. But once again, political obligation dictates that you have to remain married, like it or not. Would you believe that? Somebody stays in a marriage but is unhappy? Who would have thought? Well, Hadrian's union with Sabina was so unhappy that it was completely devoid of children. And now, in 136, afflicted by deteriorating health, he was faced with the matter of succession. In 136, he adopted Lucius Caeonius Commodus, one of the ordinary consuls of that year, who, as an emperor in waiting, assumed the name Lucius Aelius Caesar. Now, he was the son-in-law of Gaius Avidius Nigrinus, one of the 4 consuls executed in 118. His health was fragile, and his reputation seemed more akin to that of a decadent, well-educated nobleman than that of a leader. Numerous contemporary efforts have been undertaken to elucidate Hadrian's decision. It's been suggested that Aelius was actually Hadrian's biological son, but, well, we don't really have much proof of that. His adoption has been conjectured as Hadrian's sort of late effort to reconcile with the prominent senatorial family, whose key members were executed shortly after his accession. Aelius performed commendably as the joint ruler of Pannonia Superior and Inferior. He held an additional consulship in 137, but passed away in the 1st of January 138. Subsequently, Hadrian adopted Titus Aurelius Fulvus Boionis Aureus Antoninus, the future Emperor Antoninus Pius, who I've done a full video on. Now, Hadrian's later years were characterized by strife and discontent. His endorsement of Aelius Caesar had met with disfavor, particularly from his brother-in-law, Lucius Julius Ursus Servianus, and Servianus's grandson Gnaeus Pedanius Fuscus Salinator. Servianus, despite his advanced age, was initially in the line of succession at the onset of Hadrian's reign. Fuscus is reputed to have had ambitions for imperial authority. In 137, he possibly orchestrated a coup including his grandfather, and Hadrian commanded their execution. Obviously, the coup failed. Servianus allegedly prayed prior his execution that Hadrian would yearn for death, but be incapable of dying. Throughout his terminal, extended sickness, Hadrian was thwarted from taking his own life on multiple instances. But nature always takes its course, and he passed away July 10th, 138, nice and comfortable in his villa at Baiae at the age of 62, after a 21-year reign. Well, I suppose it wasn't too comfortable. Cassius Dio and the historian Augustus document aspects of his deteriorating health, indicators of coronary artery disease. Not a good way to go, but I can certainly think of worse ones. Rest in peace to our boy Hadrian. Mesopotamia, located between the Tigris and Euphrates River, in what is now modern-day Iraq, a home to a rich tapestry of cultures. No doubt you've heard of the Sumerians, Akkadians, Babylonians, and the Assyrians, and of course, the home to a fascinating pantheon of deities. Now, in this episode, we are going to have a look into the 10 principal deities, spending a good amount of time, probably 4 to 5 minutes on each one, just to briefly explain their roles, attributes, and significance within Mesopotamian mythology and daily life. Of course, due to time constraints, we're not going to be going through every detail and eccentricity. This is more to just give you a bit of a introduction on who the deities are within the Pantheon. So, with that in mind, as usual, we're going to start with our stretches. You would like to put your right hand out, put it onto the mouse, and click twice on the like and subscribe button, and our pre-video exercise is complete. Very good. Now, with all of the begging out of the way, let's begin. And what a better place to begin than our first god, or deity rather, Anu, also known as An, is being the sky god, the supreme deity. And of course, we start at the very pinnacle of the Mesopotamian pantheon with Anu. Of course, Anu was the god of the sky, so the name itself means heaven in Sumerian. Not the kind of heaven that you're thinking of in a Judeo-Christian sense. Heaven more just like the sky above us, the realm of the gods. Kind of like how the Chinese describe it. And so, considering this, he was the supreme deity, the father of all gods, but also all spirits and all demons. That's right, we got plenty of them too. So, of course, Anu was in charge of this vast expanse of the sky, the celestial vault covering the earth. He embodied the infinite, and was often associated with the overarching authority that governs both the divine and mortal realms. And as the father of the gods, he was responsible for the divine laws and decrees that maintain the cosmic order. Now we have to mention that while Anu was not frequently the central figure in myths, his authority was still unquestioned. He was the ultimate source of kingship and divine legitimacy. Mesopotamian kings often claimed to be chosen by Anu himself, or to have received their right to rule directly from him. Of course, this is the old traditions of the divine right of kings. How could you refuse it when the gods themselves have chosen them? Now, in terms of Anu's primary place of worship, there was the ancient city of Uruk, which I'm sure you've heard of if you've studied a little bit into Mesopotamia, as the oldest and arguably the most significant urban center in Mesopotamia, depending on which archaeological record you're going to judge it upon. But regardless, still quite formidable. Now, the Anu ziggurat and the White Temple atop it were dedicated to him. Ziggurats, by the way, were these huge terraced structures serving as temples believed to bridge the gap between the heavens and the earth. Think of them somewhat like a pyramid, but in a more terraced formation. Somewhat more reminiscent of what we see in South America, but still quite different. You'll certainly see from some of the visual mediums in this video what a ziggurat looks like. Fortunately, we still have a few of them left for now. Now, in Mesopotamian cosmology, Anu was part of a divine triad, along with Enlil and Enki. Now, this triad represented three things: the heavens, the atmosphere, and the earth/water, respectively. And together, these three controlled the universe. And one of the most notable myths involving Anu is the Epic of Gilgamesh. I'm sure you've heard of that one. We've fortunately got it in a pretty good surviving state up until now. And in this, Anu appears in response to the citizens of Uruk's pleas regarding Gilgamesh's somewhat tyrannical behavior. And so, Anu commands the creation of Enkidu to be kind of a counterbalance to Gilgamesh. Now, once again, this shows this role in the cosmic order, maintaining this balance and justice. And so Anu is featured in myths concerning the distribution of the meh, divine decrees or powers that govern the aspects of civilization and nature, and his decisions in these matters show once again his position as the ultimate authority. Now, as far as his symbolism and legacy, well, he's often symbolized by the horned cap. And you might have seen this in lots of Mesopotamian artworks as a symbol of this divinity. It was a headdress representing his supreme status among the gods, a crown fit for a king, if we put it that way. Now, despite his somewhat distant presence in myths, his influence permeated Mesopotamian religion. Everywhere leads back to Anu. His role as the progenitor of gods and dispenser of divine authority makes him a central figure in this understanding of the old mythology. And so with that, we arrive to our second deity of the Mesopotamian pantheon, Enlil. That is the god of the wind, the air, and the storms. So next we turn to him, one of the most powerful and equally complex deities in the Mesopotamian tradition. He played this pivotal role in the myths and religious practices of the Sumerians and Akkadians mainly. Of course, the Akkadians were having their namesake, the great Sargon of Akkad, one of our, what traditionally believed to be the first conqueror. But that's a video for another time. Now, of course, the actual name itself, Enlil, is generally translated as Lord of Wind or Lord of Air, and he was seen as this force that separates heaven and earth, a necessary act that allowed for the creation of the world, at least the world as us mere mortals exist upon it. Of course, Enlil was associated with the breath of life and considered essential for existence, often regarded as the executive authority among the gods and holding the tablets of destiny, which gave him control over the fates of gods and humans alike. Of course, this makes him a deity of immense power, but also immense responsibility, just as Spider-Man's dad would say. Now, his principal cult center was not that of Uruk like Anu's. Remember that every city in Mesopotamia had its own patron deity, and for Enlil, his city was Nippur, which was considered the religious heart of Sumer, despite not being a political capital. Now, the Ekur temple, meaning mountain house, was dedicated to him especially, and was one of the most revered sanctuaries. In terms of his actual worship, well, that of course involved elaborate rituals and festivals, and the more, the better. Of course, within your city, you want to make the god feel welcome. Now, as a god who could bring both prosperity and also destruction, he was revered and appeased, but also a little bit of fear. Now, farmers in particular sought his favor for beneficial winds and rains that would ensure good harvests, while also praying for protection against destructive storms. Of course, we find Enlil prominently in several Mesopotamian myths. The first one, bearing his name, Enlil and Ninlil. This myth explains the origins of the other deities and emphasizes themes of love and duty and the cycles of life and death. Enlil's relationship with the goddess Ninlil leads to the birth of the moon god Nanna, or Sin. We'll get to her later. We'll get to him later, and other deities associated with the underworld. Now, we also have the flood myth, also known as the Epic of Atrahasis or the Deluge myth, and of course the flood narrative within the Epic of Gilgamesh, where Enlil becomes frustrated with humanity's noise and decides to send a flood to wipe them out. And I quite enjoy this myth, because many a time when I'm recording these audios and I need to keep as quiet as possible, I too wish for a flood to wipe out the noise of my neighbors. Barking dogs, birds, everything. We do our best under the circumstances. But I digress back to the topic. So within these myths, these flood myths, it portrays him as a deity capable of severe judgment. However, Enki, or A, intervenes by warning a mortal, ensuring the survival of life and humanity can live another day. Now, also there is this control over destiny, and we mentioned those tablets of destiny. And with them, Enlil had this divine power to decree fates. Of course, it makes him this figure in determining the outcomes of both mortal and divine affairs. Now, what about the symbolism around Enlil? Well, he was often represented by a horned crown too, kind of like Anu, but perhaps not as grand. But he was sometimes associated with a staff or scepter, which also signified his authority. Now, there is a bit of numerology as well involved in a lot of the old Mesopotamian myths, and the number 50 was sacred to him, representing perfection and totality in the Mesopotamian numerical system. Now, of course, the legacy of him is evident in the way that later cultures adopted and adapted his attributes. His character embodies this unpredictable and awe-inspiring nature of the gods, reflecting the Mesopotamians' respect and fear of the natural phenomena. So, we're building up a little bit of knowledge here. We got the first two, Anu and Enlil. And of course, we've already mentioned the name Enki, and that is our next deity. He's also known to the Akkadians as A, that is spelled E-A. Now, Enki is one of the most enduring and benevolent gods in the Pantheon, associated with water, wisdom, magic, and creation. So, his actual name translates to Lord of the Earth, but he was primarily the god of the fresh water abyss, which was called the Abzu, or Absu, depending on the translation. Now, this subterranean reservoir was believed to be the source of all fresh water, which is of course essential for life in Mesopotamia's arid environment. So you can see how this is a pretty important deity to have around, and certainly one that you wouldn't want to annoy. Now, he was also revered for his wisdom, intelligence, and creative prowess. You see, Enki was a patron of crafts, arts, and technology, and he was often credited with teaching humans various skills and crafts necessary for civilization. Think about farming technologies, how to make pottery, all that sort of thing. Well, when the young kids would ask Mum and Dad, where did we learn how to do all this? Well, they would say, you better thank Enki for the knowledge. Now, Enki's main cult center was the ancient city of Eridu, and this was considered by the Sumerians to be the first city created and the birthplace of civilization. Now, that is not to say that the Assyrians, Akkadians, Babylonians all thought the same. Of course, they had their own stories about where civilization started, as does everybody. Now, of course, within Eridu, we have the Abzu temple, which was dedicated to him, symbolizing his connection to the Abzu and his role as a life-giving force. Worshippers sought Enki's guidance and blessings for knowledge, craftsmanship, and protection against the chaos. And of course, what's a temple without a good team of priests and scholars? And there were plenty of them there, particularly revering him, given his association with wisdom and magic. Now, what about the mythology? Well, Enki appears in numerous myths of his own, which show his ingenuity and compassion. Of course, we have the Atrahasis epic, the Flood Deluge, where he plays his role in that too. You see, in this he decides to destroy humanity due to how noisy and disruptive they were. Remember how we said about Enki as well, who is sympathetic to humans, who warns Atrahasis, who, by the way, is also known as Utnapishtim in the Epic of Gilgamesh, and he tells him to build a boat to save himself, his family, and representatives of all living creatures. Sounds a little familiar, doesn't it? Well, the next one is the myth of Enki and Ninhursag. And this tale involves Enki's interactions with the goddess Ninhursag and subsequent creation of plants and healing deities. The next one is the myth of Inanna and Enki. Now in this narrative, Inanna visits Enki and cleverly acquires the Me. Now remember, we mentioned that before, this is the divine decrees that encompass all aspects of civilization. We're talking law, art, culture, all the good stuff. Now Enki's initial willingness and subsequent regret highlight the dynamics between the gods and the spread of civilization. And of course there is this prevailing theme within the Mesopotamian myths that the gods have this human narrative to them. They express emotion just as you would expect a human to do so, sometimes even more chaotically. Of course, it certainly takes a very bad mood to flood the entire earth. But hey, that's just what happens. Now, Enki, speaking of water, is often depicted with streams of it flowing over his shoulders, and this symbolizes the rivers. One on either side, you have the Tigris and the Euphrates, of course the vital lifelines of Mesopotamia and the traditional border zones of the region. But he also has fish frequently appearing in his iconography. He's sometimes shown holding a goatfish. This is a creature that combines the aspect of land and sea animals, symbolizing his dominion over both realms. Of course, his legacy, in terms of his myth and worship, lies in his representation of wisdom and kindness. He embodies the idea that knowledge and creativity are actually divine gifts, and they should be used for the betterment of humanity. Alright, now let's get into the next one. We have, of course, Inanna. Don't get it confused with Nanna, because that's different. Now, Inanna is the goddess of love, war, and fertility, and she's also known as Ishtar in Akkadian. She's one of the most prominent and multifaceted deities in Mesopotamian tradition. We're talking love, beauty, desire, sex, fertility, war, justice, political power. She really has her hand in everything. So, her character is rich with these contradictions and dualities, chopping and changing depending on feelings and whims. She's both the goddess of love and sexuality, promoting procreation and passion, but also the goddess of war and conflict, aggression and strategic power, giving life and taking it away. She was often associated too with the planet Venus, known for its visibility as both the morning and evening star, symbolizing a connection to both the beginning and end. Now, Uruk and Zabalam were primary cult centers. The Eanna temple complex in Uruk was also dedicated to her and was a significant religious and economic hub of the time. Her worship was elaborate and involved various rituals. It included music, dance, and possibly even sacred prostitution. Although the exact nature and existence of this practice are debated among scholars. Festivals in her honor celebrated themes of fertility, love, and victory. Of course, we find Inanna in plenty of myths, most notably Inanna's descent to the underworld. That's probably the most famous myth of hers. It tells her journey to the realm of her sister, Ereshkigal, the goddess of the underworld. Now in this myth, seeking to extend her power, Inanna descends down into the depths, but is stripped of her possessions and killed. Well, her absence brings fertility to a halt on earth. No Inanna, no children. Well, eventually things get so terrible that she is allowed to return, and they revive her. But there's a catch. They only do this if somebody takes her place. Of course, I've got a reading of that coming up very soon. Well, along with the Atrahasis myth. We'll get there soon, don't worry. Now, the other one, of course, is her involvement in the Epic of Gilgamesh. Now, in this one, Inanna actually propositions Gilgamesh, but he actually turns her down. Bad luck. Citing the fates of her previous lovers who met unfortunate ends. You see, Inanna has a bit of a reputation. Being an immortal goddess, she basically finds some young little toy boy, play around with them for a while, and after she's had her fun, well, tosses them aside. And nobody likes that, don't they? Be careful about your reputation. Of course, Gilgamesh heard about this as much as everybody else and wasn't keen on the idea of becoming number 547 of Inanna's boyfriends. Well, Inanna was not too pleased with this. Does not take rejection very well. So she sends the Bull of Heaven to basically punish him, try and maul him, leading to further conflicts and highlighting her volatile nature. Now there's also another fragmentary myth called Inanna and the Hulupu tree. This myth involves Inanna nurturing a sacred tree that, after time, becomes infested with these strange creatures. Now she calls upon Gilgamesh for help, and he obliges, and they actually do remove them. Now, shows her connection to growth and the challenges of fostering life. Now, in terms of her symbolism, she's often depicted as a beautiful woman, of course, sometimes winged with a headdress featuring horns and stars, and she's associated with lions, symbolizing courage and strength, but also doves for the love and feminine aspect. She has her own emblem too, an 8-pointed star, or perhaps a rosette, symbolizing her association with Venus, that is the planet Venus, not the goddess, and her all-encompassing nature. And so, she has a pretty profound legacy, and an equally profound role. It is this complexity of human emotions and experiences, both nurturing and destructive forces that make up her character, and it challenges these simplistic categorizations, reflecting the Mesopotamian understanding of the divine as not just being this infallible, all-knowing being, but a kind of all-encompassing one, covering all facets of existence. All right then, so our journey into the Mesopotamian deities continues with Utu. Now in Akkadian culture, you might hear him referred to as Shamash. He is the sun god and a deity of justice, morality and truth. His role as the bringer of light extends beyond the physical to the metaphorical illumination of justice. He was believed to ride across the sky in his sun chariot, which, well, think about Greek myths, Egyptian myths. Yeah, kind of familiar. Well, he brings daylight to the world, and, while doing it, observes all human activities. Nothing escapes the sight of Utu. Now his omnipresence made him the perfect arbiter of justice, you see, as he saw everything, and therefore he could know it all. So he was associated with law, fairness, and the protection of the righteous. He was often called upon to witness oaths, and was believed to punish those who committed injustices. Now, the main temples of Utu were located in Sipar and Larsa. The Babar temple, meaning White House, was also a significant center of worship. Now, priests conducted their daily rituals to him, but they had to do it at sunrise. That acknowledges his journey across the sky. In the morning, wake up before dawn, get dressed, ready. Utu is coming. They wanted to give him a good welcome. Now, as for the worshippers, they prayed to Utu for justice, fair judgment, and guidance in legal matters. His influence extended to the administration of law, with judges and officials seeking his favor to uphold fairness. And that's right. All those years ago, they still had law courts. Of course they did. Someone had to decide which was fair or not. I'm sure you've watched my video about the Babylonian law system. If you have, you would have known that by now. Now, Utu appears in several myths that emphasize his role as a just and benevolent deity. Of course, he appears in the Epic of Gilgamesh, where Utu aids Gilgamesh and Enkidu in their quest to defeat the demon Humbaba in the cedar forest. He provides them with favorable conditions, just kind of giving them a bit of a push in the right direction. It demonstrates his support for their heroic endeavors. Now, we also have the story of Etana, where Utu assists King Etana in his quest to find the plant of birth to produce an heir. Now, this story also shows his role in promoting life and the continuation of just dynasties. Now, on a more secular note, of course, we have that famous Babylonian Code of Hammurabi, which depicts King Hammurabi receiving the laws from Shamash, which of course is the other name of Utu, just in the Akkadian tradition. Now, this iconography reinforces the idea that justice is ordained divinely, and the kings are merely the enforcers of the will of the gods. Now, how is he depicted? Well, if you see him, you'll probably see him with rays of light emanating from his shoulders, symbolizing the sunlight piercing through that darkness at the dawn. He sometimes holds a sword or a knife, representing his ability to cut through and reveal the truth, perhaps. Now, his symbol is the solar disk, but it doesn't just represent physical light, but also enlightenment and moral clarity. And so he is significant in this context of laws and ethics, whether they be in a court dynamic or even just ethics in personal life. His association with justice influenced legal practices and the development of the law codes in Mesopotamia. Of course, the belief that justice had divine backing added quite a bit of moral weight to the legal proceedings. Okay, so we have the sun deities. We gotta have a moon deity, don't we? So we turn to Nanna, who is also known as Sin in Akkadian. So you might see her in that sort of context. See him, rather. I do apologize. I had a friend called Nanna a while ago. I keep thinking of her. So, Nanna is the moon god, associated with wisdom, fertility, and the measurement of time. His cyclical journey across the heavens was crucial for the calendrical calculations in Mesopotamia. Now, of course, the actual translation that we have of the name Nanna actually means illuminator or illumination, depending on which translation you go with. Of course, shows his role in bringing just a little bit of light to the darkness. He was believed to traverse the night sky in a chariot or perhaps a boat, marking the passage of time through the lunar phases. Now, as a deity of wisdom, Nanna was thought to possess deep knowledge, perhaps due to his ability to observe the world from his celestial vantage point during the quietness of the night. Certainly gives you a lot of time to think, doesn't it? Now, we go to the city of Ur if we want to find the primary center of Nanna's worship, which was of course one of the most important urban centers in Mesopotamia. And you will find in Ur the great ziggurat, which was dedicated to him and served as a focal point for all the religious activities. Lunar observations were of course integral to the Mesopotamian calendar, influencing agriculture, festivals, and religious rituals. And so the priests of Nanna were skilled astronomers who tracked these lunar cycles to determine auspicious times for various activities. Now, Nanna appears in myths too that highlight his familial connections and influence. The first being the journey of Nanna to Nippur, where he travels to Nippur to present gifts to Enlil. Story shows these themes of respect, duty, and the maintenance of divine relationships. There's also another one that shows him as the father of the goddess Inanna and the sun god Utu, linking him to other major deities and emphasizing how interconnected the Pantheon is. But of course, his association with fertility is there too. You see, as the moon influences tides and natural rhythms, Nanna was linked to fertility and the growth of crops. The waxing and waning was symbolic of life's cycles. He's often depicted as a wise old man with a flowing beard, sometimes seated on a throne with a crescent moon symbol nearby. Of course, the crescent moon became that enduring symbol that was associated with him. His role in timekeeping had a lasting impact on astronomy too, and the development of calendars. Now, as we move on, we arrive to our next deity. And we arrive to the mother goddess and the lady of the mountains. We arrive to Ninhursag, who is also known as Ninmah or Ki. She embodies the nurturing aspects of the earth, is associated with fertility, childbirth, and sustenance of life. Of course, that name, Ninhursag, literally translates to Lady of the Sacred Mountain, of course reflecting her connection to the mountains as sources of life-giving streams, and as symbols of stability and permanence. We have the saying, as unshakable as the mountains. Now, she is revered as the mother of gods and humans, often involved in creation myths where she shapes beings from clay. She represents the earth's ability to produce and sustain life, making her, of course, a central figure in agricultural societies. And so she was worshipped throughout Mesopotamia. But she had significant temples in cities like Kesh and Adab. Her shrines were places where people sought blessings for fertility, safe childbirth, and the health of land and livestock herds. Offerings to Ninhursag included agricultural produce, and figurines representing mothers and children. Her worship emphasized the cyclical nature of life and the interconnectedness, rather, of all things. If I can connect my words properly. Maybe I should start praying to Ninhursag for that. Now, of course, we go back to a few myths, one being in the creation of humanity, where Ninhursag is often depicted as a midwife or mother figure in the creation of humans. As we said, she molds the people from clay, and then she breathes life into them, symbolizing the earth as a source of human existence. Of course, we also have the tale of Enki and Ninhursag, where in the story Enki consumes forbidden plants, leading to ailments in various parts of his body. Ninhursag actually cures him by creating deities associated with each afflicted body part. The myth shows the themes of balance and consequences too of overstepping boundaries, but once again we have this restorative theme of the power of the earth. Now, she's often depicted as a seated woman with a horned headdress, sometimes holding a staff, or accompanied by lions at her flanks. Her influence extends to a latter mother goddess figures in different cultures too, representing fertility, nature, and the feminine divine. Her portrayal as a nurturing yet powerful deity reflects once again the respect for the earth's generative capabilities. Okay, now let's turn our attention to Marduk, the patron god of Babylon. Now, Marduk's rise from a relatively minor deity to the head of the Babylonian Pantheon reflects the political and cultural ascendancy of the city of Babylon itself. Remember, there's always that power struggle between the different kingdoms in Mesopotamia. Don't look at it as a unified deity. That's a little dangerous. Well, tell that to Sargon, but okay. Now, he was associated, Marduk that is, with creation, water, vegetation, judgment, and magic, and he was often depicted with a triangular or forked spade, his symbolic weapon. Well, as Babylon grew in power, Marduk absorbed the attributes of other gods, consolidating various aspects of divinity into his persona. And little by little, as Babylon became more powerful, so did he, and the whole process elevated him into a position of supreme authority. Now, his main temple was the Esagila in Babylon, a grand complex that included the towering Etemenanki ziggurat, which some scholars believed to be in the inspiration for the biblical story of the Tower of Babel. Could be. Now, the Akitu festival, the Babylonian New Year celebration, was central to Marduk's worship, and during this festival, rituals reenacted Marduk's victory over chaos, reaffirming the king's divine mandate and the city's central place within the cosmos. Of course, Marduk's prominence is most notably captured in the Enuma Elish, the Babylonian creation epic. Of course, there is also the defeat of Tiamat, where Marduk rises to leadership by volunteering to defeat this Tiamat, the primordial goddess of salt water who personifies chaos. Marduk, coming out armed with powerful weapons and spells, slays Tiamat, but not just her, also her entire army of gruesome and terrible monsters. After defeating Tiamat, Marduk creates the world from her divided body. He forms the heavens and the earth, establishing order from all the chaos. And thus he creates humans from the blood of Kingu, Tiamat's consort and commander. Humans are made to serve the gods, you see, relieving them of menial tasks. He then organizes the cosmos, sets the celestial bodies in their places, and defines the roles of other gods. Now, of course, you'll often find Marduk depicted with his symbolic dragon-like creature, the Meshusu, representing his power and authority. Now, the Meshusu has features kind of like a lion, serpent, and a bird all wrapped into one, the integration of many different forces. And Marduk's consolidation of divine attributes mirrors Babylon's political unification of Mesopotamia. You see, the mythology around him kind of aims to justify Babylon's dominance and the king's rule as divinely sanctioned. So he's kind of just a spiritual stand-in for the physical deity, manifestation, which is Babylon. A little complicated, but hey, that's why we're here, to take it nice and slow. Okay, so next we have Ashur, who's the chief god of the Assyrians and the embodiment of empire. Now his importance grew alongside Assyria's expansion, and he became the personification of the state and its imperial ambition, kind of like a symbol, we're coming to get you. Now, Ashur is associated with war, kingship, and empire, and unlike the other gods with rich mythologies, Ashur's creation was closely tied to the Assyrian nation's identity and the divine justification for its conquest. He was often depicted as a winged disc with horns, sometimes with a figure drawing a bow, symbolizing his role as a warrior god. You see a symbol like that, you know exactly what he's here for. And of course, his principal place of worship was the city of Ashur, after which he was named. Temples dedicated to him served not only as religious functions, but also administrative and political roles. Assyrian kings saw themselves as a kind of like representatives, or even embodiments of Ashur on earth. Military campaigns were conducted in his name, of course, and victories were attributed to his favor. Now we have mentioned that Ashur lacks an extensive mythology, and that is true, but his identity seems to have merged with that of Marduk during the Assyrian dominance over Babylon. You see, in Assyrian versions of the Enuma Elish, Ashur places Marduk as the hero who defeats Tiamat, adapting the myth to reflect the Assyrian supremacy. Now, the adaptation demonstrates how myths were used to legitimize political power and reinforce all of these nationalistic narratives, turning religion into politics and turning politics into religion. Well, let's just hope that doesn't happen again after the Bronze Age. Now, of course, we have this imagery of a winged disc, and it seems to draw these parallels to solar symbols, indicating this connection to the celestial authority. Of course, throw in the bow-wielding figure, and that's just a bit of dose of military might, a kind of subtle warning before the brutal beatdown. Of course, his entire legacy is tied to the rise and the fall of the Assyrian Empire. His worship shows the role of religion in statecraft and the use of divine sanction to justify expansionist policies. I'm sure that'll be the last time that happens. And so, we reach the final deity of our talk for today. And that would be the goddess of the underworld, the queen of the dead, Ereshkigal. Now, Ereshkigal rules over Irkala, that is the land from which there is no return, presiding over the fate of all souls. It's a pretty big responsibility, isn't it? Of course, her name, Ereshkigal, means Queen of the Great Earth, depending on what translation you're going to go by, but this is generally it. Now, she embodies the inevitability of death and the finality of the underworld. Now, you might be thinking, isn't this just like the Egyptian stuff? Well, unlike the Egyptian concept of an afterlife with potential rewards, the Mesopotamian underworld was a little bit less appealing. It was actually more of just a bleak and shadowy existence, when nothing really happened. Bit of a disappointment, isn't it? Not much to work towards, but hey, that is just what it is. Of course, to rule over a place like this, you would need quite a character, and Ereshkigal was certainly a stern and formidable one, ensuring that the dead remained in her realm and that natural order was maintained. No one was leaving. Once you entered, you were not getting out of Irkala. Now, does this sound like a fun person to worship? I don't know. Perhaps fear. There certainly weren't any major temples dedicated solely to her, that's for sure. There were more pleasing deities to dedicate your time to, but she was acknowledged in rituals related to death and burial practices. When the time comes, I suppose eventually you have to confront the reality. The funerary rites aimed to appease her, ensuring that the deceased had at least relatively peaceful existence in the afterlife, whatever that could be down to. Offerings to Ereshkigal might include food and drink left at grave sites, acknowledging her dominion over the dead. Of course, you'll find her in the myth of Inanna's descent to the underworld. Ereshkigal's most famous narrative involves her sister Inanna's attempt to take over the underworld. Did I say Ereshkigal's descent? I meant Inanna's descent. Excuse me. Of course, Ereshkigal enforces the laws of her realm, which actually leads to Inanna's death. The myth explores once again the themes of power and even jealousy. Now, there also is this marriage to Nergal in another myth where Ereshkigal marries Nergal, the god of war and plague, which doesn't sound like quite the kind of man you'd want to marry. Well, their tumultuous relationship just reflects this harsh reality of death and the forces that govern it. You'll often find Ereshkigal depicted as a regal figure, sometimes with wings or accompanied by owls and snakes, creatures that were associated with the underworld. Her realm is described as a place where the dead exist as dust, devoid of the pleasures of life. The portrayal emphasizes the Mesopotamian view of death as unavoidable and a somber destiny. She is the finality and mystery of death. Her strict governance of the underworld reinforces the importance of respecting the natural order. Her presence in the mythology is just a reminder of mortality and the consequence of overreaching ambition. And with that, we somewhat come to the end, at least of this video. There's a few more that we could talk about. Maybe I'll do a part 2 on minor deities. Would you like that? Oh, tell me in the comments. That's a good way to get the engagement, isn't it? And so, as we conclude the somewhat brief exploration of the 10 principal deities, I hope you've gained a little bit of an understanding of how the Mesopotamians perceived the world of the gods. Of course, they were not distant figures. They were just integral parts of a daily life. Natural forces, human emotions, societal structures. They embodied them all the way from Anu's supreme authority to Ereshkigal's domination over the afterlife in that deep, dusty realm. Each one of them had an important role to play. So, the myths and worship practices certainly show a civilization that was deeply connected to its environment, reliant on celestial bodies for timekeeping, but also ever aware of this delicate balance between order and chaos. Because after all, that's what it's all about, isn't it? Hello and welcome. The following is a reading from Ancient and Modern Celebrated Free Thinkers by Charles Bradlaugh, pseudonym Iconoclast, first published in 1877, is a section about the philosopher Epicurus. I've already done a reading on Zeno of Citium from this same author, which had some hot takes, if we want to put it that way. So I thought I would do the one about Epicurus. As always, a link to this public domain work is in the description. And if you like it, well, you know what to do. Click the like button and then the subscribe button. You know what to do. Well, let's begin. Now it begins with a little bit of an introduction from this author, Iconoclast. The words with which this page is headed may be found in the current and established dictionaries of the present day, and it shall be our task to show that never was slander more foul, calumny more base, or libel more cowardly, than when it associated the words of luxury and sensuality with the memory of the Athenian Epicurus. The much worn anecdote of the brief endorsed, "The defendant has no case, abuse the plaintiff's solicitor," we will apply here. The religionists had no case. The Epicurean philosophy was impregnable as far as theological attacks were concerned, and the theologians have therefore constantly and vehemently abused its founder, so that, at last, children have caught the cry, as though it were an enunciation of a tact, and have grown into men believing that Epicurus was a sort of discriminating hog who wallowed in the filth which some have miscalled pleasure. Epicurus was born in the early part of the year of 344 BC, the third year of the 109th Olympiad, at Gargatus, in the neighborhood of Athens. His father, Neocles, was of the Aegean tribe. Some allege that Epicurus was born in the island of Samos, but, according to others, he was taken there when he was very young by his parents, who formed a portion of a colony of Athenian citizens, sent to colonize Samos after its subjugation by Pericles. The father and mother of Epicurus were in very humble circumstance. His father was a schoolmaster. His mother, Charistrata, acted as a kind of priestess, curing diseases, exorcising ghosts, and exercising other fabulous powers. Epicurus has been charged with sorcery, because he wrote several songs for his mother's solemn rites. Until 18, he remained at Samos and neighboring Isle of Teos, from whence he removed to Athens, where he resided until the death of Alexander. When disturbances arising, he fled to Colophon. This place, Mytilene, and Lampascus formed the philosopher's residence until he was 36 years of age, at which time he founded a school in the neighborhood of Athens. He purchased a pleasure garden, where he taught his disciples until the time of his death. We are told by Laertius that those disciples who were regularly admitted into the school of Epicurus lived together, not in the manner of the Pythagoreans, who cast their possessions into a common stock, for this, in his opinion, implied mutual distrust rather than friendship, but upon such a footing of friendly attachment that each individual cheerfully supplied the necessities of his brother. Now the habits of the philosopher and his followers were temperate and exceedingly frugal, and formed a strong contrast to the luxurious, although refined, manners of the Athenians. At the entrance of the garden, the visitor of Epicurus found the following inscription: "The hospitable keeper of this mansion, where you will find pleasure, the highest good, will present you with barley cakes and water from the spring. These gardens will not provoke your appetite by artificial dainties, but satisfy it with natural supplies. Will you not, then, be well entertained?" And yet the owner of the garden, over the gate of which these words were placed, has been called a glutton and a stomach worshipper. From the age of 36 until his decease, he does not seem to have quitted Athens, except temporarily. When Demetrius besieged Athens, the Epicureans were driven into great difficulties for want of food, and it is said that Epicurus and his friends subsisted on small quantity of beans which he possessed, of which he shared equally with all of them. To better prosecute his studies, Epicurus lived a life of celibacy. Temperate and continent himself, he taught his followers to be likewise, both by example and precept. He died 273 BC, in the 73rd year of his age, and at that time his warmest opponents seem to have paid him the highest compliments to his personal character, and on reading his life and the detailed accounts of his teachings, it seems difficult to imagine what has induced calumny which has been heaped upon his memory. We cannot quote from his own works, in his own words, because, although he wrote very much, only a summary of his writings has come to us uninjured. But his doctrines have been so fully investigated and treated on, both by his opponents and disciples, that there is no difficulty to doubt as to the principles inculcated in the school of Epicurus. The sum of his doctrine concerning philosophy in general is this: philosophy is the exercise of reason in the pursuit of attainment of a happy life, whence it follows that those studies which conduce neither to the acquisition nor the enjoyment of happiness are to be dismissed as of no value. The end of all speculation ought to be to enable men to judge with certainty what is to be chosen and what to be avoided, to preserve themselves free from pain, and to secure health of body and tranquility of mind. True philosophy is so useful to every man that the young should apply to it without delay, and the old should never be weary of the pursuit, for no man is either too young or too old to correct and improve his mind, and to study the art of happiness. Happy are they who possess a nature and a free and vigorous intellect, and who are born in a country where they can prosecute their inquiries without restraint, for it is philosophy alone which raises a man above vain fears and base passions, and gives him the perfect command of himself. As nothing ought to be dearer to a philosopher than truth, he should pursue it by the most direct means, devising no actions himself, nor suffering himself to be imposed upon by the fictions of others, neither poets, orators, or logicians, making no other use of the rules of rhetoric or grammar than to enable him to speak or write with accuracy and perspicuity, and always preferring a plain and simple to an ornamented style. Whilst some doubt of everything, and others profess to acknowledge everything, a wise man will embrace such tenets, and only such as are built upon experience or upon certain and indisputable axioms. The following is a summary of his moral philosophy. The end of living, or the ultimate good, which is to be sought for its own sake, according to the universal opinion of mankind, is happiness. Yet, men, for the most part, fail in the pursuit of this end, either because they do not form the right idea of the nature of happiness, or because they do not make use of a proper means to attain it, since it is every man's interest to be happy through the whole of life. It is the wisdom of everyone to employ philosophy in the search of felicity without delay, and there cannot be a greater folly than to be always beginning to live. The happiness which belongs to a man is that state in which he enjoys as many of the good things and suffers as few of the evils incident to human nature as possible, passing his days in a smooth course of permanent tranquility. A wise man, though deprived of sight or hearing, may experience happiness in the enjoyment of the good things which yet remain, and when suffering, torture, or laboring under some painful disease, can mitigate the anguish by patience, and can enjoy, in his afflictions, the consciousness of his own constancy. But it is impossible that perfect happiness can be possessed without the pleasure which attends freedom from pain, and the enjoyment of the good things of life. Pleasure is in its nature good, as pain in its nature evil. The one is, therefore, to be pursued, and the other is to be avoided for its own sake. Pleasure, or pain, is not only good or evil in itself, but the measure of what is good or evil in every object of desire or aversion. For the ultimate reason why we pursue one thing and avoid another is because we expect pleasure from the former, and we apprehend pain from the latter. If we sometimes decline a present pleasure, it is not because we are averse to pleasure itself, but because we conceive that in the present instance it will be necessarily connected with a greater pain. In like manner, if we sometimes voluntarily submit to a present pain, it is because we judge that it is necessarily connected with a great pleasure. Although all pleasure is essentially good, and all pain essentially evil, it doth not thence necessarily follow that in every single instance that one ought to be pursued and the other to be avoided. But reason is to be employed in distinguishing and comparing the nature and degrees of each, that the result may be a wise choice of that which shall appear to be, upon the whole, good. That pleasure is the first good, appears from the inclination from which every animal, from its first birth, discovers to pursue pleasure and avoid pain, and is confirmed by the universal experience of mankind, who are inclined to action by no other principle than desire of avoiding pain or obtaining pleasure. There are two kinds of pleasure, one consisting in a state of rest, in which both body and mind are undisturbed by any kind of pain, the other arising from an agreeable agitation of the senses, producing a correspondent emotion in the soul. It is upon the former that the enjoyment of life chiefly depends. Happiness may therefore be said to consist in bodily ease and mental tranquillity. When pleasure is asserted to be the end of living, we are not then to understand that violent kind of delight or joy which arises from the gratification of the senses and passions, but merely the placid state of mind, which results from the absence of every cause of pain or uneasiness. Those pleasures which arise from agitation are not to be pursued as in themselves the end of living, but as means of arriving at that stable tranquillity in which true happiness consists. It is the office of reason to confine the pursuit of pleasure within the limits of nature, in order to the attainment of that happy state in which the body is free from every kind of pain, and the mind from all perturbation. This state must not, however, be conceived to be perfect in proportion as it is inactive and torpid, but in proportion as all the functions of life are quietly and pleasantly performed. A happy life neither resembles a rapid torrent, nor a standing pool, but is like a gentle stream that glides smoothly and silently along. This happy state can only be attained by a prudent care of the body and a steady government of the mind. The diseases of the body are to be prevented by temperance or cured by medicine, or rendered tolerable by patience. Against the diseases of the mind, philosophy provides sufficient antidotes. The instruments which it employs for this purpose are the virtues, the root of which, when all the rest proceed, is prudence. This virtue comprehends the whole art of living discreetly, justly, and honorably, and is, in fact, the same thing with wisdom. It instructs men to free their understandings from the clouds of prejudice, to exercise temperance and fortitude in the government of themselves, and to practice justice towards others. Although pleasure or happiness, which is the end of living, be superior to virtue, which is only the means, it is every one's interest to practice all the virtues, for in a happy life, pleasure can never be separated from virtue. A prudent man, in order to secure his tranquillity, will consist his natural disposition in the choice of his plan of life. If, for example, he be persuaded that he should be happier in a state of marriage than in celibacy, well, he ought to marry. But if he be convinced that matrimony would be an impediment to his happiness, he ought to remain single. In like manner, Such persons are naturally active, enterprising, or ambitious, or such as by condition of their birth are placed in a way of civil officers, should accommodate themselves to their nature and situation by engaging in public affairs, while such as are from natural temper fond of leisure and retirement, or from experience or observation are convinced that a life of public business would be inconsistent with their happiness, are unquestionability at liberty, except where particular circumstances call them to the service of their country, to pass their lives in obscure repose. Temperance is that discreet regulation of the desires and passions by which we are enabled to enjoy pleasures without suffering any consequent inconvenience. They who maintain such a constant self-command as never to be enticed by the prospect of present indulgence, to do that with which will be productive of evil, obtain the truest pleasure by declining pleasure, since of all desires some are natural and necessary, others natural but not necessary, and others neither natural nor necessary, but the offspring of false judgment. It must be the office of temperance to gratify the first class, as far as nature requires, to restrain the second within the bounds of moderation, and as for the third, resolutely to oppose, and, if possible, entirely repress. Sobriety, as opposed to inebriety and gluttony, is an admirable use in teaching men that nature is satisfied with a little, and enabling them to content themselves with simpler and frugal fare. Such a manner of living is conducive to the preservation of health, renders a man alert and active in all offices of life, affords him an exquisite relish of the occasional varieties of a plentiful board, and prepares him to meet every reverse of fortune without the fear of want. Continence is a branch of temperance, which prevents diseases, infamy, remorse, and punishment to which those are exposed who indulge themselves in unlawful amours. Music and poetry, which are often employed as incentives to licentious pleasure, are to be cautiously and sparingly used. Gentleness, as opposed to an irascible temper, greatly contributes to the tranquillity and happiness of life, by preserving the mind from perturbation, and arming it against the assaults of calumny and malice. A wise man, who puts himself under the government of reason, will be able to receive an injury with calumnies, and to treat the person who committed it with leniency, for he will rank injuries among the casual events of his life, and will prudently reflect that he can no more stop the natural current of human passions than he can curb the stormy winds. Refractory servants in a family should be chastised, and disorderly members of a state punished without wrath. Moderation in the pursuit of honors or riches is the only security against disappointment of vexation. A wise man, therefore, will prefer the simplicity of rustic life to the magnificence of courts. Future events a wise man will consider as uncertain, and will therefore neither suffer himself to be elated with confident expectation, nor to be depressed by doubt and despair, for both are equally destructive of tranquillity. It will contribute to the enjoyment of life, to consider death as the perfect termination of a happy life, which it becomes us close like satisfied guests, neither regretting the past nor anxious for the future. Fortitude, the virtue which enables us to endure pain and banish fear, is of great use in producing tranquility. Philosophy instructs us to pay homage to the gods, not through hope or fear, but from veneration of their superior nature. It moreover enables us to conquer the fear of death by teaching us that it is no longer proper objects of terror. While we are, death is not, and when death arrives, we are not, so that it neither concerns the living, nor does it concern the dead. The only evils to be apprehended are bodily pain and distress of mind. Bodily pain it becomes a wise man to endure with patience and firmness, because if it be slight, it may easily be borne, and if it be intense, it cannot last long. Mental distress commonly arises not from nature, but from opinion. A wise man will therefore arm himself against this kind of suffering, by reflecting that the gifts of fortune, the loss of which he may be inclined to deplore, were never his own, but depended upon circumstances which he could not command. If, therefore, they happen to leave him, he will endeavor as soon as possible to obliterate the remembrance of them, by occupying his mind in pleasant contemplation and engaging in agreeable avocations. Justice respects man as living in society, and is the common bond without no society can subsist. This virtue, like the rest, derives its value from its tendency to promote the happiness of life. Not only is it never injurious to the man who practices it, but nourishes in his mind calm reflections and pleasant hopes, whereas it is impossible that the mind in which injustice dwells should not be full of disquietude. Since it is impossible that inquietus actions should promote the enjoyment of life, such as remorse of conscience, legal penalties, and public disgrace, must increase its troubles. Everyone who follows the dictates of sound reason will practice the virtues of justice, equity, and fidelity. In society, the necessity of the mutual exercise of justice in order to the common enjoyment of the gifts of nature is the ground of those laws by which it is prescribed. It is the interest of every individual in a state to conform to the laws of justice, for by injuring no one and rendering to every man his due, he contributes part towards the preservation of that society, upon the perpetuity of which his own safety depends. Nor ought any one to think that he is at liberty to violate the rights of his fellow citizens, provided he can do it securely. For he who has committed an unjust action can never be certain that it will not be discovered, and however successfully he may conceal it from others, that this will avail him little, since he cannot conceal it from himself. In different communities, different laws may be instituted according to the circumstances of the people who compose them. Whatever is thus prescribed is to be considered as a rule of justice, so long as the society shall judge the observance of it to be for the benefit of the whole. But whenever any rule of conduct is found upon experience not to be conducive to the public good, being no longer useful, it should no longer be prescribed. Nearly allied to justice are the virtues of beneficence compassion, gratitude, piety, and friendship. He who confers benefits upon others procures to himself the satisfaction of seeing the stream of plenty spreading around him for the fountain of his beneficence. At the same time, he enjoys the pleasure of being esteemed by others. The exercise of gratitude, filial affection, and reverence for the gods is necessary in order to avoid the hatred and contempt of all men. Friendships are contracted for the sake of mutual benefit, but by degrees they ripen into such disinterested attachment that they are continued without any prospect of advantage. Between friends there is a kind of league, that each will love the other as himself. A true friend will partake of the wants and sorrows of his friend, as if they were his own. If he be in want, he will relieve him. If he be in prison, he will visit him. If he be sick, he will come to him. Nay, situations may occur in which he would not scruple to die for him. It cannot then be doubted that friendship is one of the most useful means of procuring a secure, tranquil, and happy life. No man will, we think, find anything in the foregoing summary to justify the foul language used against Epicurus and his moral philosophy. The secret is in the physical doctrines, and this secret is that Epicurus was actually, if not intentionally, an atheist. The following is a summary of his physical doctrine. Nothing can ever spring from nothing, nor can anything ever return to nothing. The universe always existed, and will always remain, for there is nothing into which it can be changed. There is nothing in nature, nor anything can be conceived besides body and space. Body is that which possesses the properties of bulk, figure, resistance, and gravity. It is this alone which can touch or be touched. Space is the region which is or may be occupied by body, and which affords it an opportunity of moving freely. That there are bodies in the universe is attested by the senses. That there is also space is evident, since otherwise bodies would have no place in which to move or exist, and of their existence and motion we would have certain proof of perception. Besides these, no third nature can be conceived, for such a nature must either have bulk and solidity, or want them, that is. It must rather either be body or space. This does not, however, preclude the existence of qualities, which have no subsistence but in the body to which they belong. The universe, consisting of body and space, is infinite, for it has no limits. Bodies are infinite in multitude, space is infinite in magnitude. The term above or beneath, high or low, cannot be properly applied into infinite space. The universe is to be conceived as immovable, since beyond it there is no place into which it can move, and as eternal and immutable, since it is neither liable to increase nor decrease, to production nor decay. Nevertheless, the parts of the universe are in motion and are subject to change. All bodies consist of parts of which they are composed, and to which they may be resolved, and these parts are either themselves simple principles, or may be resolved into such. These first principles, or simple atoms, are divisible by no force, and therefore must be immutable. This may also be inferred from the uniformity of nature, which could not be preserved if its principles were not certain and consistent. The existence of such atoms is evident, since it is impossible that anything which exists should be reduced to nothing. A finite body cannot consist of parts infinite, either in magnitude or number. Divisibility of bodies ad infinitum is therefore conceivable. All atoms are of the same nature, or differ in no essential qualities. From their different effects upon the senses, it appears, however, that they differ in magnitude, figure, and weight. Atoms exist in every possible variety of figure: round, oval, conical, cubical, sharp, hooked, etc. But in every shape, they are, on account of their solidity, infrangible, or incapable of actual division. Gravity must be an essential property of atoms, for since they are perpetually in motion, or making an effort to move, they must be moved by an internal impulse, which may be called gravity. The principle of gravity, that internal energy which is the cause of all motion, whether simple or complex, being essential to the primary corpuscles or atoms, they must have been incessantly and from eternity in actual motion. Epicurus, who boasts that he was an inquirer and philosopher in his 13th year, was scarcely likely to bow his mind to the mythology of his country. A man who, when he was but a schoolboy, insisted upon an answer to this question: whence came chaos? Could hardly be expected to receive as admitted facts the fabulous legends as to Jupiter and other gods. His theology is, however, in some respects, obscure and unintelligible. For while he zealously opposed the popular fables which men misname god ideas, he at the same time admitted the existence of material gods, whom he placed in the intervals between the infinite worlds, where they passed a life undisturbed by aught, and enjoyed happiness which does not admit of augmentation. These inactive gods play a strange part in the system of Epicurus, and it is asserted that many of these ordinary conceptions of deity were put forward by the philosopher to screen him from the consequences of attaching to a charge of atheism. Dr. Heinrich Ritter, who does not seem very friendly disposed towards Epicurus or his philosophy, repudiates this notion, and argues, Epicurus was not in truth an atheist, and alleges that he was a mere pretense on his part, and that from his very theory of knowledge that the existence of gods could be deduced. This has been much litigated. It is quite evident that Epicurus neither regarded the gods in the capacity of creators, controllers, or rulers, so that his theism, if it be theism, was not of a very superstitious character. The god, who neither created man, nor exercised any influence whatever over his actions or thinking, could have but little to do with man at all. If we attempt to review the whole teachings of Epicurus, we and they are defective and imperfect in many respects, and necessarily so. We say necessarily so because the imperfect science of the day limited the array of facts presented to the philosopher, and narrowed the base upon which he was to erect his system. We must expect, therefore, to find the structure weak in many points, because it was too large for the foundation. But we are not, therefore, to pass it on one side, and without further notice, it should be rather our task to lay good, wide, and sure foundations on which to build up a system and develop a method, really having for its end the happiness of mankind. We live 2,000 years later than the Athenian philosopher. In those 2,000 years, many facts have been dragged out of the circle of the unknown and unused. Astronomy, geology, physiology, psychology, all except theology, are better understood. Men pretend they are searching after happiness. And where do they try to find it? Not here amongst the known, but in the possible hereafter amongst the unknowable. How do they try to find it? Not by the aid of the known, not by the light of facts, gathered in years of toil and sanctified by the blood of some of the noblest of truth's noble martyrs. No, but in the darkness of the unknown and unknowable, in the next world. Question the men who fly to theology for happiness, and they will tell you that the most learned of theologians sum up their knowledge in the word incomprehensible. Is it wonderful that their happiness is somewhat marred here by quarrels as to the true definition of hereafter? G.H. Lewes says of the Epicurean philosophy that the attempt failed because the basis was not broad enough. The Epicureans are therefore to be regarded as men who ventured on a great problem and failed because they only saw part of the truth. And we might add that Christianity and every other religious anity fails because the professors expect to obtain happiness in the next life and neglect to work for it in the present one. Epicurus says, "No life can be pleasant except a virtuous life," and he charges you to avoid whatever may be calculated to create disquiet in the mind or give pain to the body. Now, the Reverend Habakkuk Smileno of Little Bethel says that all pleasure here is vanity and vexation in the hereafter, and he charges you to continually worry and harass your mind with fears that you may be condemned to hell, and doubts whether you will be permitted to enter heaven. Which is the best, the philosophy of Epicurus or the theology of Smilenov? G.H. Lewes says, Epicureanism, in leading men to correct appreciation and moral end of his existence, in showing him how to be truly happy, has to combat with many obstructions which hide it from the real road of life. These obstructions are his illusions, his prejudices, his errors, his ignorance. This ignorance is of two kinds, as Victor Cousin points out. Ignorance of the laws of the external world, which creates absurd superstitions, and troubles of the mind with false fears and false hopes. Hence the necessity of some knowledge of physics. We can scarcely blame Epicurus that he was not in advance of his time, as far as the physical sciences are concerned, and therefore imparted an imperfect system of physics. We must, with our improved knowledge, ourselves remove the obstruction. The second kind of ignorance is that of the nature of man. Socrates had taught men to regard their own nature as the great object of investigation, and this lesson Epicurus willingly gave ear to. But man does not interrogate his own nature out of simple curiosity or simple erudition. He studies his nature in order that he may improve it. He learns the extent of his capacities in order that he may properly direct them. The aim, therefore, of all such inquiries must be happiness. We may add that the result of all such inquiries will be happiness if the inquirer will but base his investigation and experiments upon facts. Let him understand that as he improves the circumstances which surround him, so that he will advance himself, becoming happier and making his fellows happy also. Remember the words of Epicurus, and seek the pleasure for yourself, which appears the most durable, and attend with the greatest pleasure to your fellow men. Welcome. The following is a reading from a work titled Ancient and Modern Celebrated Free Thinkers by Charles Bradlaugh, working under the pseudonym Iconoclast, first published in 1877. It is about the life and philosophies of Zeno the Stoic. If you like this sort of stuff, you better subscribe, and you'll get plenty more of it in the future. Let's all get relaxed and begin. Zeno was born at Citius, a small maritime town in the island of Cyprus. This place having been originally peopled by a colony of Phoenicians, Zeno is sometimes called a Phoenician, but at the period when he flourished, it was chiefly inhabited by the Greeks. The date of his birth is uncertain, but must have been about the year BC 362. His father was a merchant, and Zeno appears to have been in the early parts of his life engaged in mercantile pursuits. He received a very liberal education from his father, whom we are told perceived in his son a strong inclination for philosophical studies, and who purchased for Zeno the writings of the Socratic philosophers, which were studied with avidly, and which undoubtedly exercised a considerable influence over his future thinkings. When about 30 years of age, he made a trading voyage from Citius to Athens with a very valuable cargo of Phoenician purple, but was unfortunately shipwrecked on the coast of Greece, and the whole of his freight destroyed. It is supposed that this severe loss, which must have considerably reduced his means, materially influenced Zeno, and induced him to embrace the tenets of the Cynics, whose leading principle was a contempt of riches. We are told that upon his first arrival in Athens, he went into the shop of a bookseller and took up by accident a volume of the commentaries of Xenophon. After reading a few pages, Zeno was so much delighted with the work that he asked the bookseller to direct him where he might meet men such as the author. Crates, the Cynic philosopher, passed by at the time, and the bookseller said, "Follow that man." He did so, and after listening to several of his discourses, was so pleased with the doctrines of the Cynics that he became a disciple. He did not long remain attached to the Cynic school. Their particular manners were too gross for him, and his energetic and inquiring mind was too cramped by that indifference to all scientific investigation which was one of their leading characteristics. He therefore sought instruction elsewhere, and Stilpo of Megara became his teacher, from whom he acquired the act of disputation, in which he afterwards became so proficient. The Cynics were displeased at his following other philosophy, and we are told that Crates attempted to drag him by force out of the school of Stilpo, on which Zeno said, "You may seize my body, but Stilpo has laid a hold of my mind." The Megaric doctrine was, however, insufficient. Zeno was willing to learn all that Stilpo could teach, but having learned all, his restless and insatiable appetite for learning required more, and after an attendance of several years upon the lectures of Stilpo, he passed over to the expositors of Plato, Xenocrates, and Polemo. The latter philosopher appears to have penetrated Zeno's design in attending the various schools, i.e., to collect materials from various quarters for a new system of his own. And when he came to the school, Polemo said, "I am no stranger, Zeno, to your Phoenician arts. I perceive that your design is to creep slyly into my garden and steal away my fruit." After 20 years of study, having mastered the tenets of various schools, Zeno determined to become the founder of a sect himself. In accordance with his determination, he opened a school in public Portico, called the Painted Porch, from the pictures of Polygnotus and other eminent painters with which it was adorned. This portico became famous in Athens, and was called Stoa, the porch. From this Stoa, the school derived its name, the students being called the Stoics. Zeno was a subtle reasoner, and exceedingly popular. He taught a strict system of morals, and exhibited a pleasing picture of moral discipline in his own life. As a man, his character appears to be deserving of the highest respect. He became exceedingly respected and revered at Athens for the probity and severity of his life and manners, and consistency thereof with his doctrine. He possessed so large a share of public esteem that the Athenians decreed him a golden crown, and on account of his approved integrity, deposed the keys of their citadel in his hands. Antichos Gonates, the king of Macedon, was a constant attendant at his lectures whilst at Athens, and when that monarch returned, he earnestly invited Zeno to his court. During the philosopher's lifetime, the Athenians erected a statue of brass as a mark of the estimation in which they held him. Zeno lived to the extreme age of 98, when, as he was leaving his school one day, he fell and broke his finger. The consciousness of his infirmity afflicted him so much that he exclaimed, "Why am I thus importuned? Earth, I obey thy summons." And immediately going home, he put his affairs in order and strangled himself. In person, Zeno was tall and slender. His brow was furrowed with thought, and this, with his long and close application to study, gave a tinge of severity to his aspect. Although of a feeble constitution, he preserved his health by his great abstemiousness, his diet consisting of figs, bread, and honey. He was plain and modest in his dress and habits, and very frugal in all of his expenses, showing the same respect for the poor as for the rich, and conversing as freely with the slave as he did with the king. Independent in spirit, he broke off all communication with his friend Democharis, because that person had offered to procure a gratuity for Zeno from the king of Macedon. His system appears to have been little more than a collection from various lessons of whatever was most in unison with his peculiar habit of thought, and an attempt to reconcile and combine one system in the various elements of different theories, taking from so many schools various portions of their doctrine. He seems to have provoked the antagonism of many of his contemporaries, and several philosophers of learning and ability employed their eloquence to diminish the growing influence of the new school. Towards the close of his life, he found a powerful antagonist in the person of Epicurus, and the Epicureans and Stoics have since treated each other as rival sects. Zeno's school appears to have been generally a resort for the poor, and it was a common joke among his adversaries that poverty was the charm from which he was indebted for his scholars. The list of his disciples, however, contains the names of some very rich and powerful men, who may have regarded the Stoic theory as a powerful counter-agent to the growing effeminacy of the age. After Zeno's death, the Athenians, at the request of Antigonus, erected a monument to his memory in the Keramikura. From the particulars which have been related to concerning Zeno, it will not be difficult to perceive what kind of influence his circumstances and character must have had upon his philosophical system. If his doctrines be diligently compared with the history of his life, it will appear that, having attended upon many eminent preceptors, and being intimately conversant with their opinions, he complied out of their various tenets a heterogeneous system, on the credit of which he assumed to himself the title of the founder of a new sect. The dialectic arts, which Zeno learned in the school of Diodorus Cronus, he did not fail to apply with the support of his own system, and to communicate to his followers. As to the moral doctrine of the Cynic sect, to which Zeno strictly adhered to the last, there could be no doubt that he transferred it almost without alloy into his own school. In morals, the principal difference between the Cynics and the Stoics was that the former disdained the cultivation of nature, and the latter affected to rise above it. On the subject of physics, Zeno received his doctrine through the channel of the Platonic school, as will fully appear from a careful comparison of their respective systems. The Stoic philosophy, being in this manner of heterogeneous origin, it necessarily partook of the several systems of which it composed. The idle quibbles, jejune reasonings, and imposing sophistry, which so justly exposed the schools of the dialectic philosophers to such ridicule, found their way into the porch, where much time was wasted, and much ingenuity thrown away upon questions of simply no importance. Cicero censures the Stoics for encouraging in their schools a barren kind of disputation, and employing themselves in determining trifling questions, in which the disputants can have no interest, and which, at the close, leaves them neither wiser nor better. And that this censure is not, as some modern advocates for Stoicism have maintained, a mere calumny, but grounded upon fact, sufficiently appears from what has been said by the ancients, particularly by Sextus Empiricus, concerning the logic of the Stoics. Now Seneca, who himself was a Stoic, candidly acknowledges this. It may, perhaps, be thought surprising that philosophers who affected so much gravity and wisdom should condescend to such trifling occupations, but it must be considered that, at this time, a fondness for subtle disputations so generally prevailed in Greece, that excellence in the arts and of reasoning and sophistry was a sure path to fame. The Stoics, with whom vanity was unquestionably a ruling passion, were ambitious for this kind of reputation. Hence, it was that they engaged with so much vehemence in verbal contests, and that they largely contributed towards the confusion instead of improvement of science by substituting vague and ill-defined terms in the room of accurate conceptions. The moral part of the Stoical philosophy, in like manner, partook of the defects of its origin. It may be as justly objected against the Stoics as the Cynics, that they assumed an artificial severity of manners and a tone of virtue above the condition of man. Their doctrine of moral wisdom was on ostentatious displays of words, in which little regard was paid to nature and reason. It professed to raise human nature to a degree of perfection before unknown, but its real effect was merely to amuse the ear and captivate the fancy, which fictions can never be realized. The extravagancies and absurdities of the Stoical philosophy may also be in some measure ascribed to the vehement contests which subsided between Zeno and the academics on the one hand, and between him and Epicurus on the other. For not only did these disputes give rise to many of the dogmas of Stoicism, but led Zeno and his followers, in the warmth of controversy, to drive their arguments to the utmost extremity, and to express themselves with much greater confidence than they would probably otherwise have done. This is, perhaps, the true reason why so many extravagant notions are ascribed to the Stoics, particularly upon the subject of morals. Whilst Epicurus taught his followers to seek happiness in tranquillity, Zeno imagined his wise man not only free from all sense of pleasure, but void of all passions and emotions, and capable of being happy in the midst of torture. That he might avoid the position taken by the Epicureans, he had recourse to a moral institution, which bore indeed the lofty front of wisdom, but which was elevated far above the condition and powers of the human nature. The natural disposition of Zeno, and his manner of life, had, moreover, no considerable influence in fixing the peculiar character of his philosophy. By nature, severe and morose, and constitutionally inclined to reserve and melancholy, he early cherished this habit by submitting to the austere amid rigid discipline of the Cynics. these qualities which he conceived to be meritorious in himself, in which he found to conciliate the admiration of mankind, he naturally transferred to his imaginary character of a wise or perfect man. In order to form an accurate judgment concerning the doctrine of the Stoics, besides a careful attention to the particulars already enumerated, it would be necessary to guard with the utmost caution against two errors into which several writers have fallen. Great care should be taken, in the first place, not to judge of the doctrine of the Stoics from words or sentiments detached from the general system, but to consider them as they stand, related to the whole train of premises and conclusions. Now, the second caution is not to confront the genuine doctrines of Zeno and the other ancient fathers of this sect with the glosses of the later Stoics. Out of many proofs of this change which might be adduced, we shall select one which is more worthy of notice, as it has occasioned many disputes among the learned. The doctrine we mean is that concerning fate. This doctrine, according to Zeno and Chrysippus, implies an eternal and immutable series of causes and effects, within which all events are included, and to which the deity himself is subject, whereas the later Stoics, changing the term fate into providence of God, discoursed with great plausibility on the subject, but still in reality retained the ancient doctrine of the universal fate. From this example, a judgment may be formed concerning the necessity of using some caution, and in appealing to the writings of Seneca, Antoninus, and Epictetus as authorities, in determining what were the original doctrines of the Stoic philosophers. Concerning philosophy in general, the doctrine of the Stoics was that wisdom consists in the knowledge of things divine and human, that philosophy is such an exercise of the mind as produces wisdom, that in this exercise consists the nature of virtue, and consequently that virtue is a term of extensive meaning, comprehending the right employment of the mind in reasoning, in the study of nature, and in morals. The wisdom of the Stoics is either progressive through several stages, or perfect, when every weakness is subdued and every error corrected, without the possibility of a relapse into folly or vice, or of being enslaved again by any passion or afflicted by any calamity. With Socrates and the Cynics, Zeno represented virtue as the only true wisdom, but being disposed to extend the pursuits of his wise men into the regions of speculation and science, he gave, after his usual manner, a new signification to an old term, and comprehended the exercise of understanding in the search of truth, as well as the government of appetites and passions, under the general term virtue. The great importance of the united exercise of the intellectual and active powers of the mind are thus beautifully asserted by the philosophical emperor. Let every one endeavor so to think and act that his contemplative and active faculties may at the same time be going towards perfection. His clear concepts and certain knowledge will then produce within him entire confidence within himself, unperceived perhaps by others, though not affectedly concealed, which will give a simplicity and dignity to his character, for he will at times be able to judge concerning the several objects which come before him. What is their real nature? What place do they hold in the universe? How long they are by nature fitted to last? Of what materials they are composed? By whom they may be possessed? And who is able to bestow them or take them away? The sum of the definitions and rules given by the Stoics concerning logic is this. Logic is either rhetorical or dialectic. Rhetorical logic is the art of reasoning and discoursing on those subjects which require a diffuse kind of declamation. Dialectic is the art of close argumentation in the form of disputation or dialogue. The former resembles an open, the latter a closed hand. Rhetoric is of three kinds: deliberative, judicial, and demonstrative. The dialectic art is the instrument of knowledge, as it enables a man to distinguish truth from error, and certainty from bare probability. This art considers things as expressed by words, and words themselves. External things are perceived by a certain impression, made either upon some parts of the brain or upon the percipient faculty, which may be called an image, since it is impressed upon the mind, like an image of a seal upon wax. This image is commonly accompanied with a belief of the reality of the thing perceived, not necessarily, since it does not accompany every image, but those only which are not attended with any evidence of deception. Where only the image is perceived in itself, the thing is apprehensible. Where it is acknowledged and approved as the image of some real thing, the impression is called apprehension, because the object is apprehended by the mind as a body grasped by the hand. Such apprehension, if it will bear the examination of reason, is knowledge. If it is not examined, it is mere opinion. If it will not bear this examination, it is misapprehension. The senses, corrected by reason, give a faithful report, not by affording a perfect apprehension of the entire nature of things, but by leaving no room to doubt their reality. Nature has furnished us with these apprehensions as the elements of knowledge, whence further conceptions are raised in the mind, and a way is opened for the investigations of reason. Some images are sensible, or received immediately through the senses, others rational, which are perceived only in the mind. These latter are called notions, or simply ideas. Some images are probable, to which the mind assents without hesitation. Others improbable, to which it does not readily assent, and others doubtful, where it is not entirely perceived, whether they are true or false. True images are those which arise from things really existing, and agree with them. False images, or phantasms, are immediately derived from no real object. Images are apprehended by immediate perception through the senses, as when we see a man, consequentially by likeness, as when from a portrait we apprehended the original by composition, as when by compounding a horse and a man we acquire the image of a centaur by augmentation, as in the image of a cyclops, or by diminution, as in that of a pygmy. Judgment is employed either by determining concerning particular things or concerning general propositions. In judging of things, we make sure to use some of our senses as a common criterion or measure of apprehension, by which we judge whether a thing is or is not, or whether or not it exists with certain properties, or we apply to that thing concerning which a judgment is to be formed some artificial measure, as a balance, a rule, etc. Or we call in other peculiar measures to determine things not perceptible by the senses. In judging of general propositions, we make use of our preconceptions, or universal principles as criteria or measures of judgment. The first impressions from the senses produce in the mind an involuntary emotion, but a wise man afterwards deliberately examines them, that he may know whether they be true or false, and assents to or rejects them as the evidence which offers itself to his understanding appears sufficient or insufficient. This assent or approbation will indeed be necessarily given or withheld according to the ultimate state of the proofs which are adduced, as the scales of balance will sink or rise according to the weights which are placed upon them. But while the vulgar give immediate credit to the report of the senses, wise men suspend their assent till they have deliberately examined the nature of things and carefully estimated the weight of evidence. The mind of a man is originally like a blank leaf, wholly without characters, but capable of receiving any. The impressions which are made upon it by means of the senses remain in the memory after the objects which occasioned them are removed. A succession of these continued impressions made by similar objects produces experience, and hence arises permanent notions, opinions, and knowledge. Even universal principles are originally formed by experience from sensible images. All men agree in their common notions or preconceptions. Disputes only arise concerning the application to these particular cases. Let us pass on to the Stoical doctrine concerning nature, and back to Zeno. According to Zeno and his followers, there existed from eternity a dark and confused chaos, in which was contained the first principles of all future beings. This chaos at length arranged, and emerging into variable forms, became the world as it now subsists. The world, or nature, is that whole which comprehends all things, and of which all things are parts and members. The universe, though one whole, contains two principles, distinct from elements, one passive, the other active. The passive principle is pure matter without qualities. The active principle is reason, or God. This is the fundamental doctrines of the Stoics concerning nature. The Stoical system teaches that both the active and passive principles in nature are corporeal, since whatever acts or suffers must be so. The efficient cause, or God, is pure ether or fire, inhabiting the exterior surface of the heavens, where everything in which is divine placed. This ethereal substance of divine fire comprehends all the vital principles by which individual beings are necessarily produced, and contains all forms of things, which the highest regions of the universe are diffused through every other part of nature. Seneca, indeed, calls God incorporeal reason, but by this term he can only mean to distinguish the divine ethereal substance from gross bodies, for according to the Stoics, whatever has a substantial existence is corporeal. Nothing is incorporeal, except that infinite vacuum which surrounds the universe. Even mind and voice are corporeal, and in like manner, deity. Matter, or the passive principle in the Stoic system, is destitute of all qualities, but ready to receive any form, inactive and without motion, unless moved by some external cause. The contrary principle, or the ethereal operative fire, being active and capable of producing all things from matter with consummate skill according to the forms which it contains, although in its nature corporeal, considered in opposition to gross and sluggish matter or to the elements, is said to be immaterial and spiritual. For want of carefully attending to the preceding distinction, some writers have been so far imposed upon by the bold innovations of the Stoics in use of terms as to inter from the appellations from which they sometimes apply to the deity, that they conceived him so strictly and properly incorporeal. The truth appears to be that they sometimes spoke of the soul of a man, a portion of the divinity, as an exceedingly rare and subtle body, and sometimes as a warm and fiery spirit, so that they spoke of the deity as corporeal, considered as distinct from the incorporeal vacuum or infinite space, but as spiritual, considered in opposition to gross and inactive matter. They taught, indeed, that God is underived, incorruptible and eternal, possessed of intelligence, good and perfect, the efficient cause for all the peculiar qualities or forms of things, and the constant preserver and governor of the world. And they described the deity under many noble images, and in the most elevated of language. The hymn of Cleanthes, in particular, is justly admired for the grandeur of its sentiments and the sublimity of its diction. But if in reading these descriptions we hastily associate them with modern conceptions of deity and neglect to recur to the leading principles of the sect, we shall be led into fundamental misapprehensions of the true doctrine of Stoicism. For according to this sect, God and matter are alike underived rather, and eternal, and God is the former of the universe, and no other sense than he has been the necessary efficient cause by which motion and form have been impressed upon matter. What notions the Stoics entertained of God sufficiently appears from the single opinion of his finite nature, an opinion which is necessarily followed from the notion that he is only part of a spherical and therefore finite universe. On the doctrine of divine providence, which was one of the chief points upon which the Stoics disputed with the Epicureans, much is written, and with great strength and elegance, by Seneca, Epictetus, and other later writers. But we are not to judge of the divine and original doctrine of this sect from the discourses of writers who had probably corrupted their language on this subject by visiting the Christian school. The only way to form an accurate judgment of their opinions concerning providence is to compare their popular language upon this head with their general system, and explain the former consistently with the fundamental principles of the latter. If this be fairly done, it will appear that the agency of deity is, according to the Stoics, nothing more than the active motion of a celestial ether or fire possessed of intelligence, which at first gave form to the shapeless mass of gross matter, and being always essentially united to the visible world by the same necessary agency, preserves its order and harmony. The Stoic idea of providence is not that of a being wholly independent of matter, freely directing and governing all things, but that of a necessary chain of causes and effects arising from the action of power, which is itself a part of the existence which it regulates, and which equally with that existence is a subject to the immutable law of necessity. Providence, in the Stoic creed, is only another name for absolute necessity, or fate to which God and matter, or the universe which consists of both, is immutably subject. The rational, efficient, and active principle in nature, the Stoics called by various names: nature, fate, Jupiter, God. What is nature, says Seneca, but God, the divine reason inherent in the whole universe and in all of its parts? Or you may call him, if you please, the author of all things. And again, whatever appellations imply celestial power and energy may be justly applied to God. His names may properly be as numerous as his officers. The term nature, when it is all distinguished in the Stoic system from God, denotes not a separate agent, but that order of things which is necessarily produced by his perpetual agency. Since the active principle of nature is comprehended within the world, and with matter makes one whole, it is necessary follows that God penetrates, pervades, and animates matter, and the things which are formed from it, or in other words, that he is the soul of the universe. The universe is, according to Zeno and his followers, a sentient and animated being. Nor was this a new tenet, but in some sort the doctrine of all antiquity. Pythagoras, Heraclitus, and after these, Zeno, taking it for granted that there is no real existence which is not corporeal, conceived nature to be one whole, consisting of a subtle ether and gross matter, the former the active, the latter the passive principle, as essentially united as the soul and body of man that is. They supposed God, with respect to nature, to be not a coexisting, but an informing principle. Now concerning the second principle in the universe, matter, and concerning the visible world, the doctrine of the Stoics is briefly this: matter is the first essence of things, destitute of, but capable of receiving qualities. Considered universally, it is an eternal whole, which neither increases nor decreases. With respect to its parts, it is capable of increase or diminution, of collision or separation, and is perpetually changing. Bodies are continually tending towards dissolution. Matter always remains the same. Matter is not infinite but finite, being circumscribed by the limits of the world, but its parts are indefinitely divisible. The world is spherical in its form and is surrounded by an infinite vacuum. The action of the divine nature upon matter first produced the element of moisture, and then the other elements fire, air, and earth, of which all bodies are composed. Air and fire have essential levity, or tend toward the exterior surface of the world. Earth and water have essential gravity, or tend towards the center. All the elements are capable of reciprocal conversion, air passing into fire or into water, earth into air and water, but there is this essential difference among the elements, that fire and air have within themselves a principle of motion, while water and earth are merely passive. This world, including the whole of nature, God and matter, subsisted from eternity, and will forever subsist. But the present regular frame of nature had a beginning, and will have an end. The parts tend towards dissolution, but the whole remains immutably the same. The world is liable to destruction from the prevalence of moisture or of dryness, the former producing a universal inundation, and the latter a universal conflagration. These succeed each other in nature as regularly as winter and summer. When the universal inundation takes place, the whole surface of the earth is covered with water, and all animal life is destroyed, after which nature is renewed and subsists just as before, till the element of fire, becoming prevalent in its turn, dries up all the moisture, converts every substance into its own nature, and at last, by a universal conflagration, reduces the world to its pristine state. At this period, all material forms are lost in one chaotic mass. All animated nature is reunited to the deity, and nature again exists in its original form, as one whole, consisting of God and matter. From this chaotic state, however, it again emerges, by energy of the efficient principle, and gods and men, and all the forms of regulated nature are renewed, and to be dissolved into renewed in endless succession. The above is collated from Ritter, Enfield, and Lewes as a specimen of one of the earlier phases of free thought. Free thought, as then expressed, had many faults and flaws, but has grown better every day, extending and widening its circle of utterance, and we hope it will continue to do so. Gaius Octavius Thurinus, or simply Augustus, born in 63 BC and subsequently referred to as Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus, the first emperor of the Roman Empire, governing from 27 BC until his death in AD 14. Following a victory against Mark Antony and Cleopatra at the Battle of Actium, he initiated an unprecedented period of peace, termed the Pax Romana, which endured for more than 2 centuries. But that's not all. He also restructured the Roman economy, administration, military and cultural institutions, establishing a standing army with a dedicated police force to uphold peace, repair temples, and advance Roman values via significant architectural endeavors. He then meticulously constructed his persona as the princeps, or first citizen, eschewing monarchical semblance, which facilitated the stabilization of his power and ensured his position as a crucial character in the history of Rome, signifying the conclusive termination of the Republic and paving the way for autocratic control. Hello and welcome. Once more we go back to Roman times, Today looking at Augustus, very important emperor. The first. That's got to be counting for something. As always, leave your thoughts in the comments and tell me what you think about Augustus. Maybe you like him, maybe you don't. Or if you're undecided, perhaps you'll find out by the end of the video. Well, that being said, let's begin. Now, before we do so, remember that the name Augustus is kind of like a title. Now, throughout the earlier parts, we're going to be referring to him by his other name, Octavian, which you might also be familiar with. Kind of like referring to him as Augustus, sort of like saying emperor. So let's continue with that in mind. If I mention Octavian, I'm talking about Augustus, the character in question. So, let's talk about where he was born. He was actually born on the Palatine Hill in a nice little palace known as Oxhead, modest estate, quite close to the Roman Forum, and early on in his life he was also given the cognomen Thurinus, which was likely in recognition of a victory his father had over a slave revolt not long after his birth at a place called Thuri. Now, due to the overcrowding in Rome at the time, Octavian was sent to Velletri, his father's ancestral village, for his early upbringing. He briefly mentioned his father's equestrian status in his memoirs, but like we said, just briefly. Now, his paternal great-grandfather served as a military tribune in Sicily during the Second Punic War, while his grandfather held several local political positions. Now, his father, who was also named Octavius, served as the governor of Macedonia. Well, what about on his mother's side? Well, that's an interesting lineage too. You see, Octavian's mother, Atia, was actually the niece of Julius Caesar. Small world. So, around 59 BC, Octavian was just 4 years old, and his father passed away. His mother later remarried one Lucius Marcius Philippus, a former governor of Syria, who claimed descent from Alexander the Great, albeit rather loosely. Well, no one could prove him wrong. Either way, he became consul in 56 BC. Philippus, however, took little interest in the young Octavian, who was subsequently raised by his grandmother Julia, who, once again, small world, was Julius Caesar's sister. Well, after Julia's death in 52 or perhaps 51 BC, Octavian delivered her eulogy. Afterwards, his mother and stepfather took a more hands-on role in his upbringing. So, fast forward a little bit. He's now 16 years old, and he had assumed the toga virilis, symbolizing his transition into adulthood, and joined the College of Pontiffs in 47 BC. The next year, he was tasked with overseeing the Greek Games, honoring the temple of Venus Genetrix, which had been built by Julius Caesar in earlier times. Now, we have another source, Nicholas of Damascus, who recounts that Octavian initially wished to accompany Julius Caesar during his campaigns in Africa. But, and I find this quite funny, he couldn't do so because his mother told him he wasn't allowed to. Some things never change, don't they? But, later on in 46 BC, she finally relented, allowing him to join Caesar on his campaign in Hispania to confront Pompey's remaining forces. However, Octavian unfortunately got sick. That's right, he fell ill and was delayed, but after he recovered he made the journey, and despite being shipwrecked, he traversed dangerous enemy territory with a small group of companions, and finally he reached Caesar's camp. Well, when he got there and explained all the things he had to go through, Caesar was apparently deeply impressed. Well, according to Velleius Paterculus, Caesar grew fond of Octavian, allowing him to even ride in his carriage. Upon their return to Rome, Caesar entrusted his will to the Vestal Virgins, and he named Octavian as his primary heir. Of course, we all know what happened to Julius Caesar on the Ides of March 44 BC, where they turned him into a block of Swiss cheese. Now at that time, Octavian was in Apollonia, Illyria, engaged in studies and military training. Despite advice from military officers to take refuge in Macedonia, he returned to Italy to try and assess what could be scrounged of his political future. Well, Caesar, having no legitimate heirs under Roman law, had adopted Octavian in his will and named him as his chief heir. Of course, Mark Antony later accused Octavian of using inappropriate means to secure his adoption, but historians like Suetonius dismiss this as political slander aimed at damaging Octavian's reputation, and well, that kind of was the name of the game at the time. Well, upon reaching Lupiae near Brundisium, Octavian had learned of the details, in all their gruesomeness, of Caesar's demise, but also of his will, and decided to accept his role as Caesar's political heir, inheriting 2/3 of his estate as well, which is certainly not a bad deal. Now, Octavian took on the name Gaius Julius Caesar as part of his adoption. Though Roman naming customs usually retained a person's former name as a cognomen, meaning that Octavian would have added Octavianus, he appears not to have formally adopted this name, and most historians just use Octavian to differentiate him from Julius Caesar before he became Augustus in 27 BC. Well, without substantial personal wealth, Octavian needed resources to establish himself politically. You can't just walk into the Senate with empty pockets. After receiving support from Caesar's soldiers in Brundisium, he requested funds that Caesar had amassed from his campaign against the Parthians. And this was a serious pile of money. It included 700 million sesterces, which were stored at Brundisium. And despite questions from the Senate about the appropriation of these funds, Octavian managed to get away without facing any legal repercussions, as he eventually used the money to build a force to confront Mark Antony, who was the chief opponent of the Senate at the time, ran off to Egypt to enjoy the local flavor. Well, in 44 BC, he also took control of the annual tribute from Rome's Near Eastern provinces without formal approval, which further solidified his financial and political position. Now, Octavian commenced augmenting his personal forces with Caesar's experienced legions and troops allocated for the Parthian campaign, consolidating support by highlighting his position as Caesar's heir. During his advance to Rome through Italy, Octavian's presence and newly obtained resources garnered significant support, particularly from Caesar's former veterans located in Campania. By June, he had assembled an army of 3,000 battle-hardened and devoted veterans, compensating each of them with a bonus of 500 denarii. As we always say on this channel, money talks. Well, upon his arrival in Rome on the 6th of May, 44 BC, Octavian discovered consul Mark Antony, a former associate of Caesar, engaged in a tenuous ceasefire with the assassins of the dictator. On the 17th of March, they were granted a general amnesty. Nevertheless, Antony effectively expelled the majority from Rome with a provocative eulogy at Caesar's funeral, swaying public sentiment against the murderers. I do believe, perhaps it was it? I think it was Marlon Brando in the film Julius Caesar, who gave the speech at the end. Friends, Roman countrymen, lend me your ears, that one. Well, we're not here to talk about that. Back to the real-life Mark Antony, who was consolidating his political power, while Octavian still had the potential to challenge him as the leading figure within the Caesarian faction. You see, Antony had alienated many Romans and supporters of Caesar when he initially opposed deifying Caesar. Furthermore, he withheld the money owed to Octavian as Caesar's rightful heir. This was possibly because he claimed that it needed to be separated from state finances. Well, either way, over the summer, Octavian won the loyalty little by little of many of Caesar's veterans and aligned himself with senators, many of whom had once been staunch supporters of Caesar. But now they viewed Antony as a great threat to the Republic. Efforts by the veterans to mediate between Antony and Octavian completely broke down, and Antony's frankly aggressive stance towards Brutus and Cassius alienated him from more moderate Caesarians in the Senate, who feared the return of a civil war. And with memories fresh in the mind of civil wars of the past, living memory, well, nobody wanted anything like that again. And so, in September, Marcus Tullius Cicero began a series of speeches directly pointing the finger and attacking Mark Antony, portraying him as a danger to the Republic. Well, as Antony's popularity began to wane and his term as consul neared its end, he sought to secure control of Cisalpine Gaul. Meanwhile, Octavian had raised a private army of Caesarian veterans, and on the 28th of November successfully persuaded 2 of Antony's legions to join him with promises of financial rewards. As Octavian's army grew more and more powerful and more skilled, Antony recognized the danger of remaining in Rome and decided to leave for Cisalpine Gaul, a move that relieved the Senate. Antony was set to assume control of the provinces on the 1st of January, but it had already been assigned to Decimus Junius Brutus Albinus, one of Julius Caesar's assassins, who refused to yield. In response, Antony laid siege to Decimus Brutus at Mutina, ignoring the Senate's pleas for peace. With no military force at its disposal, the Senate saw their opportunity in Octavian, who had already proven his ability to lead troops. As for Cicero, well, he defended Octavian from Antony's critiques regarding his lack of aristocratic lineage and his use of Caesar's name, portraying Octavian as a symbol of Roman piety and tradition, back to their roots. And of course, when you've got a Senate filled with old men. Well, that's certainly one way to sell it to them. Now, thanks to Cicero's influence, the Senate made Octavian a senator on January the 1st, 43 BC, and granted him imperium pro praetore, which officially empowered him to command troops alongside the consuls Hirtius and Pansa in relieving the siege of Mutina. Octavian received the phases on January the 7th, a date he later considered the official start of his public career. Antony's forces, on the other hand, were defeated at the Battle of Forum Gallorum on April 14th, and then at Mutina about a week later on April 21st, which forced Antony to retreat back to Transalpine Gaul. However, both consuls were killed in battle, leaving Octavian in sole command of their armies. These victories earned him the honorific title of Imperator, which was a distinction reserved only for victorious commanders. Well, despite Octavian's military success, the Senate awarded more credit to Decimus Brutus and sought to give him control of the consular forces. So, in response, Octavian stayed in the Po Valley and withheld further support against Antony. Fair enough. If they're not going to give him any credit, why bother showing up? In July, Octavian's centurions arrived in Rome, and they demanded that Octavian be granted the vacant consulship left by the deaths of Hirtius and Pansa, and also the repeal of Antony's designation as a public enemy. Well, when the Senate refused, Octavian marched on Rome, and with 8 legions. Well, he faced minimal resistance, and he was elected consul on August 19th, 43 BC, alongside his relative Quintus Padius as a co-consul. Meanwhile, Antony formed an alliance with Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, another key supporter of Caesar. Now, I love this. Not being offered the position you want, not getting the job. So after demanding they give it to you, and hearing the wrong answer, you gather all your friends together and just show of force. Eventually, that'll get you the job. Well, that's one way of securing employment. Now, in October 43 BC, Octavian, Antony, and Lepidus met near Bononia to form the second triumvirate. Now remember, the first triumvirate was Caesar, Crassus, and Pompey. Go watch the video on that. Now, of course, this second triumvirate was a legally recognized coalition that was granted extraordinary powers by the Senate on November 27th for a term of 5 years. Unlike the informal first triumvirate we've just mentioned between Pompey, Caesar, and Crassus, this new political alliance was formalized through legislation passed by the people themselves. The triumvirs soon launched a series of proscriptions, declaring between 130 and 300 senators and 2,000 equites as outlaws. Well, these proscriptions were partly motivated by the need to raise funds to pay their soldiers for the upcoming confrontation with Caesar's assassins, Brutus and Cassius. The Romans were encouraged to capture the proscribed, with rewards offered for doing so, while the triumvirs seized the properties of the convicted and sold them for quite a pretty penny. Well, of course, ancient historians seem to disagree on which triumvir had the greatest responsibility for these executions and the proscriptions, although all three utilized them to eradicate political adversaries to differing extents. Now, Velleius Paterculus asserts that Octavian sought to refrain from targeting officials, whilst Antony and Lepidus advocated for the proscriptions. Cassius Dio, another historian of the time I'm sure you've heard of, depicts Octavian as more predisposed to preserving life, whereas Antony and Lepidus, possessing stronger political affiliations, confronted a greater number of adversaries. As for Appian, he contends that Octavian was equally implicated as the others. Suetonius suggests that Octavian originally exhibited hesitation, but after a little bit of thought about it, he ultimately engaged his adversaries with even greater ferocity than the other two. Well, either way, January the 1st, 42 BC, the Senate formally deified Julius Caesar, bestowing upon Octavian the title Divi Filius, which means son of the divine. Antony and Octavian subsequently initiated a campaign to vanquish Brutus and Cassius, who had entrenched themselves in Greece. The dual confrontations at Philippi in October 42 BC culminated in the victory of the Caesarian army, leading to the life-takings of Brutus and Cassius, in words that YouTube does not appreciate. Now, Antony leveraged these wins to discredit Octavian, alleging cowardice for entrusting military leadership to Agrippa, while asserting personal credit for the triumphs. Now, after this, the second triumvirate reallocated the Roman territory. Octavian, he assumed command of Gaul and Hispania, but Antony had eyes eastward, and he established a very famous alliance, of course, with Cleopatra of Egypt, the former consort of Caesar, and even the mother of his child, Caesarion. Well, Lepidus, he was assigned Africa, but he had to cede Hispania to Octavian. When Octavian confronted the task of securing land in Italy to accommodate the veterans from the Macedonian campaign, a commitment given by the triumvirs, couldn't really back out of that one. A considerable number of these soldiers who had fought for Brutus and Cassius might actually defect from Octavian if their grievances were not addressed, so priorities had to be reorganized. Nevertheless, there was a problem. There was no public land accessible for colonists. Confronted with this dilemma of either estranging Roman civilians by land confiscation or provoking discontent among veterans, Octavian chose to simply appropriate territory. This decision impacted as many as 18 Roman towns, resulting in either complete or partial expulsions of local inhabitants to accommodate the soldiers. Widespread discontent with Octavian regarding the settling of his soldiers prompted many to align with Lucius Antonius, who was actually the brother of Mark Antony, and he also had substantial support from the Senate. Always helps to grease the wheels a little bit. Concurrently, Octavian requested a divorce from his wife Claudia, who was actually the child of Fulvia, Antony's spouse, and her initial husband Publius Claudius Pulcher. He restored Claudia to her mother, asserting that their marriage had never actually been consummated. Fulvia resolved to act, In conjunction with Lucius Antonius, she assembled an army in Italy to advocate for Antony's rights against Octavian. Lucius and Fulvia undertook a political and military risk by challenging Octavian. Given that the Roman army remained reliant on the triumvirs for its remuneration, you can't mess with somebody's salary now, can't you? Lucius and his allies were besieged, albeit defensively, at Perusia, where Octavian compelled their surrender by the early days of 40 BC. Now, Lucius and his forces were actually spared because of his familial connection to Antony, whilst Fulvia, she was exiled to Sicyon. Octavian showed very little compassion, however, for the multitude of allies devoted to Lucius, and on the 15th of March, the anniversary of Caesar's assassination, he slaughtered 300 Roman senators and equestrians for colluding with Lucius. Perusia was similarly ravaged and incinerated as a cautionary example for others. This egregious occurrence certainly tarnished Octavian's reputation and faced criticism from numerous individuals, including the Augustan poet Sextus Propertius. Now, Sextus Pompeius, the progeny of Pompey and a defiant general, had already secured his position quite nicely in Sicily and Sardinia after Julius Caesar's triumph over his father, as stipulated in an accord in 39 BC. Antony and Octavian were competing for an alliance with Pompeius, and in 40 BC, Octavian achieved a temporary alliance by marrying Scribonia, a sister or perhaps a daughter of Lucius Scribonius Libo, who was actually Pompeius's father-in-law. Scribonia delivered Octavian's sole child, Julia. On the same day he divorced her to wed Livia Drusilla, shortly after their marriage of just over a year. Make up your mind, Octavian. Well, during his time in Egypt, Antony was involved with a very spicy relationship with Cleopatra and fathered 3 children with her. Quite busy. Recognizing the decline of his friendship with Octavian, Antony decided that he would abandon Cleopatra in 40 BC, and he traversed to Italy with a substantial army to confront Octavian besieging Brundisium. Well, this new battle became unsustainable for both Octavian and Antony. You see, their centurions, having attained significant political stature, declined to engage in combat due to their allegiance to the Caesarian cause, prompting the legions under their command to pretty much follow suit and do likewise. At the same time, in Sicyon, Fulvia, the wife of Antony, succumbed to an abrupt illness as Antony was traveling to reunite with her. Fulvia's demise and the insurrection of their centurions enabled the 2 remaining triumvirs to achieve a kind of reconciliation of sorts. Now, this leads us to the autumn of 40 BC. Octavian and Antony ratified the Treaty of Brundisium, designating Lepidus to remain in Africa, Antony in the east, and Octavian in the west. The Italian peninsula was accessible for the enlistment of soldiers. Nonetheless, the measure proved pretty ineffective for Antony in the east. Now, to solidify the alliance with Antony, Octavian married his sister, Octavia Minor, to Antony in late 40 BC. Now, Sextus Pompeius menaced Octavian in Italy by obstructing grain shipments along the Mediterranean Sea to the peninsula. Of course, if you know anything about Egypt at the time, it was more or less the breadbasket of the Roman Empire. Every day, ships going back and forth along the Mediterranean Sea carrying all the grain. You lose Egypt, you lose the grain. So, Pompeius's son was appointed as the naval commander to instigate a severe famine in Italy. Pompeius's dominance over the sea led him to adopt the title Neptuni Filius, meaning the son of Neptune. Neptune, of course, being the Roman equivalent of the Greek god of the sea Poseidon. Now, a provisional peace accord was established in 39 BC by the Pact of Misenum. The blockade on Italy was terminated when Octavian conferred upon Pompeius Sardinia, Corsica, Sicily, and the Peloponnese, and assured him a prospective consulship for 35 BC. The territorial accord between the triumvirate and Sextus Pompeius began to disintegrate following Octavian's divorce from Scribonia and subsequent marriage to Livia on the 17th of January 38 BC. Now, one of Pompeius's naval commanders actually defected and surrendered Corsica and Sardinia to Octavian without even so much of a fight. Well, either way, Octavian didn't really have the resources to challenge Pompeius independently, and an accord was established to extend the Second Triumvirate for a further 5 years, commencing in 37 BC. By supporting Octavian, Antony anticipated securing backing for his own expedition against the Parthians, aiming to revenge Romans' defeat at Carrhae in 53 BC, which was, of course, an embarrassment up there with Cannae and Teutoburg. Not a good day for the Romans, existing in nightmares for quite some time after. Well, in a pact established at Tarentum, Antony allocated 120 ships for Octavian's campaign against Pompeius, while Octavian was to dispatch 20,000 legionaries to Antony for operations against Parthia. Octavian dispatched merely 1/10 of what he had promised, which Antony, of course, was not too pleased about. In fact, he perceived it as a deliberate insult, an affront to his authority. And so, in 36, Octavian and Lepidus initiated a collaborative campaign against Sixtus in Sicily. But notwithstanding Octavian's failures, General Agrippa nearly obliterated Sextus Pompeius's naval fleet on the 3rd of September during the naval battle of Naulochus. Sextus retreated eastward with his surviving troops when he was apprehended and murdered by Miletus, one of Antony's generals, the same year. Now, while Lepidus and Octavian accepted the capitulation of Pompeius's forces, Lepidus sought to assert complete and utter domination over Sicily, a zero-sum game, and he instructed Octavian to depart, let him have it all to himself. Thus Lepidus's forces abandoned him and defected to Octavius. Then they were also fatigued from combat. Didn't help Lepidus very much that Octavian was paying more too, so always a deciding factor. Hey, go where you're most valued. Well, Lepidus capitulated to Octavian and was allowed to maintain the position of Pontifex Maximus, but was expelled from the triumvirate. Well, with his public career all but over, he was virtually exiled to a property near Cape Circe in Italy. The Roman territories were partitioned between Octavian in the west and Antony in the east. Octavian guaranteed the property rights of Rome's residents to preserve peace and stability within his domain of the empire, but on this occasion in particular, he resettled his retired soldiers outside of Italy, and he returned 30,000 slaves to their previous Roman masters. These were slaves who had escaped to join Pompeius's army and navy. I bet that was an awkward way to reunite. Well, Octavian secured tribunal immunity for himself, his wife, and his sister from the Senate to guarantee their protection upon return to Rome. Concurrently, Antony was not having a good time. His war against Parthia proved to be a complete catastrophe. It had also damaged his reputation, and the scant 2,000 legionaries dispatched by Octavian to Antony were insufficient to really make any difference. It was over. Conversely, Cleopatra had the capacity to rejuvenate his military forces, and he was already involved in a romantic liaison with her, prompting him to send Octavia back to Rome. Now, Octavian utilized this to disseminate propaganda, suggesting that Antony was becoming less Roman by forsaking a genuine Roman wife for some Oriental paramour. In 36 BC, Octavian employed a political strategy to portray himself as a less dictatorial option compared to Antony, who was a more villainous one, and he declared the conclusion of the civil wars and offering to relinquish his position as triumvir, provided Antony would do likewise. Spoiler alert, Antony did not do likewise. So, 34 BC, Roman forces seized the kingdom of Armenia, and Antony appointed his son Alexander Helios as its monarch. He conferred the title Queen of Kings upon Cleopatra, actions that Octavian utilized to persuade the Roman Senate that Antony harbored intentions to undermine Rome's supremacy, and it certainly did not take much to convince them of that, especially Queen of Kings. Which kings are you talking about? Oh, do you mean us? Oh, we can't have that, can't we? So, January the 1st, 33 BC, Octavian assumed the full consulship once more and commenced the subsequent Senate session with a fervent denunciation of Antony's allocations of titles and lands to his family and queen. This rift between Antony and Octavian compelled a significant number of senators, along with both consuls of that year, to abandon Rome and actually desert to Antony's side. It wasn't that he was completely out of friends, but he didn't have too many of them. Thus, in the autumn 32 BC, Octavian acquired two significant defectors from Antony, that is, Munatius Plancus and Marcus Titius. The defectors provided Octavian with the facts necessary to substantiate his allegations against Antony before the Senate. So, Octavian forcibly infiltrated the shrine of the Vestal Virgins and confiscated Antony's clandestine testament, which he subsequently disseminated. The will intended to allocate Roman-conquered areas as kingdoms for his sons to govern, and specified Alexandria as the location for a mausoleum for himself and his queen. Well, they did not like that. In late 32 BC, the Senate formally rescinded Antony's consul powers and declared war on Cleopatra's government in Egypt. By early 31 BC, Antony and Cleopatra were briefly located in Greece when Octavian achieved the initial victory. The navy successfully transported men over the Adriatic Sea under Agrippa's leadership. Agrippa severed Antony and Cleopatra's primary military force from their maritime supply lines, while Octavian disembarked on the mainland across from the island of Corcyra, which is present-day Corfu, by the way, and then they advanced southward. There were deserters from Antony's army who were ensnared on land and water, and they defected daily to Octavian's side, while Octavian's men were sufficiently at ease to undertake their preparations. Antony's fleet navigated the Bay of Actium on Greece's western coast in a desperate effort to evade the naval blockade. On the 2nd of September, 31 BC, Antony's fleet confronted the significantly bigger fleet of smaller but more agile vessels commanded by Agrippa and Gaius Sosius during the Battle of Actium. Antony and his remaining troops were salvaged by a desperate intervention from Cleopatra's fleet, which had been stationed nearby. Now, 1 year later, on the 1st of August, 30 BC, Octavian vanquished their forces in Alexandria, subsequent to which Antony and Cleopatra took their own lives. Antony took his own life by falling on his sword, and was transported by his soldiers to Alexandria, where he perished in Cleopatra's arms. Very romantic. And Cleopatra shortly thereafter died from poisoning, contrary to the prevalent idea that she was bitten by an asp, but there's still a lot of argument going on about this. Well, we won't harp on about it now. Octavian had leveraged his status as Caesar's heir to advance his political ambitions, and he saw the risks of permitting another individual to do likewise. Consequently, he heeded the counsel of the Greek philosopher Arius Didymus that 2 Caesars are 1 too many, and then ordered the execution of Caesar's child Caesarion, but preserving the children of Cleopatra from Antony, with the exception of Antony's eldest son. Bad luck for him. Now, Octavian had previously exhibited pretty scant charity towards the defeated adversaries and engaged in actions that were deemed to be, frankly, of poor taste by the Roman populace. Nevertheless, he received commendation for absolving numerous opponents following the Battle of Actium. Well, following the defeat of Cleopatra and Antony at Actium, Octavian was poised to govern the entire republic under an unofficial principate. However, he needed to do this through a gradual accumulation of power. He accomplished this by appealing to the Senate and the populace while maintaining the republican traditions of Rome, kind of projecting an image that he was not seeking the monarchy or the dictatorship. Upon entering Rome, Octavian and Agrippa were appointed consuls by the Senate. Now you see, the prolonged civil war that had rendered Rome practically lawless. Yet the Republic was unwilling to acquiesce to Octavian's despotic rule. Simultaneously, Octavian could not relinquish his authority without jeopardizing the potential for additional civil conflicts among the Roman generals, even if he had no aspiration for power. His role necessitated that he prioritized the welfare of Rome and its provinces. And from this, Octavian's objectives were essentially to restore Rome to a condition of utmost stability, as far as that could be pushed, conventional legality and civility, by alleviating the explicit political pressure, at least nominally. Well, on the 13th of January 27 BC, Octavian publicly demonstrated the restoration of complete authority to the Roman Senate, and ceded his dominion over the Roman provinces and their military forces. During his consulship, the Senate possessed limited authority to initiate legislation by proposing proposals for senatorial deliberation. You see, Octavian, he no longer exercised direct control over the provinces and their military forces, but he maintained the allegiance of both active duty soldiers and veterans. And, well, if you've got the guys with the weapons on your side, it certainly helps. The careers of several customers and followers relied on his patronage, as his financial influence was unparalleled in the Roman Republic. Now, as consul, Octavian appointed senators as deputies in the provinces to ensure his directives were followed, while regions not under his direct control were managed by Senate-appointed governors. Although he was the leading political figure, he did not monopolize his authority. The Senate retained control over North Africa, Illyria, and Macedonia, with only 5 or 6 legions, compared to Octavian's 20. Of course, this didn't really pose any tangible threat to his power. One can breathe easy. This arrangement preserved the republican appearance of his authoritarian rule, echoing precedents from the republican era. And so, this is where the name change happens. On January 16th, 27 BC, where the Senate granted Octavian the title Augustus, meaning the illustrious one or sublime, which conferred religious authority and suggested a near divine status. His title was strategically chosen over Romulus, which implied kingship, a connection that Octavian wanted to avoid. Now, the Senate also recognized him as Princeps Senatus, evolving into a quasi-regal title for the leader. And of course, the title Augustus became the principal title for subsequent emperors, and this marks the start of his reign as emperor from January 16th, 27 BC. And for the rest of the video, we refer to him by that name, Augustus. I know it took a while, but, we have to provide the context beforehand. So, Augustus referred to himself as Imperator Caesar Divi Filius, which basically means Commander Caesar, son of the deified one. Through this title, he asserted his familial connection to the deified Julius Caesar, while the term imperator indicated a lasting association with the Roman tradition of triumph. And thus he converted Caesar, a surname of a branch of the Julian family, into a novel lineage originating with him. Thus, Augustus was rewarded the privilege to display the corona civica above his entrance and to adorn his doorpost with laurels. Nevertheless, he rejected the ostentation of symbols of authority, including the scepter, golden crown, purple togas of his predecessor Julius Caesar. Didn't want to be too flashy. But despite his refusal to signify his authority by wearing these kinds of things, the Senate conferred upon him a golden shield, exhibited in the curious meeting hall inscribed with the words Virtus, Pietas, Clementia, Justitia, valor, piety, clemency, justice. By 23 BC, the implications of the 27 BC settlement were becoming overwhelmingly clear. Augustus' annual consulate underscored his supremacy in Roman politics, reducing opportunities for others to achieve that highest position. His desire for his nephew, Marcus Claudius Marcellus, to succeed him caused tension with his allies Agrippa, Maecenas, and Livia. After the unexpected death of Aulus Terentius Varro Murena, Augustus appointed Republican Calpurnius Piso as co-consul. In late spring, Augustus fell gravely ill, and, believing that he was near death, took steps to ensure the Principate's continuation while addressing senators' fears of his anti-republican stance. He prepared to pass his signet ring to Agrippa and transferred official documents and military command to Piso, leaving Marcellus empty-handed, which actually surprised quite a few people because they expected him to name a clear heir, but he didn't. In fact, he only allocated properties to his heirs to avoid opposition from Republican-minded Romans who were weary of monarchy. He recognized Marcellus was unprepared for leadership, but intended to signal to the legions that Agrippa was his successor, urging their loyalty to him despite constitutional norms. Shortly after his illness abated, Augustus relinquished his consulship. Augustus would only serve as consul in the years 5 and 2 BC, both instances to facilitate the introduction of his grandsons into public life. Augustus employed a shrewd strategy by relinquishing his role as one of the 2 yearly elected consuls, so enhancing the prospects for aspiring senators to secure their consular position and enabling Augustus to exert greater influence within the senatorial class. Despite reigning as consul, Augustus sought to maintain his consular imperium, not only in his provinces, but over the entire empire. This aspiration, together with the Marcus Primus incident, resulted in a subsequent compromise between him and the Senate, referred to as the Second Settlement. So let's get on to that. You see, it was prompted by several key issues. Firstly, after Augustus abdicated the yearly consulship, he lost his official governing role, but he maintained his prominent status in the Roman provinces as proconsul. While consul, he could intervene in the affairs of provincial proconsuls appointed by the Senate. Now, that Marcus Primus affair, that was a significant issue of its own. You see, in late 24 or perhaps early 23 BC, Marcus Primus, the former proconsul of Macedonia, was charged with waging war against the Odrysian kingdom of Thrace, who was a Roman ally. Of course, he did not have the Senate approval to do this. His defense attorney, Lucius Licinius Varro Murena, claimed that Augustus had given Primus orders to attack the client state. But Primus later stated that these orders came from the deceased Marcellus. Now, if that was true, that would violate the Senate's authority established in the constitutional arrangement of 27 BC. You see, as Macedonia was a senatorial province, and it was not under the direct control of Augustus. I know, it's complicated, right? The situation threatened to expose Augustus' pretense of republican restoration and his role as merely the first citizen. Additionally, Marcellus's involvement suggested Augustus intended for him to succeed as princeps, which once again raised a few eyebrows as it hinted very strongly at monarchy. Augustus attended the trial, despite not even being summoned, acknowledging its importance. When he was there, he testified, and he swore that he had given no such command. Murena questioned Augustus's motives for attending, to which Augustus replied that he was simply there for the public's interest. Despite Primus's conviction, some jurors chose acquittal, indicating a kind of skepticism about Augustus's testimony, which was, of course, a slight to his authority. The second settlement aimed to clarify Augustus' legal authority in senatorial provinces. The Senate granted him a general proconsular imperium that covered the entire empire and elevated it to imperium proconsular maius, giving him superior authority over other proconsuls. Augustus stayed in Rome during this process and secured his proconsular imperium maius by 13 BC by generously rewarding veterans. He was granted lifelong authority as tribune, but did not hold the formal title. Previously, he enjoyed the Tribunicia Sacrosanctus, which provided immunity. Of course, where we get the name sacrosanct from. Now, he accepted full magistracy powers, which were traditionally limited to patricians, a status he gained by being adopted by Julius Caesar. Of course, this authority allowed him to summon the Senate and populace, veto decisions, oversee elections, conduct censuses, and determine membership to the Senate. Of course, he exercised this authority by enforcing traditional Roman attire in the forum. There was no precedent for combining tribune and censor roles, and Augustus was never officially a censor. Julius Caesar, well, he had similar powers, but lacked the ability to conduct a census. Augustus revitalized the role of the tribunus plebis by making it necessary for plebeians seeking the praetorship. Now, typically in republican eras, the authority Augustus retained post-second settlement would have been distributed among multiple individuals, each exercising it collaboratively with a partner and for a designated duration. Augustus possessed all powers simultaneously, and without a temporal constraint. Even those powers that ostensibly had time limits were immediately extended upon expiration, so basically the limits were pointless anyway. Now, the political nuances of the second settlement appear to have alluded to the understanding of the plebeian class, who constituted Augustus's primary supporters and clients. This compelled them to demand Augustus's involvement in imperial matters intermittently. In 22 BC, Augustus did not seek election as a consul, prompting further concerns that the aristocratic Senate was attempting to oust him from power. Now, in 22, 21, and 19 BC, the population rioted, permitting the elections of only one consul each year, presumably to reserve the other place for Augustus. Similarly, there was a famine that occurred in Rome around 22 BC, which incited fear as some urban plebeians urged Augustus to assume dictatorial powers to directly manage the problem. Following a dramatic rejection before the Senate, Augustus ultimately assumed the control of Rome's grain supply by virtue of the proconsular imperium, thus resolving the problem. It was not until 8 AD that a food crisis of this nature compelled Augustus to appoint Praefectus Annonae, a permanent prefect responsible for securing food supplies for Rome, You'd think they would have had that a bit earlier. It seems like an important job. Of course, concerns arose regarding the augmentation of powers conferred upon Augustus by the Second Settlement, culminating in the alleged plot of Fannius Caepio. Before the 1st of September 22 BC, a certain Castricius informed Augustus about a conspiracy orchestrated by Caepio. Murena, the candid consul who advocated for Primus during the Marcus Primus incident, was identified as one of the conspirators. Of course, the conspirators were all tried in absentia, with Tiberius serving as the prosecutor. The jury rendered a guilty verdict, albeit it was not unanimous. All the defendants were condemned to death for treason and executed immediately upon capture, without providing any testimony in their defense. Augustus maintained the appearance of republican governance while effectively concealing the underlying realities. In 19 BC, the Senate granted Augustus a form of general consular imperium, likely imperium consulare maius, similar to the proconsular authority he received in 23 BC. This, along with his tribune authority, demonstrated his influence from positions he did not officially hold. Of course, Augustus was allowed to don the consul's insignia, sit between them, and carry the fasces, symbolizing the consular authority, and this helped maintain his public image and also authority. On the 6th of March, 12 BC, after Lepidus died, he became the Pontex Maximus, the chief priest of Roman religion. On the 5th of February, 2 BC, he was named Pater Patriae, or Father of the Country. Now, the Second Settlement aimed to ensure constitutional stability for the Principate in case of unforeseen events affecting Augustus, his illness in early 23 BC, and the Caepio conspiracy highlighted the regime's reliance on his life, as frankly his potential death could and most likely would lead to a civil war. You see, memories of those past conflicts fresh in the collective subconscious, like Pharsalus and the Ides of March, where they weren't going anywhere. No one wanted to be reminded of those terrible days. To enhance stability, proconsular imperium was granted to Agrippa for 5 years, similar to Augustus's authority, likely covering Augustus' imperial province, but possibly excluding Senate provinces. And this marked the complete consolidation of Augustus's power. You see, by AD 13, he claimed 21 instances of being designated imperator by his army after victories, and his memoirs, Res Gestae, largely focus on military achievements. Now, Augustus in his time promoted the idea of leading a Roman civilization that had a kind of responsibility for governing the world, as reflected in the words of Virgil, Roman, remember to rule the earth's peoples with authority. Kind of like a Roman version, manifest destiny, the Roman man's burden kind of thing. Now, this expansionist sentient was widely supported in Rome and received divine endorsement from Jupiter in the Aeneid, promising imperial sine fine, sovereignty without end. By the end of his reign, Augustus's forces had conquered northern Hispania, modern Spain and Portugal, that is, the alpine regions of Rhaetia and Noricum, Illyricum, Pannonia, and even expanded Africa Proconsularis to the east and south. And then, of course, there was Judea, that was added to Syria after Augustus removed Herod Archelaus, with Syria governed by a high prefect from the equestrian order rather than a proconsul. Well, to safeguard Rome's eastern provinces from the Parthian Empire, Augustus depended on the client kingdoms of the east to serve as territorial buffers and to generate their own military forces for defense. To secure the empire's eastern border, Augustus deployed a Roman army in Syria, while his adept stepson Tiberius served as Rome's envoy to the east, negotiating with the Parthians. Tiberius facilitated the reinstatement of Tigranes V to the Armenian throne, which I'm sure Tigranes was very pleased about. Good for him. Well, his most significant diplomatic accomplishment was negotiating with Phraates IV of Parthia in 20 BC for the restitution of the battle standards lost by Crassus at the Battle of Carrhae, which served as a symbolic victory and a substantial morale enhancement for Rome. Definitely good to have them back. Now, it wasn't all good news. Of course, the Battle of Teutoburg Forest in AD 9 exemplifies a significant Roman defeat, where the legions commanded by Varus were annihilated by the Germanic leader Arminius, leader of the Cherusci, who was, well, at least they thought, a Roman ally. Augustus responded to this by sending Tiberius and Drusus to the Rhineland to stabilize the region, and they achieved some success. However, it really just, well, the game wasn't worth the candle anymore around the Rhine. It pretty much marked the cessation of the Roman expansion into Germania, well, excuse me, the Germans are attacking my voice. Well, either way, the Roman general Germanicus exploited a civil conflict among the Cherusci, specifically between Arminius and Segestes, and he triumphed over Arminius at the Battle of Idistaviso in AD 16. Well, Augustus intended for his grandsons, Gaius and Lucius, to be his heirs, adopting them and facilitating their political careers by assuming the consulship in 5 and 2 BC, leading to their nominations for consulships in AD 1 and 4. Of course, he favored his stepsons Drusus and Tiberius, granting them military commands and public office, with a preference for Drusus. After Agrippa's death in 12 BC, Tiberius was instructed to divorce his wife, Vespania Agrippina, and marry Augustus's widowed daughter Julia, after his mourning period, of course. Drusus' marriage to Antonia was seen as a strong bond, while Vipsania was simply Agrippa's daughter from his first marriage. Now, Tiberius possessed Augustus's tribune powers starting in 6 BC, but soon thereafter retired, allegedly seeking to disengage from politics while exiling himself to Rhodes. The exact reason for his departure remains a little bit mysterious, though it may seem from a confluence of factors, including deteriorating marriage with Julia and feelings of jealousy and alienation regarding Augustus's apparent preference for the younger Gaius and Lucius. Well, either way, Gaius and Lucius had entered the priesthood at a very young age, and they were showcased to the public quite positively, subsequently introduced to the military as well in Gaul. Well, the only other heir was Agrippa Postumus, exiled by Augustus in AD 7 and permanently disavowed. In fact, he's been described as a vulgar and brutish man of depraved character, which is definitely a 1-star review. Well, Augustus died on the 19th of August AD 14 in Nola, where both Tacitus and Cassius Dio reported rumors that Livia poisoned him with figs, of all things. Well, some historians view this as more of a fabrication by the supporters of Postumus or Tiberius as political rivals. Livia had been rumored to poison for her son, but these claims are most likely false. It is possible that she provided a poisoned fig as more of a push out the door for him, rather than murder, a bit of mercy to end his suffering. Either way, we do know that Augustus's health had declined before his death, and he prepared for a smooth power transfer, naming Tiberius, albeit quite reluctantly, as his successor. Although he seemed to improve upon arriving in Nola, it is speculated that, well, Augustus and Livia may have conspired to end his life at the right moment, as a favor to Tiberius, of all people, to ensure his acceptance of power. Well, either way, a large procession of mourners escorted the body of Augustus from Nola back to Rome, and all large public and private activities halted on the day of his burial. Tiberius and his son Drusus delivered the eulogy on 2 platforms. Augustus's bones were placed in a coffin and cremated on a pyre next to his monument. Of course, he was also proclaimed a member of the Roman Pantheon, aligning himself up there with the deities forever. Tiberius, born in 42 BC and becoming the 2nd Roman emperor in AD 14, reigning until AD 37. As the stepson of Augustus, the 1st Roman emperor, Tiberius inherited a burgeoning empire. He initially earned favor through his military prowess in Germania and Pannonia, and his service as consul in Rome, but despite his competence as a leader and administrator, his tenure is often marked by his autocratic style and an atmosphere of fear and suspicion that enveloped his later years. His reluctance to wholeheartedly assume the imperial role made him increasingly unpopular among both the population and the Senate, to the point that in AD 26 he withdrew to Capri, distancing himself from Rome and allowing his praetorian prefects to wield significant influence over the empire's governance. His reign saw the advancement of Rome's imperial system, but was also rife with political repression, including the execution of many high-ranking officials under trumped-up charges of treason, actions seen as efforts to consolidate his power. His death in AD 37 remains shrouded in mystery, with some accounts suggesting he was murdered at the instigation of his successor and great-nephew, Caligula. Hello and welcome. We go back to Roman times today. Tiberius. We've not talked about him yet, haven't we? As always, welcome to the newcomers and welcome back to those returning. I hope you're all enjoying the channel. And leave me an insightful comment and perhaps I will pin you up the top so everybody can enjoy. Now, without further ado, let's get on to it, nice and relaxed as always. November 16th, 42 BC. Tiberius, Claudius, Nero, and Livia Drusilla welcomed their child Tiberius into the world. You see, both of the parents, Tiberius, Claudius, Nero, and Livia Drusilla, were part of the prestigious gens Claudia, which was an ancient patrician family that had risen to quite some prominence in the early days of the Roman Republic. Of course, by this time, it had become the Roman Empire. Now, that was his birth name. But you are most likely going to hear the full name referred to as Tiberius, Julius, Caesar, Augustus. Now, on to his mother, Livia, because she's quite important in the story. She came from the Livii family, which was an old yet quite distinguished plebeian line, into which her father had actually been adopted into. But in 39 BC, Livia divorced Tiberius's father while pregnant and remarried. Now, who was the lucky guy? Well, it was actually Octavian, the later Emperor Augustus. Talk about an upgrade. Well, in 38 BC, Tiberius's younger brother, Nero Claudius Drusus, was born. By the age of 9, in 32 BC. Now, we're quite lucky to have a pretty extensive biography from Suetonius, and it mentions quite a lot about the early life, so we'll hear just a little bit from that now. Suetonius writes, "The principal events of his youth and later life, from the assumption of the gown of manhood to the beginning of his reign, were these. He gave a gladiatorial show in memory of his father, and a second in honor of his grandfather Drusus, at different times and at different places, the former in the forum, the later in the amphitheatre, inducing some retired gladiators to appear with the rest by the payment of 100,000 sesterces to each. He also gave stage plays, but without being present in person, all these on a grand scale, and at the expense of his mother and stepfather." Well, when your stepfather's the emperor, I'm sure you can write a few things off on essential expenses, that's for sure. But certainly not coming from very humble means, are Tiberius. Well, don't let that turn you off, don't worry. Anyway, by 23 BC, when Augustus, the emperor, had become gravely ill, there were these concerns about succession that began to surface, raising fears that his death might actually plunge Rome into civil unrest. Well, historians believe that this illness brought the issue of Augustus' successor to the forefront. Now, although Augustus seemed to hint that Agrippa or Marcellus might succeed him, the question was still up in the air. Tiberius and his brother Drusus were also considered as potential heirs. In 24 BC, Tiberius, who, by the way, at the time, was only 17 years old, began his political career under Augustus's guidance, securing the position of quaestor and receiving special permission to stand for the offices of praetor and consul 5 years earlier than the legal minimum age. Similar privileges were granted to his brother Drusus, as both were groomed for significant political roles within the empire. Well, you certainly get away with a lot when your dad is the emperor, or your stepdad at least. Well, subsequently, Tiberius commenced his appearances in court as an advocate, likely marking the onset of his interest in Greek rhetoric, which he was quite enamored with. One can hardly blame him. Well, in 20 BC, some years later, Tiberius travelled east to join up with Augustus, who was out on campaign, you see. The Parthian Empire had earlier seized the standards of the legions commanded by Marcus Licinius Crassus in 53 BC at the disastrous Battle of Carrhae. Also those of Decidius Saxa in 40 BC and Mark Antony in 36 BC. Yes, that is the Mark Antony who threw everybody under the bus by running off to Egypt. Well, following the negotiations with King Phraates IV of Parthia, either Augustus or Tiberius, or perhaps even both of them, successfully retrieved these standards for Rome. Well, Tiberius subsequently commanded a substantial contingent to Armenia, ostensibly to establish it as a Roman client state and mitigate the threat that it posed to the Roman Parthian frontier. Augustus achieved a compromise that resulted in the restoration of the standards, while Armenia was maintained as a neutral zone between the two powers. All in all, pretty successful campaign. Well, it can't all be work, can't it? Tiberius also got married. Congratulations to Vipsania Agrippina, the child of Augustus's esteemed companion and renowned general Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa. He was designated as praetor and dispatched with his legions to support his brother Drusus in the western campaigns. As Drusus concentrated his troops in Gallia Narbonensis and along the German border, Tiberius engaged the tribes in the Alps and Transalpine Gaul, successfully subjugating Raetia, a rather large tribe. In 15 BC, he identified the sources of the Danube and subsequently the curvature of its middle course. The Danube River is, well, it runs through quite a few countries, but if you were going to ask me which country it principally runs through, I'd probably say Romania. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's one of the larger river systems in Europe, Eastern Europe, besides the Volga. But we're not going to get into river systems right now. Well, either way, upon his return to Rome in 13 BC, Tiberius had quite a name for himself, and no wonder. So he was designated consul, and approximately his son Drusus Julius Caesar was born. Now, the demise of Agrippa in 12 BC enhanced the positions of Tiberius and Drusus regarding the line of succession. At the behest of Augustus in 11 BC, Tiberius annulled his marriage to Vipsania and wed Julia the Elder, Augustus's daughter, who was actually the widow of Agrippa. Poor Vipsania. I wonder if anybody asked her how she felt. Well, Tiberius was exceedingly hesitant to proceed, as Julia had previously pursued him during her marriage. A bit scandalous, while Tiberius was actually content in his own marriage. His new marriage to Julia commenced happily, but subsequently, according to Suetonius, had soured over time. Suetonius asserts that upon encountering Vipsania again, Tiberius pursued her to her residence, weeping and imploring for forgiveness, wanting his old girlfriend back. Oh, you know you can't do that. Subsequently, Tiberius conferred with Augustus, and measures were implemented to guarantee that Tiberius and Vipsania, having trouble with that name, would never encounter each other again. Well, Tiberius, being the golden boy of Augustus, was consistently promoted, and following the deaths of Agrippa and his brother Drusus in 9 BC, he appeared to be the unequivocal candidate for succession. In 12 BC, he obtained military commissions in Pannonia and Germany, both regions characterized by volatility and significant to Augustan policy. Which leads us to 6 BC. Some years later, Tiberius initiated a pincer movement against the tribe of the Marcomanni. It had been quite troublesome for some time. Tiberius, departing northwest from Carnuntum along the Danube with 4 legions, traversed the territory of the Quadi to invade the territory of the Marcomanni from the east. Now, General Gaius Sentius Saturninus would advance eastward from Mogontiacum on the Rhine with 2 or 3 legions, traverse the recently annexed territory of the Hermunduri, and assault the Marcomanni from the west. So the poor old Marcomanni, well, they didn't really stand a chance. Of course, the campaign was highly successful. However, Tiberius was, in the end, unable to really subjugate the Marcomanni, as he was promptly summoned to the Rhine frontier to safeguard Rome's recent acquisitions in Germania. And if you know anything about that area of the empire, you know that it is the most troublesome area to hold. Anything over the Rhine River, very difficult for the Romans, very frustrating. Well, he returned to Rome after this and served as consul for a second time in 7 BC, and in 6 BC he was bestowed with the tribunician power and authority in the east, roles that were previously occupied by Agrippa. Now, in the same year of 6 BC, on the brink of assuming command in the east and becoming pretty much the second most powerful individual in Rome after the emperor, Tiberius declared his withdrawal from politics, and he retired to Rhodes. Seems it was just all too much for him. In fact, the reasons for his withdrawal remain a bit of a mystery. There is a bit of speculation, though. Certain historians have suggested that Tiberius and Drusus were merely intended as placeholders, and would have been displaced once Julia's 2 sons by Agrippa, Gaius and Lucius, were adopted as heirs by Augustus and reached maturity. Now, once they put 2 and 2 together, with a shrug of the shoulders, said, well, screw this, we're going out of here. You can hardly blame them for that. Not going to play into a game that is rigged. Neither should you. Well, this indiscreet and highly visible conduct of his discontented spouse, Julia, may have also contributed. Missing his old wife, and not being too happy with his new one. It's one reason for a grown man to run away from home. Went out for a jar of olive oil and never came back. Well, Tacitus perceived this as Tiberius's fundamental motive for moving to Rhodes, indicative of all of his animosity towards Julia and his yearning for Vipsania. Tiberius, prohibited from seeing this woman that he adored, was wed to a woman he despised and subject to public humiliation due to her indiscretions in the Roman Forum. Well, don't want to say any more about that, don't we? Well, regardless of the motives of Tiberius's withdrawal, he nearly jeopardized Augustus's succession plans. You see, Gaius and Lucius were merely adolescents, while Augustus, at the age of 57, well, he lacked a direct heir. Following his death, the assurance of a tranquil transfer of power all but ceased. as did the certainty that his family and their allies would maintain authority if the role of princeps persisted. There are a few, let's say, melodramatic narratives that depict Augustus imploring Tiberius to remain, begging him, "Oh, please," even resorting to feigning a grave illness. "If you don't go, I will die. Oh, you must stay." One can hardly imagine the emperor doing that, but stranger things have happened. Either way, Tiberius anchored off the coast of Ostia until he received confirmation of Augustus's survival, after which he promptly set sail for Rhodes. Now, allegedly, Tiberius had lamented his departure and sought to return to Rome on multiple occasions, but Augustus consistently denied his petitions. Well, following his exit, succession depended exclusively on Augustus's two grandsons, Lucius and Gaius Caesar. The circumstances grew increasingly precarious in 2 AD, following the demise of Lucius. Augustus, possibly influenced by Livia, permitted Tiberius to return to Rome, but only as a private citizen. No starting any rebellions, please. Well, later in AD 4, Gaius was slain in Armenia, compelling Augustus to once again rely on Tiberius. The demise of his other son Gaius Caesar prompted a surge of activity within Augustus' household. Tiberius was thus adopted on June 26th as the complete son and heir, and consequently he was obligated to adopt his nephew Germanicus, the child of his brother Nero Claudius Drusus, and Augustus's niece Antonia Minor. In conjunction with this adoption, Tiberius was granted tribunician authority and a portion of Augustus's Maius Imperium, a privilege that even Marcus Agrippa may not have possessed. In AD 7, Agrippa Postumus, the younger sibling of Gaius and Lucius, was repudiated by Augustus and exiled to the island of Pianosa, where he was subject to a rather miserable solitary confinement. Imagine being exiled to some Greek or Italian island, though. It doesn't sound too bad. Well, consequently, in AD 13, when Tiberius's powers were rendered equivalent rather than subordinate to those of Augustus, he effectively became a co-princeps alongside Augustus, ensuring that upon Augustus's death, he could seamlessly assume governance without any interruption or potential turmoil. Pretty much, the paperwork's already done. When the time comes, and Augustus walks out the door, Tiberius simply just walks straight in, no questions asked. Well, at this time, of course, he was after a 2-year tenure in Germania. That was from AD 10 to AD 12. Now, Suetonius accounts the situation after this tenure. Tiberius returned and celebrated the triumph which he had postponed, accompanied also by his generals for whom he had attained the triumphal regalia. And before returning to enter the capital, he dismounted from his chariot and fell to the knees of his father, who was presiding over the ceremonies. Since the consuls caused a law to be passed soon after this that he should govern the provinces jointly with Augustus and hold the census with him, he set out for Illyricum on the conclusion of the lustral ceremonies. Now, according to Suetonius, these ceremonies had the proclamation of his co-princeps status occurred in 12 AD, pretty much immediately following his return from Germania. However, when he got back and he discovered that Augustus was in such a horrible state, he devoted an entire day to being with him, which I'm sure Augustus appreciated. No one wants to have those final moments alone. Well, Augustus passed away 19th of August, AD 14, and it was 1 month prior to his 76th birthday, and precisely 56 years after he initially took office as a consul. And that's one long career. And 76 years old? Well, that's a pretty good innings, I think. It's longer than most people lived back then. Longer than some people live right now. Depending on what part of the world you're in. He was cremated, and, with appropriate ceremony as previously arranged, deified. His will was then read and confirmed that Tiberius, who was now 55, as his sole surviving heir. And thus, just like that, as I said, paperwork already done, all signed up, Tiberius walked straight into the role. Nothing complicated, nothing needed to be done, no opposition, no rebellions, no succession crisis. Nope. Straight into the role as emperor. It doesn't actually happen too often. Well, the Senate convened on the 17th of September, so almost a month later, to affirm Tiberius's status as princeps, as it had previously been done for Augustus, bestow upon him its authority. Tiberius possessed the administrative and political authority of the princeps, yet he was devoid of the titles of Augustus and Pater Patriae. He declined the civic crown. Similar to Augustus, Tiberius may have endeavored to portray himself as a reluctant yet dedicated public servant, merely an ordinary citizen, striving to serve the state and its populace to the best of his ability and capacity. Unfortunately, not everybody was so keen on the idea. You see, his rejection of these titular, quasi-religious honors and his hesitance to embrace the complete authority of the princeps were actually perceived as affronts to the elite who conferred them, indications of a kind of hypocrisy rather than humility. Tacitus reported that Tiberius scorned the Senate as a, quote, men suited for servitude. I'm sure they didn't like that very much. Now, the antagonism between Tiberius and his Senate appears to have characterized his reign. During his initial years as emperor, you see, Tiberius appeared to desire the Senate to operate kind of independently, without regard to him or his duties as the first senator. His explicit directives were ambiguous, prompting discussions regarding their true implications instead of facilitating the enactment of his legislation. Well, the Roman legions in Pannonia and Germania had also not received the bonuses that were promised by Augustus, exhibiting early indications of mutiny as Tiberius's response remained mute. Where's the money, Tiberius? Well, think about it this way. If you inherit somebody else's debts, let's say that you buy some sort of shop that sells something, and when you buy it the first week, somebody comes in and asks for a refund on something that they bought a month ago, are you inclined to give them a refund? I know that's a little bit off topic, but if agreements were made under Augustus for certain sums of money to be paid for certain services, and Tiberius is now in charge, well, all of a sudden it's not Augustus's money, it's Tiberius's money. Anyway, try and put things into practical modern terms to provide a bit of perspective. So, Drusus Julius Caesar was sent with a small contingent to suppress the insurrection and restore order among the legions. Germanicus assumed the command of the rebellious troops and conducted a brief campaign across the Rhine into Germanic territory, ensuring them that any treasure acquired would serve as their reward. They'll get paid, they just have to go and take it. Germanicus's troops seized all the land between the Rhine and the Elbe. They seized control of the Teutoburg forest, where, yes, that same one where the 3 Roman legions and their auxiliary cohorts commanded by Varus had been obliterated several years prior. They were probably walking over their bodies as they were going through the place. Well, he also retrieved the legionary standards lost in that calamity, preserving them from the humiliation of captivity. These audacious and effective measures elevated Germanicus's already considerable popularity. Upon his return to Rome, he was granted a complete triumph, which he commemorated in AD 17. This was the inaugural complete triumph since Augustus's in 29 BC, so it was certainly a big deal. Now, in AD 18, Germanicus was bestowed authority over the eastern segment of the empire, which was similar to Agrippa and Tiberius prior to him. And this was perceived, by quite a few of them, as an indication of his potential succession to Tiberius. However, it didn't work out, because he died slightly more than a year later. Well, it was alleged that Gnaeus Calpurnius Piso, the governor of Syria, had poisoned him. But these are just allegations. Let's not lock up poor old Calpurnius just yet. Yeah, he probably poisoned him. Who are we kidding? Well, the Pisones had long been proponents of the Claudians and had formed an alliance with the young Octavian following his marriage to Livia, the mother of Tiberius. The death of Germanicus and the subsequent accusations implicated the new princeps. Piso was tried and, as per Tacitus, threatened to incriminate Tiberius. Well, the government's ability to link the princeps to Germanicus's death remains a little uncertain. Instead of persisting with the trial and the whole show of it amid clear Senate opposition, Piso chose to take the self-checkout line. Well, rest in peace to him. The problem is when you do that, it's seen as an admission of guilt. That being said, if the writing's on the wall, you never know what horrible, torturous fate they have in store for you. Well, AD 22, Tiberius conferred his tribunician authority upon his son Drusus and commenced the annual excursions to Campania, which reportedly extended in duration each year. In AD 23, Drusus perished under enigmatic circumstance, and Tiberius appears to have made no attempt to appoint a successor. Now in 26 AD, some 4 years later, Tiberius relocated to an imperial villa complex he had inherited from Augustus, situated on the island of Capri. It was located just off the coast of Campania, a conventional holiday destination for Rome's elite, especially those who appreciated the cultured and leisured form of life. Well, Lucius Aelius Sejanus had been in the service of the imperial family for nearly 2 decades when he ascended to the position of Praetorian prefect in AD 15. As Tiberius grew increasingly resentful of his role as princeps, he increasingly relied on the restricted secretariat bequeathed to him by Augustus, particularly on Sejanus and the Praetorians. Around AD 17 or perhaps 18, Tiberius reduced the size of the Praetorian Guard, tasked with the city's defense, and relocated it from encampments outside the city walls to within the city itself, thereby granting Sejanus access to approximately 6,000 to 9,000 troops. Now, the demise of Drusus enhanced Sejanus' status, particularly in Tiberius's perception, who subsequently designated him as his socius laborum, which basically means partner of my labors. It's basically a right-hand man. Well, Tiberius commissioned statues of Sejanus to be installed throughout the city, resulting in Sejanus becoming increasingly prominent, as Tiberius pretty much retreated from Rome entirely. Ultimately, following Tiberius's retreat in AD 26, Sejanus assumed de facto control over the entire state apparatus and the city of Rome. He'd pretty much just made himself the emperor. I mean, somebody had to do it. But his role was not precisely that of a successor. A little bit more complicated. You see, he had solicited marriage to Tiberius's niece, Livilla, in AD 25 rather, but he retracted the proposal under duress. Although Sejanus's Praetorians governed the imperial communications, thereby regulating the information exchanged between Tiberius and Rome, Livia's presence appears to have temporarily curtailed his explicit authority. Of course, she died in AD 29, and that altered everything. Sejanus initiated a sequence of purge trials, targeting senators and affluent equestrians in Rome, eliminating those who could challenge his authority, while augmenting both the imperial treasury and, of course, his own personal wealth. You gotta take a little bit for yourself, don't you? Well, Agrippina the Elder, who was also the widow of Germanicus, along with her 2 sons, Nero Julius Caesar and Drusus Caesar, were apprehended and exiled in AD 30, subsequently perishing under pretty mysterious circumstances. During Sejanus's purge of Agrippina the Elder and her family, Caligula, Agrippina the Younger, Julia Drusilla, and Julia Livilia were the sole survivors. Now, in 31 AD, Sejanus assumed the consulship alongside Tiberius, who was still absent, and he commenced his serious pursuit of power. Determining the exact events around this that's actually pretty challenging. But it does seem that Sejanus appears to have clandestinely sought to win over families associated with the Julians, and endeavored to ingratiate himself with the Julian lineage to position himself as an adopted Julian, as princeps, or even as potential regent. Livilia was subsequently implicated in this conspiracy and was disclosed to have been Sejanus's paramour for several years. The narrative of this appears to entail their conspiracy to depose Tiberius, backed by the Julians, and either seizing the principate themselves or acting as regents for the young Tiberius Gemellus, or even potentially Caligula himself. Individuals who obstructed him were prosecuted for treason, and then they just killed them all. It's usually the best way of dealing with people who are trying to take your power away in those times. So in AD 31, the same year, Sejanus was called to a Senate meeting, during which they read a letter from Tiberius which denounced Sejanus and mandated his immediate execution. Sejanus was prosecuted, and he, along with several associates, were executed within the space of a week, which just goes to show you how much they didn't like him. I mean, you rush that sort of thing through as quick as possible. No wasting time. Now, I suppose we can stay back after work to sort out the paperwork. Well, after this, he was succeeded as commander of the Praetorian Guard by Naevius Sutorius Macro. Now, Tacitus asserts the additional treason trials ensued, and that while Tiberius had been initially reluctant to take action at the beginning of his reign, by the latter part of his life he appeared to do so with a complete lack of remorse. The families with political connections to the Julians were the most adversely affected. The imperial magistracy was also affected, as well as all individuals connected to Sejanus or linked to his conspiracies, all swiftly tried and even swifter executed, with their assets confiscated by the state. And Tacitus gives us a pretty grim account of what was happening at the time. I quote from Tacitus: "Executions were now a stimulus to his fury, and he ordered the death of all who were lying in prison under accusation of complicity with Sejanus. There lay singly or in heaps the unnumbered dead, of every age and sex, the illustrious with the obscure. Kinsfolk and friends were not allowed to be near them, to weep over them, or even to gaze on them for too long. Spies were set round them, who noted the sorrow of each mourner, and followed the rotting corpses, till they were dragged to the Tiber, where, floating or driven on the bank, no one dared to burn or touch them." Yeah, pretty bad, isn't it? That's if we are to believe Tacitus and take it as gospel. Well, the involvement of Sejanus and the concluding years of treason trials, they didn't do too much for Tiberius's image and reputation. Following Sejanus's downfall, Tiberius's retreat from Rome was total. The empire persisted under the inertia of the bureaucracy instituted under Augustus rather than the guidance of the princeps. Suetonius documents that he developed paranoia and devoted considerable time to reflecting on his son's death. During this period there was a brief incursion by Parthia and assaults on Roman territories by Dacian and Germanic tribes, but they didn't get too far. Of course, minimal efforts were made to strategize or ensure Tiberius's succession. The Julians and their adherents experienced a reduction in both numbers and political clout due to Sejanus, and Tiberius's direct successors were all deceased. Caligula, the only surviving son of Germanicus, or Tiberius's grandson, Tiberius Gemellus, were the potential candidates. Nonetheless, Tiberius made a perfunctory effort towards the conclusion of his life to appoint Caligula as quaestor. thereby conferring some legitimacy upon him as a potential successor, while Gemellus remained merely a teenager, and therefore entirely unfit for several years to follow. Well, Tiberius passed away in Misenum, 16th of March, AD 37, a few months prior to his 78th birthday. Once again, not a bad run. According to ancient sources, though, they don't really concur on the date and location of his demise. There's a few conflicting narratives, especially regarding the specific circumstances. Well, either way, seemed to be quite an atmosphere upon his death. We read from the life of the life of Tiberius by Suetonius rather, about the mood of the day of Tiberius's passing. And, well, it certainly doesn't make Tiberius look very popular. I quote from Suetonius: "The people were so glad of his death that at the first news of it, some ran about shouting, 'Tiberius to the Tiber,' while others prayed to Mother Earth and the mains to allow the dead man no abode except among the damned. Still, others threatened his body with the hook and stairs of mourning, especially embittered by a recent outrage added to the memory of his former cruelty. It had been provided by decree of the Senate that the execution of the condemned in all cases be put off for 10 days, and it chanced that the punishment of some fell on the day when the news came about Tiberius. The poor wretches begged the public for protection, but since in the continued absence of Gaius there was no one who could be approached and appealed to, the jailers, fearing to act to the contrary law, strangled them and cast out their bodies on the stairs of mourning. Therefore, hatred of the tyrant waxed greater, since his cruelty endured even after his death. When the funeral procession left Misenum, many cried out that the body ought rather to be carried to Attila, and half burned in the amphitheatre, but it was taken to Rome by the soldiers and reduced to ashes with public ceremonies." And just like that, that is how his life ends. Well, Cassius Dio reports that Caligula, apprehensive of Tiberius's potential recovery before his death, denied the emperor's demands for sustenance, asserting that warmth was paramount over food. Subsequently, with Macro's assistance, he suffocated the emperor with his bedclothes. Oh, it sounds like something that Caligula would do. Gaius Julius Caesar Augustus Germanicus. You probably know him as Caligula, the Roman emperor from AD 37 to 41, often remembered for his eccentric and erratic rule. Coming to power as the successor to his great-uncle Tiberius, Caligula initially showed promise with acts that restored the practice of democratic elections and public spectacles, which endeared him to the people. However, things changed. His reign quickly descended into controversy and chaos, marked by financial extravagance, bizarre personal behavior, and ruthless political purges. His reign, though short-lived, offers a fascinating insight into the dangers of absolute power and its impact on Roman imperial policies and governance, and deserves to be talked about in a great amount of detail, which is exactly what I'm going to do. A video longer than the usual. Let me first welcome you to the channel. For the newcomers, allow me to say nice to meet you, and for those coming back, appreciate you being here again with me. Supporting the channel is as easy as enjoying the channel, and you're already doing that. A click on the like and subscribe certainly helps more people enjoy it, and if you want to go a bit further, there's a merch shop and a couple of links in the description. But for now, let's just get nice and relaxed, and we can begin. Born on August 31st in 12 AD, in Antium, Gaius Julius Caesar Augustus Germanicus, known as Caligula, was one of 6 grandchildren of Germanicus and Agrippina the Elder to survive infancy. His father was actually Mark Antony's grandson, and his mother was a direct descendant of Augustus, so that's quite a lineage. His family also included 2 older brothers, that being Drusus and Nero. He also had 3 younger sisters, Agrippina the Younger, Julia Drusilla, and Julia Livilla. And his uncle? Well, he was the future Emperor Claudius, a topic for another video I'm sure you'll be interested in. Now, what about Caligula's growing up? Well, from a very young age, he was of course immersed in military life. In fact, he accompanied his father on campaigns all the way into Germania from the age of 2 or 3 years old. Not usually a place to bring your kid to work, but, well, that's just how it was. In fact, his mother found it perhaps humorous, or maybe some other reason, we're not sure, to dress him up in a miniature soldier's uniform, a complete replica of a Roman legionnaire, on a little 3-year-old, which earned him the nickname Caligula, which actually means little boots from the soldiers. There is one historian, Alois Winterling, who we will be referring to a little bit throughout this talk, who suggests that while Caligula initially enjoyed the soldiers' affection, he later resented the nickname, as it reminded him of his diminutive stature and youth amid the military hardships. Of course, if you can think about any nickname your uncle gave you when you were a young lad or a young lass, well, you don't want that carried through all the way into your adulthood. It's kind of cringe. Anyway, Germanicus, a revered figure in Rome, and viewed as Emperor Tiberius's successor, was celebrated with a Roman triumph, where young Caligula and his siblings rode in their father's chariot. However, Germanicus's promising career seemed to end abruptly when he died in AD 19 in Antioch, suspected of being poisoned by the provincial governor Gnaeus Calpurnius Piso, amid rumors of Tiberius' involvement, but they couldn't really prove it. Either way, after the death of Germanicus, his remains, after his cremation, were returned to Rome and interred in the mausoleum of Augustus. Back in Rome, Caligula's mother, Agrippina, harbored her own ambitions for her family, causing tensions with Tiberius, who came to saw her as a threat. This led to her and her son Nero being accused of treason and thrown out of Rome, banished in AD 29, while Caligula was left under the care of his great-grandmother Livia, and later his grandmother Antonia Minor. Tiberius declared Caligula's brothers to be public enemies. They found Drusus eventually, and they threw him in prison, and Nero was exiled. In AD 31, Caligula was summoned to Capri to live under Tiberius's direct supervision at Villa Jovis. Not a bad place to be. Well, despite the precariousness of his situation, he rather skillfully presented himself as a model servant. But of course, in secret, he had despised how Tiberius had treated his family. Can't really blame him, bearing some deep grudges. Well, under Tiberius's scrutiny, Caligula found an important ally in Naevius Sutorius Macro, the Praetorian prefect, who had previously facilitated the downfall of Sejanus. Macro served as a critical intermediary between the emperor and the Senate, and Philo, a Jewish diplomat present at Caligula's court, observed that Macro worked to mitigate any suspicions Tiberius might have held towards Caligula. In AD 33, at only 20 years old, Caligula was granted an honorary quaestorship by Tiberius, marking his entry into the cursus honorum and setting him on the path towards eventually getting a consulship. But his role, however, did remain largely ceremonial until his sudden rise to emperor. During this period, Caligula faced a lot of personal upsets and tragedies, as his mother and brother Drusus died in captivity, and his other brother Nero also died in exile. In that same year, Tiberius arranged for Caligula to marry Julia Claudilia, a daughter of a prominent senator, to strengthen his political alliances. But tragically, Claudilia died in childbirth the following year, and the newborn also did not survive. By 39 AD, Tiberius named Caligula and his own grandson, Tiberius Gemellus, as joint heirs to his estate, though he did question Gemellus's capacity to govern due to his youth and inexperience. Historians like Philo and Suetonius offer their own insights into Tiberius's perceptions around Caligula. Now, starting with Tiberius, while he saw some potential in him, he was also cautious of Caligula's unpredictable and possibly cruel nature. Bit of a foreshadowing, of course. Suetonius specifically highlighted Tiberius's concerns about Caligula's erratic behavior and propensity for cruelty, suggesting that Tiberius had hoped to engage him in the arts. Maybe that'll soften him up a little bit. Nothing helps a boy with that rather than painting, you know what I mean? Well, he famously likened Caligula to a viper, predicting disaster for both himself and the empire. Tiberius's health began to decline, and during that decline there was a good deal of speculation that he intended to disinherit Caligula. But he died before any such plans could be enacted on the 16th of March 37 AD, amid controversy and widespread unpopularity, and right before the Liberalia festival. Suetonius and Tacitus suggest that his death might have been hastened by Caligula, and possibly Macro. However, Philo and Josephus maintain that he died of natural causes. Well, following his death, Caligula was quickly proclaimed emperor by the Praetorian Guard at Misenum, and his status as the head of the Domus Caesarus and Pater Familias was also confirmed by the Senate, who also acclaimed him as imperator. Upon his return to Rome, the Senate granted him the extensive powers once held by Augustus, despite his limited political experience. The Senate's decision to confer such extensive authority on the young and frankly untested emperor was something that Rome had never seen before. Initially, Caligula showed a bit of restraint, refraining from adopting his new titles until his forced formal Senate meeting, likely aiming to alleviate the concerns of senators who were weary of the political machinations that had brought him to power. And there were still those rumors about him hastening the death of Tiberius, but once again, not proven. Either way, he was now endowed with the power to legislate or ignore any laws that he wanted. His reign began with significant autonomy. Initially, his approach as emperor was judicious and deliberate. He suggested the Senate deify Tiberius, a proposal that they quickly rejected, reflecting their disdain for the late emperor, a sentiment that Caligula gracefully accepted without much of a fuss. But he honored Tiberius in his own way with a state funeral and a very sincere eulogy, aiming to show his respect for the formalities of the role. Well, upon assuming power, the Senate quickly nullified Tiberius's will, which had designated 2 heirs on the grounds of his alleged mental unfitness. With guidance from Macro, Caligula adeptly navigated his new responsibilities, engaging in routine imperial duties like public greetings, banquets, and official ceremonies. By the 1st of July, a little over 2 months after his ascension, he took on his first consulship, initially declining the title of Pater Patriae due to his youth, but later in that year, on September the 21st, he accepted the role. Well, quite early in his reign, he was universally accepted as a promising ruler, drawing acclaim from across the empire, as noted by the contemporary historian Philo. His popularity was bolstered by his direct descent from the revered Germanicus, and of course his stark contrast to the unpopular Tiberius. The initial months of his rule were thus marked by general jubilation, leading Philo to describe this period as a golden age of joy and prosperity. Though he set aside Tiberius's will legally, Caligula respected many of its terms, such as doubling the legacy payments to the Praetorian Guard, enhancing his image as a benevolent ruler. His generosity extended to the city's troops and the broader citizenry of Rome, for whom he also announced ambitious architectural projects, particularly on the Palatine Hill. Caligula also took the notable step of burning Tiberius's secret papers, which contained sensitive details of his senatorial betrayals. Swept that one under the rug pretty quickly. He claimed that he had not read the documents before their destruction, presenting his actions as a move towards transparency. His reforms streamlined judicial processes in Rome, increased the number of jurors, and relaxed protocols for confirming sentences, promoting these changes as a return to a more lawful governance. To strengthen his connection to Augustus, Caligula reinterred his mother and brothers in the mausoleum of Augustus, and honored his sisters and relatives with political and priestly roles, including Claudius, who had been sidelined during the reign of Tiberius. He demonstrated his reverence for his imperial lineage by initiating a temple dedicated to Livia, Augustus's deified widow, and then he appointed Claudius as his consular colleague during his first consulship. In late October 37 AD,
Caligula found himself seriously ill, plunging into a critical condition for about a month, which many thought would do him in. The public responded, of course, with profound concern, flocking to sacred sites and praying fervently for his recovery. Some citizens even vowed to sacrifice their own lives if it would bring about his well-being. But he recovered, and upon the recovery, Caligula seemingly initiated a purge against those he suspected of disloyalty during his illness, those who he thought were trying to shoehorn themselves into power prematurely, indicating a shift towards a more retaliatory and suspicious posture in his governance. He was never quite the same after those months when he was ill. Now the position of Tiberius Gemellus, co-heir and adopted by Caligula, quickly became untenable when he was forced to take his own life after being accused of treason for allegedly taking an antidote against poison, an act interpreted as suspicion of Caligula's intent to poison him. This was part of Caligula's broader purge that included the execution of his former father-in-law, Silanus, who was also a distinguished senator. There was also the matter of the compelled life-taking of Naevius Sutorius Macro, the Praetorian prefect crucial to Caligula's own ascent in early 38 AD, not treating friends very kindly, unfortunately. Well, 38 AD, Caligula named one Marcus Aemilius Lepidus his new heir, and arranged his marriage to his beloved sister Drusilla. But Drusilla died suddenly on June the 19th, 38 AD, and her subsequent deification as Panthea, or all goddesses, being Pan for all and Thea for goddess, whatever, profoundly affected Caligula, of course. Losing your sister, not good. Well, along with the losses of Antonia and the after-effects of his own severe illness, these events marked a significant shift in his rule. We may view these developments not as a decline from a good start, if we may call it that, but more as reflective of a complex and deliberate regime influenced by Tiberius's legacy and tactics. Now, under Caligula's enthusiasm for public entertainments, like gladiatorial contests and chariot races, they managed to win him quite a bit of favor among the lower classes and young aristocrats. Bread and circuses tends to get people on your side. Still going into our modern day. Look around you. Well, Caligula actively participated in these events, even training as a gladiator and staging extravagant games, behavior that Roman elites found inappropriate for an emperor, much reminiscent of the acts of Commodus. Now, initially maintaining cordial relations with the Senate, Caligula's rapport deteriorated following actions like Silanus's enforced taking of his own life. Over time, he increasingly encroached on senatorial privileges, reflecting Tiberius's dismissive attitude towards the Senate. And he also welcomed back performers exiled under Tiberius, favoring the loyalty of commoners over the backstabbing of the aristocracy. Furthermore, he expanded the equestrian order by including wealthy individuals from across the empire, selectively vetting them for integrity while often overlooking minor offenses. This strategy not only revitalized the order, but also ensured these new men were indebted to him, owing him favors for quite a long time to be called up when need be. This, of course, shifted the Senate's composition and its loyalties. a long-term strategy for sure. The treatment of the equestrian order under Caligula is subject to quite a few different interpretations. One modern historian, Barrett, points out that the offences for which equestrians were punished were frequently minor, yet the consequences were harsh and sensationalized. In contrast, Cassius Dio describes a chaotic episode at a circus where over 26 equestrians were killed, a narrative similarly recounted by Suetonius, though Suetonius reports a slightly lower number of casualties, and it was mainly due to an accident, being a crowd crush incident. Well, his reign was also marked by dramatic shifts in his relationship with both the elite and the common people. He notably forced senators and equestrians to participate as combatants in gladiatorial games, a radical departure from Roman norms that traditionally reserved such roles for non-elite individuals. If you can imagine the House of the Senate in the United States, all of a sudden you would say to Mr. Ted Cruz or Marco Rubio or Marjorie Taylor Greene, perhaps, that they had to fight it out in battle in the UFC octagon. You can imagine how ridiculous this is. Well, that was what was going on under Caligula's reign, to put it into a more modern perspective. Well, the laws of AD 19, which prevented members of the upper classes from appearing in such public spectacles, were, of course, ignored during his rule, with a shrug of the shoulders. I'm the emperor, I do what I want. Well, one striking incident occurred during his severe illness when two citizens, including an equestrian, vowed to fight as gladiators if Caligula were to recover. Of course, he did recover, and he found that this was quite amusing, so he insisted that they fulfill their vows, a decision that's been described as a cynical amusement with their insincere promises. This episode shows again Caligula's complex interaction with the classes of the privileged and the general populace, often blending his disdain with this dark sense of humor. In 38 AD, Caligula made several significant policy shifts, including lifting censorship and publicly disclosing detailed accounts of state expenditures, a move lauded by Suetonius as unprecedented. He restored the popular assembly's authority to elect magistrates, previously curtailed under Tiberius and Augustus, allowing officials like aediles to finance grand spectacles. While very popular among the masses, of course, these changes caused a good deal of concern among the more prudent citizens, who were worried about potential economic mismanagement and, of course, the instability that comes with it. Their worries were, well, quite well-founded, it seems. Despite initial support for these reforms, resistance from the Senate led Caligula to retract the electoral rights from the assembly, maintaining his ultimate control over candidate selection. His governance style was erratic, to say the least, open to advice, but sensitive to perceived slights and criticisms, exemplified by his sharp retort when challenged, and I quote, "Who dares teach me?" Probably not many, I assume. Well, Caligula also proposed transforming Jerusalem's temple into a shrine for the imperial cult, envisioning himself as Zeus. Seems to be a common thing among rulers who were sort of taking power a bit beyond the prescribed boundaries, This plan was abandoned, however, due to anticipated strong opposition and potential economic repercussions. His rule also displayed generosity and practicality. He aided those who were impacted by fires, abolished an unpopular sales tax, and decreed that bequests to office holders remain with the office, not personal assets. However, it's unclear whether his early extravagant gifts were funded from his personal fortune or from state coffers. Financially, his first year saw him spend a vast sum of 2.7 billion sesterces, resulting in a significant deficit. To mitigate this, he took drastic measures, including confiscating wealthy Roman estates through various pretexts and, in extreme cases, executions on trumped-up charges. This aggressive fiscal policy escalated his disputes with the Senate by early AD 39. Despite these challenges, historian Dio suggests that the financial crisis began in AD 39 due to Caligula's excessive spendings on projects such as a lavish bridge at Baiae, which was more of a vanity project rather than one of practicality. While Suetonius also indicates the strain started quite earlier in 38 AD. There is a modern perspective that counters the narrative of a depleted treasury, however, one from Wilkinson, noting that the continuous issuance of coins suggests ongoing financial activity, albeit with blurred lines between personal and state funds. On to the reign of Caligula's successor, that being Claudius, which further contradicts the notion of a bankrupt state. Upon taking power in AD 41, Claudius managed to abolish certain taxes, initiate costly infrastructure projects, and make substantial monetary gifts to the Praetorian Guard, indicating that despite Caligula's extravagances, he may have left the treasury in a relatively stable condition. Caligula's financial strategies increasingly strained Rome's economy, as his lavish spending far exceeded the available revenues, leading him to implement a variety of new taxes, while abolishing some unpopular ones. But of course, with every tax cut, there was always a new one that was added underneath. So you can take away the unpopular taxes and kind of trick people into thinking they're getting a good deal. This seems to be a strategy that's continued into our modern era, unfortunately. Anyway, unlike his predecessors, who employed professional tax collectors, who were known as publicani, Caligula assigned tax collection duties to the formidable Praetorian Guard, significantly enhancing state revenues. Of course, how could you say no to them? Think about it. If you were dealing with your normal accountants, you have the guy in the beige suit with his glasses and a 3-day growth. Not too intimidating. Well, if you have the police show up at your house with the batons in their hands and gun on the hip, well, perhaps you'd be paying your taxes with a bit more haste than usual. Well, Dio and Suetonius detailed the burdensome and diverse taxes introduced by Caligula, which targeted a wide range of economic activities. He imposed taxes on essentials like taverns, artists, and food vendors, personal and professional activities including litigation, weddings and labor hiring, and even the incomes of night walkers, as we will call them on this channel, and managers as well. Now additionally, He eliminated the tax exemptions traditionally granted to citizens of provincial Italy, imposing direct taxation to fund military efforts, which historically Italians had been exempt from. You can imagine that with all of these new policies, he was not becoming very popular. These extensive new taxes effectively doubled the tax burden during Caligula's reign and led to widespread public resentment. Josephus mentions protests at the circus that allegedly led to mass executions, though historian Barrett suggests such accounts might be exaggerated. Caligula also laid claim to inheritances, asserting that any assets or money left to his predecessor Tiberius, if uncollected at Tiberius's death, would immediately pass to him. Extending Roman legal principles, he claimed a portion of every will made by his subjects as a due to the state. This practice even applied to those who were in the military, while centurions were expected to bequeath part of their estates to the emperor, and those who failed to leave sufficient bequests or had acquired property through plunder were forced to forfeit these to the state. Suetonius and Dio recount that Caligula established a brothel in the imperial palace that even involved members of the Roman aristocracy. Pretty scandalous, don't you think? Well, a modern historian McGinn views these as possibly exaggerated from a single event. Perhaps there was a party thrown and word spread and, well, the fish just keeps getting bigger with whoever tells the story. Cassius Dio, however, in AD 40, notes that nobles living in palace apartments paid high rents for proximity to the emperor, and Praetorian protection does not mention a brothel. Suetonius describes this as a distortion of the traditional client-patron dynamic, with Caligula manipulating social rituals to extract payments. These friends, as we may call them, or rather obliged aristocrats, had to keep detailed records of payments and dues, under the guise of punishing the Senate's supposed treachery. Caligula's agents solicited individual gifts to confirm personal loyalties, rendering non-compliance completely unthinkable. It was a bribe, basically. You get yourself into trouble, or, well, perhaps you weren't doing anything wrong, but there is a perception that you have. If you want to change that perception, well, you'll have to give us something that glosses over the perceived slight. And Winterling portrays these residents as virtual hostages, under strict guard from the Praetorians, with those unable to pay facing predatory loans, further undermining Rome's elite, particularly targeting prestigious Roman families. Despite criticisms, many of Caligula's fiscal measures persisted beyond his reign. The military's involvement in tax collection, of course, continued, and the tax on night walkers remained effective until Severus Alexander's rule. Caligula's policy that bequests to an emperor were imperial property was institutionalized under Antoninus Pius, reflecting his lasting influence on legal and fiscal frameworks. Historians Suetonius and Dio take at face value the stories of a palace brothel staffed by aristocrats and their families, and it's no wonder they do. It seems a little bit out there. Now, modern historian McGinn also suggests these accounts may have been embellished from an isolated incident, a pattern that was also seen with emperors such as Commodus and Elagabalus. Dio's 80-40 narrative mentions noble tenants in palace suites paying excessive rents for the privilege of just living near the emperor, but there's nothing about any extra services. Now, Suetonius depicts Caligula inverting the traditional roles, accepting maintenance payments from aristocrats during social interactions. An extensive network required careful tracking of the payments, and Caligula's representatives would accuse the Senate of treachery and then request these gifts to demonstrate loyalty. A bad situation for anybody around. Well, of course, there were biographers at the time who mocked Caligula's taxes, but many of them persisted after his death. His coinage strategy combined continuity with a bit of innovation, adhering to the monetary framework of Augustus and Tiberius, while introducing some unique designs and themes. He initially continued minting precious metal coins at Lugdunum, but possibly moved this operation to Rome around 37 AD, a change that might have occurred under Nero's rule. Base metal coin production remained consistent in Rome throughout his reign. His coins often featured his family, including Divus Augustus, his parents Germanicus and Agrippina, and his siblings, showing his Julian and Claudian lineage and promoting imperial unity. However, by 39 AD, due to the growing distrust, he removed his sisters from the Sesterci, reflecting suspicions about their loyalty. He also issued a sesterce celebrating the Praetorian cohorts, which reinforced their allegiance. Economically, his coinage included a quadrans, symbolizing the abolition of the ducenstima sales tax. His coins are rare today, actually, likely due to limited production during his short reign, rather than formal condemnation. Common designs feature deities and family members, including Vesta, Germanicus, and Agrippina the Elder, with the prevalent as featuring his grandfather Agrippa. Additionally, he maintained the Caesarea Mint in Cappadocia, established by Tiberius to produce silver drachmae for military expenses. Despite this, his coins critiqued for declining artistic quality by numismatists like Harold Mattingly showed less finesse than those of Tiberius and Claudius. The workmanship was just simply not there. But his reign was indeed marked by these numismatic efforts, reflecting on his ambitious but controversial approach to governance, his deep dynastic connections, and his complex dealings with Rome's political and elite class. Moreover, Caligula's architectural contributions included completing the Temple of Augustus and the Theatre of Pompey, showing his reverence for his predecessors. He even began an amphitheatre near the Septa to host public spectacles and extensively renovated the imperial palace, even adding a nice new art gallery. And everybody likes that, don't they? He also addressed Rome's infrastructure needs by constructing the Aqua Claudia and Annio Novus aqueducts, noted by Pliny the Elder for their engineering prowess, but I dare say it was the engineers who were doing most of the hard work. His additional projects included the Circus of Gaius and Nero, where he placed the Vatican obelisk, and improvements, of course, to Syracuse's defenses and temples. He also ensured the maintenance of the empire's roads, holding commissioners accountable for their upkeep. He planned several monumental projects like reconstructing the palace of Polycrates at Samos and cutting a canal through the Isthmus of Corinth. His ambitions extended to a major harbor expansion at Rhegium in Sicily, aimed at improving grain management from Egypt. Though this project was, unfortunately, never completed. It was a good idea, though. Gotta give him that. Well, of course, he also had this notorious love for luxury, evident in his construction of the two extraordinary ships on Lake Nemi, one a lavish floating palace, and the other a floating temple to Diana, blending opulence with religious devotion. These initiatives reflect both his grandeur vision and his deep engagement with Roman religious and cultural traditions. Thus, in 39 AD, the tense relationship between Emperor Caligula and the Roman Senate had deteriorated into overt hostility and confrontation. Historian Dio documents this period as rife with conspiracies, denunciations, and trials for treason. Caligula openly scorned the Senate, attacking senators for their sycophantic tendencies and hypocrisy, especially evident in their shifting loyalties to figures like Tiberius and Sejanus, whom they honored when alive, but disowned after their deaths. Thus Caligula declared that expecting loyalty from such a duplicitous assembly was completely pointless, and I dare say I agreed with him. No need to fight so hard for people's approval and friendship. Not sticking up for Caligula or anything here, but it's just a general rule. Well, convinced that they wished for his demise, he preferred to be feared rather than loved by them. His harsh criticism dismantled any remaining facade of the princeps as an idealistic role, revealing it instead as a silly illusion. The Senate's response, possibly aiming to calm Caligula down a little bit, included voting to provide him with a special guard for his and his statue's protection, and suggesting his senatorial chair even be elevated on a high platform within the Senate House. They even conducted thanksgivings as if to a monarch, grateful simply for their survival, to live another day in the time of Caligula. Winterling suggests that Caligula's subsequent 3 consulships, sworn at the rostra, were attempts to repair relations, positioning himself as respectful to the senators. However, these actions may be seen as demonstrations of Caligula's resolve to dominate both the Senate and the state, marking a descent into mismanagement, mistrust, and a regime characterized by arbitrary terror and widespread executions, far removed from any initial hopes for benevolent governance. In fact, Dio bleakly describes this period as dominated by slaughter, the depth of Caligula's tyranny on full display. But contrary to some claims, Caligula seems to have not destroyed Tiberius's treason trial records, but rather reviewed them, determining many senators previously acquitted were actually guilty of conspiracy against the emperor and the state, whichever one came first. This error saw many, including some who had testified against Caligula's family, actively engaging in prosecutions, leading Caligula to suspect that they might now conspire against him. This initiated new investigations, though Dio's claims of numerous senator executions are not widely supported, with some senators even thriving under Caligula's rule. That being said, they had to do quite a lot of bootlicking, I'm sure. Despite this notorious cruelty, Caligula opted for public humiliation over outright execution. In early September, Caligula dismissed 2 suffect consuls for inadequately celebrating his birthday and focusing too much on the anniversary of the Battle of Actium, a battle which he deemed as unworthy of celebration, especially when it was his birthday. One dismissed consul later took his own life, possibly seeing the writing on the wall, under suspicion of conspiracy by Caligula. Now here's another interesting story. It's the story of Incitatus, Caligula's favorite racehorse, often cited by Suetonius and Dio, and it illustrates Caligula's plans to make the horse a consul or a priest, reflecting his dark humor and mockery of the Senate. The whole thing was just a big joke to him. This suggested that even a horse could fulfill the role of a senator, reducing the esteemed position to farce. While some interpret Caligula's insult to the consulars, others, like Woods for example, argue that it wasn't intended to degrade the consulship, but was misinterpreted by Suetonius as evidence of madness, embellishing the tale with such satirical details. Either way, I'm sure that the horse voted nay on everything. Now in either 39 or 40 AD, according to Suetonius, Caligula commanded the construction of a temporary floating bridge, using a double line of ships as pontoons. The bridge spanned over 2 miles, connecting the resort of Baiae near Naples to the neighboring port of Puteoli. The construction involves securing and temporarily resurfacing both on-site built ships and requisitioned grain barges, with resting places established along the way. The practical purpose of this bridge remains somewhat unclear. It may have been that it was intended to symbolize Caligula's planned invasion of Britain. We don't know. Well, the bridge's inauguration was marked by a 2-day ceremony with offerings to the sea god Neptune and Invidia, resulting in the sea remaining calm, which was seen as a favorable omen. The bridge was compared to the Persian king Xerxes' pontoon bridge across the Hellespont of earlier times, reflecting its grandeur and ambitious nature. For the opening ceremony, Caligula actually wore the breastplate of Alexander the Great, and of course it wouldn't be a party without his favorite horse, Incitatus, which he rode across the bridge. This act might have been a deliberate defiance of a prediction that was made by the soothsayer of Tiberius, Thrasyllus of Mendes, who had allegedly said that Caligula had, I quote, no more chance of becoming emperor than of riding a horse across the Bay of Baiae. On the second day, Caligula rode the bridge back and forth several times at full speed, accompanied by soldiers, prominent nobles, and a few hostages. Seneca and Dio later claimed that Caligula's use of Rome's grain ships for the bridge had dangerously depleted grain imports. However, it's been dismissed as an absurd accusation by modern historians, noting that if the bridge was completed in 39 AD, it would have been way too early to affect the annual grain supply in any sufficient way. It's also been suggested that a genuine grain crisis was opportunistically blamed on this extravagant episode. Dio places the construction of the bridge soon after Caligula's vehement denunciation of the Senate, speculating that the emperor intended the event as a demonstration of his absolute power. It could be, and it may be that the bridge represents both a striking example of Caligula's wasteful extravagance, but also a symbol of assertion of his dominance over the Senate and the state, effectively telling them, "I do what I want," with its pointlessness possibly being the entire point. Well, during Caligula's reign in general, tensions between native Jews in Judea, Jews of the diaspora, and ethnic Greeks significantly intensified. Both Jews and Greeks had settled throughout the Roman Empire, with Judea being ruled as a Roman client kingdom. The roots of these tensions were complex, stemming from the spread of Greek culture, the imposition of Roman law, and the rights of Jews within the empire, along with a good bit of difference in religious practices. Well, as we all know, putting people with wildly different religious beliefs right next to each other, a bit of a recipe for disaster, I'm afraid. In Egypt, particularly in Alexandria, these tensions were exacerbated by the social hierarchy. While Alexandrian Greeks enjoyed full status as citizens, the Jews were classified merely as settlers, lacking statutory or citizen rights, except those granted by Roman governors. This disparity fueled Greek fears that official recognition of Jews as citizens would undermine their own privileged status. I mean, if everybody has the right, well, what's the right worth if everybody has it? Caligula's intervention in Egypt further complicated matters. He replaced the prefect of Egypt, Aulus Aubilius Flaccus, with one Herod Agrippa, the governor of Batanea, and Trachonitis, who was also a personal friend. I'm sure that had quite a bit to do with it. Flaccus had been loyal to Tiberius and Gemellus, and had conspired against Caligula's mother, having connections with Egyptian separatists. In 38 AD, Caligula sent Agrippa to Alexandria, unannounced, to check up on Flaccus. According to Philo, Agrippa's arrival was met with derision and mockery from the Greek population, who scornfully viewed him as a makeshift king of the Jews. The situation escalated when a mob of Greeks broke into synagogues and erected statues and shrines of Caligula, violating Jewish religious laws. Flaccus exacerbated the situation by declaring the Jews foreigners and aliens and confining them to one of Alexandria's 5 districts, effectively shoving them into a ghetto where they endured appalling conditions. Philo's account details various atrocities inflicted on the Jews by the Greek population within this ghetto. Not a good place to be, that's for sure. Well, in terms of responsibility for all the unrest, Caligula pointed the figure directly at Flaccus, subsequently exiling and eventually executing him. This intervention shows the complexity of the political, social, and religious factors that marked Caligula's reign and contributed to the enduring conflicts within the Roman Empire. In 39 AD, Agrippa accused his uncle, Herod Antipas, the Tetrarch of Galilee and Perea, of conspiring with Parthia to rebel against Roman rule. Upon Herod Antipas' confession, Caligula exiled him, and Agrippa was rewarded with his territories. The following year, tensions between Jews and Greeks erupted into riots in Alexandria. The catalyst was the Jews' refusal to venerate Caligula as a god, which the Greeks interpreted as an affront to the emperor. The monotheism of the Jews had not quite, it didn't really catch on with the Greeks for quite some time. A similar incident occurred in the Judean city of Jamnia, where local Greeks built a substandard altar to the imperial cult, simply to provoke the Jews. The Jews promptly dismantled this altar, which was an act seen as rebellion. In retaliation, Caligula ordered a statue of himself to be erected in the Jewish Temple of Jerusalem. While this was a political act for Rome, it was a profound blasphemy for the Jews, conflicting with their strict monotheistic beliefs. Philo, a contemporary Jewish diplomat and scholar, wrote that Caligula viewed the Jews with particular suspicion, believing them to be uniquely opposed to his rule, actively conspiring against him. In the May of 40 A.D., Philo accompanied a delegation of Alexandrian Jews and Greeks to meet Caligula, followed by a second delegation later that year during the height of the Alexandrian riots. These meetings provided Caligula with opportunities for casual, but often humiliating banter at the expense of the Jewish delegation. He did not make explicit claims of divinity during these encounters, but did question why the Jews found his veneration so difficult. Well, of course, the Greek population of Alexandria, they had already demonstrated their loyalty to Caligula by displaying his image prominently. The destruction of the altar in Jamnia and the removal of idolatrous images from synagogues were likely expressions of Jewish religious fervor, and probably didn't have anything to do against Caligula's claims of divinity. They just wanted to be left alone to worship their own god. Is it so much to ask? Well, despite Philo's belief that Caligula harbored hatred for the Jews and intended their destruction, there isn't any substantial evidence to support this. Caligula's order to place his statue in the temple precincts, dressed as Jupiter nonetheless, aligned with the widespread practice of the imperial cult, which required subjects to offer prayers for the emperor rather than to him. Caligula found the Jews' exemption from this practice to be unsatisfactory, and thus Rome's policy expected different regions and peoples within its empire to coexist with mutual accommodation and respect, not through the imposition of religious extremes or blasphemous obligations on one another. And this clash of cultural and religious expectations further exacerbated the already volatile relations between the Jewish and Greek populations under Roman rule. The governor of Syria, Publius Petronius, faced with a challenging task when Caligula ordered him to install a statue of the emperor in the Jewish Temple of Jerusalem. Recognizing the obvious risk of a significant Jewish rebellion, he delayed in this installation. Some accounts suggest Caligula eventually became open to rational discussion with Agrippa and the Jewish leaders, abandoning the plan amid threats of rebellion and economic loss. However, other versions claim Caligula, unable to engage in rational discussion, impulsively reissued the order, and even threatened Petronius with a death sentence if he failed to accomplish what he asked. A larger statue was ordered from Rome, but it was still in transit when Caligula's death was announced, leading to the plan's cancellation. And Petronius, well, he survived without having to install the statue. I'm sure he was quite relieved at that. Philo mentions a rumor from 40 AD that Caligula planned to leave Rome and rule as a divine monarch from Alexandria, resembling past rumors about Julius Caesar. This notion aligns with Mark Antony's historical retreat to Alexandria and Augustus's control of Egypt as an imperial province, which diminished senatorial influence. Egypt, for its grain, fascinated Romans with its perceived exoticism and immorality. Now there was also rumors of incest between Caligula and his sister Drusilla, suggested by their grandmother Antonia and reported by Suetonius. They are actually viewed quite skeptically, at least among modern historians, who find very little substantial evidence to support these claims, and the way that they're put across in the old sources seems to be in a way to whip up a scandal, a bit of an insult, an attack on someone's reputation. Well, in late 39 or early 40 AD, Caligula amassed military forces in Upper Germany, aiming to emulate his ancestors' campaigns against Germanic tribes. Accompanied by a diverse entourage, including actors and gladiators, he was poorly prepared and ultimately retreated. Dio notes the campaign achieved very little, though Caligula used it as a pretext to confiscate wealth from wealthy allies under suspicions of treason, which of course often led to their execution. One notable victim of Caligula's suspicion was the imperial legate Gaiatulicus, whom he accused of nefarious plots and subsequently executed. Dio suggests that Gaiatulicus's real crime was actually his popularity with the troops, stealing the limelight effectively. Caligula also implicated Lepidus, along with his two sisters, Agrippina and Livilla, in this same conspiracy. Lepidus was executed, while Agrippina and Livilla were formally exiled, condemned for the crime of adultery. A senatorial embassy from Rome, led by Caligula's uncle Claudius, arrived to congratulate the emperor on suppressing the alleged conspiracy. They were met with hostility, however, and Claudius was supposedly ducked in the Rhine, although this might have been penalty for losing a Latin and Greek oratory contest organized by Caligula in Gaul that winter. Upon his return from the north, Caligula abolished the theatre seating plans introduced by Augustus, which had allocated seating based on rank. Instead, seating was left to chance, first come, first serve, which of course, as you can imagine, led to chaotic free-for-alls where all the senators competed with common citizens for the best seats, all while Caligula would reportedly watch on and giggle at them fighting amongst each other. In the final days of his reign, Caligula prepared for his imminent ovation in Rome, following his northern military activities and the suppression of Lepidus. He sent a communique indicating that he would only return to those who wanted him back, specifically mentioning the equestrians and the people, but conspicuously excluding the Senate, reflecting a deepening mistrust of the senatorial class. In late 39 AD, Caligula wintered in Lugdunum, which is modern-day Lyon, where he orchestrated a series of auctions to raise funds. He began by auctioning off portable property of his exiled sisters, including their jewelry, their slaves, and freed men. According to Dio, wealthy bidders at these auctions often offered significantly more than the items were worth, either to demonstrate their loyalty or to dispose of wealth that might otherwise make them targets for execution. Caligula reportedly used intimidation and various auctioneer tactics to inflate the prices. One particularly notable event, described by Suetonius, involved a Praetorian gentleman who, after dozing off during a gladiator match, awoke to find that he had unexpectedly purchased 13 gladiators for the exorbitant sum of 9 million sesterces. The success of this first auction had prompted Caligula to transport many furnishings from his palace in Rome to Lugdunum for a second auction. These items included valuable family heirlooms, and Caligula himself recited their provenance during the auction to ensure they fetched high prices due to their imperial associations. The income from the second auction was, compared to the first, relatively modern. Caligula once again played a role as a vendor and auctioneer himself during this second auction, but this time he was surprisingly benevolent, contrasting with his usual tyrannical image. While auctions of imperial property were acceptable methods to balance the books, suppose we can say, practiced by emperors like Augustus and Trajan, they were still expected to benefit both the bidders and the vendor. Roman auctioneers were generally held in quite low esteem, but during this second term, Caligula appeared to act more like a benevolent princeps, conducting the sale without malice, greed, or intimidation. In the spring of 40 A.D., Caligula made an attempt to extend Roman rule into Britannia. To this end, 2 legions were raised, both likely named Primogeniae, in honor of Caligula's newborn daughter. Ancient sources offer varying and often contradictory accounts of this venture, depicting Caligula as either too cowardly to launch an attack, or as being deterred by mutinies among his troops, evidenced by his threats of decimation. The exact reasons why the army never embarked on the invasion remain a mystery to this day. But we do have several theories that have been proposed. One possibility is that the British chieftains might have acquiesced to Roman demands, thereby eliminating any immediate cause for the war. Alternatively, the expedition may have been intended as a training and scouting mission, or even a brief venture to accept the surrender of the British chieftain Adminius. Another account by Suetonius suggests that Caligula ordered his men to collect seashells as spoils of the sea, which could be a mistranslation, by the way, of the term musculi, which refers to siege engines, so they may have been collecting them instead, which would be a little bit more practical. Well, despite the ambiguity and apparent absurdity of some of these accounts, the actual conquest of Britannia would later be achieved during the reign of Caligula's successor, Claudius. This subsequent invasion successfully extended Roman influence over the island, fulfilling the ambitions that Caligula had initially set in motion. In 40 A.D., Caligula annexed Mauretania, a strategically important and wealthy client kingdom of Rome, inhabited by a fiercely independent semi-nomadic tribe, very resistant to Romanization. The kingdom was ruled by Ptolemy of Mauritania, who was a noble descendant of Juba II. Ptolemy was known for his vast wealth and reputation for incompetence, failing to suppress a local uprising that would have been easy work for somebody with a little bit of skill. Typically, incompetent client kings were retired to a comfortable exile, but Caligula decided to make a break with this tradition, summoning Ptolemy to Rome and having him executed sometime after the spring of 40 AD. It was a drastic action, and it incited a rebellion in the province due to Ptolemy's popularity and the disruption caused by his removal. Following the annexation, Mauritania was divided into two provinces, Mauritania Tingitana and Mauritania Caesariensis, separated by the river Malua. Pliny the Elder attributes this division to Caligula, while Cassius Dio claims the provinces were only divided after the uprising was suppressed in 42 AD, and that was under the leadership of Gaius Suetonius Paulinus and Gnaeus Hosidius Geta. This discrepancy suggests that Caligula may have planned the division, but decided to postpone its implementation due to the rebellion. The first known equestrian governor of the joint provinces was Marcus Fadius Celer Flavianus, who took office in 44 AD. The details of the Mauritanian events from 39 to 44 are largely lost, including an entire chapter by Dio specifically writing about the annexation. But both Dio and Tacitus imply specifically that Caligula's actions were driven more by personal motivations, such as fear, envy, and a desire to compensate for his own military failures in the north, rather than by pressing military or economic needs. The earlier rebellion of Tacferianus had exposed the vulnerability of Africa Proconsularis to the west, highlighting the inability of the Mauritanian claimant kings to protect the province effectively. In this context, it can be suggested that Caligula's annexation of Mauritania could have been a strategic move to secure the region against further threats, despite the immediate unrest that it provoked. Seems that the game was worth the candle at least. Philo, a contemporary of Caligula, recounts that the emperor would costume himself as various heroes and deities, beginning with demigods like Dionysus, Heracles, and the Dioscuri, and eventually emulating major gods such as Mercury, Venus, and Apollo. Philo describes these impersonations in the context of private pantomime or theatrical performances, which he may have witnessed or heard about during his diplomatic visit. As a Jew and a monotheist, Philo interpreted these actions as evidence of Caligula's madness, believing the emperor sought veneration as a living deity. Caligula's behavior did have some precedent. Augustus had once hosted a party where he and his guests were dressed up like Olympian gods, with Augustus appearing as Apollo. This event, however, did not result in anybody being labeled insane, nor did anybody claim to be the god they impersonated. And the party was not repeated, likely because it was considered to be insensitive and blasphemous, to say the least, particularly since it took place during a famine, not quite the time for celebration. Additionally, coin issues from the official Roman mint in the early 20s BC depicted Octavian, later known as Augustus, as Apollo, Jupiter, and Neptune, which may have been seen as a transgression, and was certainly not repeated. Caligula, however, seemed to take his own impersonations less seriously than others, and certainly less so than Philo. According to Dio, during an episode where Caligula dressed as Jupiter and pronounced oracles to a crowd from a high place, a Gallic shoemaker had laughed and said that Caligula looked like, I quote, a complete idiot. Well, Caligula reportedly appreciated the shoemaker's honesty, demonstrating a rare moment of self-awareness, or perhaps appreciating his own form of humor coming from somebody else. Maybe he knew that he looked like a complete idiot anyway and was having fun with looking like it. Dio claims that Caligula impersonated Jupiter to seduce various women, referring to himself as a divinity in public meetings, and was sometimes addressed as Jupiter in public documents. Caligula's special interest in Jupiter, Rome's chief deity, and the Roman equivalent of Zeus, by the way, is confirmed by all surviving sources. Some suggest that Caligula might have considered Jupiter as an equal, or even a rival. In fact, it's been argued that Caligula's impersonations of various deities were more about a penchant for theatrical fancy dress and a mischievous desire to shock everybody around him, rather than a genuine religious delusion. As emperor, Caligula was also Pontifex Maximus, one of Rome's most powerful and influential state priests. The promotion of mortal rulers to godlike status was common among Rome's eastern allies and client states. During their eastern tour, Germanicus, Agrippina, and their children, including Caligula, were officially revered as living deities by several cities in the Greek East. Recognizing social superiors as deities was established in Roman culture, where it was common for a client to flatter their patron as Jupiter on earth. Think about it how we would assess somebody doing something proper, and we would say they're doing God's work. I suppose it's kind of like that. The Divi, or deceased imperial family members elevated to divine status, were officially sanctioned by the state, which also appointed their priesthoods and funded their cults. For example, Cicero opposed Caesar's divine honors during his lifetime, but referred to Publius Lentulus as parent and god, in thanks for his help against Catiline. Daily acts of reverence to patrons, household heads, and the powerful were routine for clients, families, and social inferiors, and by 30 BC, offering libations to the genius of Octavian, later Augustus, became obligatory at banquets, and from 12 BC, state oaths were sworn by his genius. Well, despite Dio's claims to the contrary, municipal cults to Augustus during his lifetime were widespread in Italy and beyond, supported locally without any recorded prosecutions for emperor worship. Caligula took his religious responsibilities very seriously, replacing the old priest of Diana at Lake Nemi, reorganizing the Salii, the priests of Mars, that is, and insisting that the Flamen Dialis, Jupiter's chief priest, could not swear any oaths, including the imperial oath of loyalty. Caligula also aimed to incorporate or share the nearly completed Temple of Apollo in Didyma for his own cult, preparing a statue for it, though it was likely never installed. When Pausanias visited, more than a century later, The temple's cult statue was of Apollo, and there was no trace of Caligula. Suetonius and Dio mentioned a temple to Caligula that was on the Palatine Hill, linked to his residence near the temple of Castor and Pollux, where Caligula humorously claimed the twin gods as his doorkeepers. Although Dio claimed 2 temples were built for Caligula in Rome, this is also unconfirmed, and if there was a temple on the Palatine, Caligula likely funded it himself through his own personal treasury. Now, in terms of how the Greeks felt about him, he was hailed by a Greek embassy as the new god Augustus, and thanked in early Cyzicus inscription as a new sun god. And as far as the Egyptian, well, some provincial Egyptian coinage depicted him with a radiant crown of the sun god, or Divis Augustus, presenting him as a Neos Helios, or new sun, though not all of his coinage featured these divine symbols. Compared to major deity cults, genius cults were quite modest. Augustus, posthumously, was less intensely worshipped than the fuller deities. Tiberius banned his own cult in Rome, actually, likely cautious of Caesar's fate after being declared a living divinity, which was not taken kindly to, and mandated that any provincial temples in his honor include the genius of the state, promoting a collective form of veneration. As far as Caligula, well, he commercialized his genius cult, selling priesthoods to wealthy nobles for 10 million sesterces each, and offering loans for those who were unable to pay up front. It's better be worth it for that price. Notable priests included his wife, Caesonia, and his uncle Claudius, who was reportedly completely bankrupted by the expense, marking the cult as a means of personal enrichment and also humiliation for the elite. Despite tensions with the elites, Caligula was popular among the masses. There is no evidence of Caligula wanting to replace or remove other deities or demanding to be worshipped as a god, but he did welcome such treatment when offered. He took his own genius cult seriously, but ultimately alienated key figures, which led to his assassination. On January 24th, 41 AD, just before his planned trip to Alexandria, Caligula was assassinated by Praetorian tribunes Cassius Chaerea and Cornelius Sabinus, among a few others. According to Josephus, many in Caligula's inner circle were involved, while Dio suggests a broader conspiracy. However, likely only a few knew of the plot to ensure its success. Previous attempts had failed due to the complexities of betrayal, highlighting the Senate's typical disunity and mistrust, complicating coordinated efforts. In the account of Josephus, Chaerea is portrayed as a noble idealist, committed to republican ideals, yet personally motivated by Caligula's insults, such as demeaning watchwords and apparently mocking his accent. Well, I'd know about that, a lot of people in the comments. Well, despite enduring Caligula's mockery and performing his torturous orders, Chaerea led the assassination during a performance for Divis Augustus. The attack, confined and sudden, left no escape for Caligula, and he was dead before his guards could get to him. The chaos afterwards saw Caligula's Germanic guard mistakenly kill several attendees, including innocent senators. Josephus also notes that the Senate attempted to restore the Republic after Caligula's death, abolishing the emperor's role and reviving senatorial privileges. However, the general populace was shocked by Caligula's murder, feeling at a loss without his leadership. The conspiracy appeared to be largely driven by the elite interests, and after confirming Caligula's death, some nobles and senators boasted of their involvement, while others disassociated themselves from the plot. The assassins also killed Caligula's wife, Caesonia, and even their daughter, but they failed to locate his uncle Claudius. Hidden behind a curtain, Claudius was discovered eventually, and, supported by a faction of the Praetorian Guard, was declared emperor. The Senate, seeing very few alternatives, had no choice but to accept Claudius. Caligula's advisor, Callistus, may have facilitated this succession by secretly supporting Claudius. Caligula's assassination, a clear act of regicide, challenged Claudius's rule. He had to address the murder without undermining the Principate's legitimacy, considering Caligula's remaining popularity among Rome's lower classes, and there was more of them than there were upper classes. So, Claudius responded by securing his position with the appointment of a new Praetorian prefect, executing the key conspirators, and allowing Sabinus to take matters into his own hands. He also declined the Senate's request to officially denounce Caligula and destroy symbols of the Caesarian legacy. Instead, Claudius took a more measured approach. Caligula's name was removed from the official lists of oaths and dedications, and certain statues and inscriptions of Caligula were discreetly removed. Most of Caligula's statues had their heads recut to resemble Augustus, Claudius, and in one case Nero, who would of course suffer a similar fate at a later time. According to Suetonius, Caligula's body was initially placed under turf until his sisters burned and entombed it. Well, before we go, first just a few notes regarding Caligula's mental state. There's no definitive evidence to assess his psychological condition. Sources that portray him negatively often aim to discredit him, a little bit biased, focusing more on his alleged misdeeds and misuse of power. Modern observers do suggest that Caligula's actions were driven by a deep preoccupation with his own survival and an inflated self-importance, using his absolute power with a great deal of irresponsibility. His sense of humor, often dark and cruel, was a tool for domineering those who didn't have the power to retaliate. Philo saw Caligula's illness in 37 AD as a form of nervous collapse, a response to the extreme stresses and strains of imperial rule. Seneca, Philo, and Josephus perceived Caligula's apparent insanity as a personality trait accentuated by self-indulgence and the unlimited exercise of power. Seneca acknowledges that the stress of Caligula's promotion to emperor seemed to exacerbate his arrogance, anger, and insult. Several modern sources propose medical diagnoses, including epilepsy, encephalitis, and even meningitis. Suetonius claims that Caligula had a falling sickness, which could have been epilepsy in his youth, and this diagnosis has been somewhat refined to an interictal temporal lobe epilepsy, with a consequent fear of seizures preventing him from learning to swim. In Romano-Greek medical theory, severe epilepsy attacks were associated with the full moon and the moon goddess Selene, with whom Caligula was claimed to converse and enjoy sexual congress. Suetonius' descriptions of Caligula as physically repulsive are neither reliable nor are they likely, considering his ecstatic and enthusiastic reception as a youthful princeps by the populace. In the ancient world, a person's physique was often believed to be a reliable guide to their character and behavior. For what's that's worth, we don't know.
Tiberius, Claudius, Caesar, Augustus, Germanicus. Let's just call him Claudius. He was born in 10 BC and ascended to Roman emperor in AD 41, following the assassination of his nephew, Caligula. Sure you've heard of his name before. Well, despite low expectations due to physical disabilities and perceived intellectual shortcomings, Claudius proved to be an effective ruler, initiating significant public works like the construction of a major harbor at Ostia to secure Rome's grain supply, and expanding the empire's territory by annexing regions such as Mauritania, Thrace, and Lycia. He implemented key administrative reforms, improving the civil service and extending Roman citizenship, alongside legal reforms that actually protected ill slaves and, to a certain extent, enhanced women's rights. Now, although he was reportedly a prolific writer, none of his works survive. But his reign was marred by familial turmoil too, particularly with his wives, Messalina and Agrippina the Younger, the latter of whom orchestrated his assassination in AD 54 to elevate her son to the throne, a son by the name of Nero. Hello and welcome to the channel. Well, there's no doubt a few names there that you recognize, Claudius being the meat in the sandwich between those two other emperors, if we're going to use those sorts of terms. Now, as usual, I'm going to pin the top comment, so tell me something interesting. Whatever you want. And with that, let's all get nice and relaxed. And we can begin the life of Claudius. And so, with all the introductions out of the way, the story begins in Lugdunum, modern-day Lyon in France, on the 1st of August, 10 BC, where Claudius was born. Now, he was not an only child, of course. He was the younger brother of Germanicus and Livilla, with his mother, who was named Antonia Minor, possibly having 2 other children, but they seem to have died young, so not too much to tell about them, unfortunately. Now, maternal grandparents were Mark Antony and Octavia Minor, who was the sister of Augustus, which makes Claudius actually a great-great-grandnephew of the late great Julius Caesar. So that's quite a family tree. Now, his paternal grandparents were Livia, Augustus's 3rd wife, and Tiberius Claudius Nero. During his reign, Claudius fueled speculation that his father, Nero Claudius Drusus, might have been Augustus's illegitimate son, thus claiming Augustus as his paternal grandfather. Now, Claudius's father died in 9 BC during a campaign in Germania following a fall from his horse, so rest in peace to Drusus. After this, he was left in the care of his mother, and at that time Claudius's familial relationships suffered, as he began to develop more apparent disabilities. In fact, his own mother, Antonia, reportedly referred to him as a monster and compared him to an example of foolishness. Which, well, if his mother is saying that about him, you can only imagine what others were saying. Now, Claudius spent several years under the care of his grandmother, Livia, who was a little bit nicer, but still sent him stern letters of reprimand. So he was put under the strict supervision of a former mule driver in an attempt to discipline what the family saw as not any kind of mental illness or anything like that, but as just a simple lack of determination, if not pure laziness. Old-fashioned parenting, I suppose. Well, despite all these challenges, his adolescence, by this time Claudius's condition had seemed to improve, and his intellectual talents were beginning to be recognized, particularly his keen interest in history. A late bloomer. Now in AD 7, Livy was commissioned to tutor Claudius in history, assisted by Sulpicius Flavus. Claudius also spent much time with the philosopher Athenodorus. In fact, it was Augustus himself that actually expressed a pleasant surprise at Claudius's eloquence. However, wasn't all good news. His passion for history limited his political prospects. It's been suggested that his early writings on the civil wars were perhaps either too candid or too critical of Augustus, who had of course become Caesar. Now, this displeased Augustus, and may have reminded him of Claudius's connection to Mark Antony. As a result, his mother and grandmother intervened, likely convincing Augustus that Claudius was unsuitable for public office due to his inability to conform to the political narrative at the time. When Claudius resumed his work as a historian, he chose to admit the conflicts involving the Second Triumvirate, but by that point it seems that the damage was already done. Can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, I'm afraid. And his early writings had already alienated him from his family, who pushed him to the sidelines. The black sheep, not quite a pariah, but certainly dyed wool. Now, in 8 AD, the Arch of Pavia was constructed to honor the imperial family. Now, Claudius's name, which was now Tiberius Claudius Nero Germanicus, after becoming the head of the Claudii Nerones, was inscribed on the outer edge, alongside the names of the late princes Gaius and Lucius and the children of Germanicus. Some believe that Claudius himself added his name later in life, suggesting that originally there was no plans to include him on the list. Now, things changed in 14 AD when Augustus died. Claudius, who was then 23 years old, sought permission from his uncle, the new Emperor Tiberius, to begin his political career, or as it's called, the cursus honorum. Tiberius responded by granting him consular honors, but when Claudius pursued the public office again, he was denied. No one wanted anything to do with him. Tiberius, however, showed Claudius no more favor than Augustus had, and Claudius eventually gave up on public life, choosing instead to just focus on his studies, write his history books, and live a fairly reclusive lifestyle. Well, despite his family's disregard, Claudius was popular with the Roman public from early on. After the death of Augustus, the Equites chose Claudius to lead their delegation. When his house was destroyed by fire, the Senate voted to rebuild it at the public's expense, and even petitioned him to participate in Senate debates. Tiberius was not in such agreement. He rejected both proposals, but the Senate's support showed Claudius's growing popularity. Well, after Tiberius's son Drusus had died, some began to promote Claudius as a potential heir to the throne, suggesting political motives behind his exclusion from public life. Well, seems pretty obvious, doesn't it? However, with Sejanus, the Praetorian Guard commander, at the height of his power, Claudius downplayed the prospect. When Tiberius died, and Caligula, Claudius's nephew, became emperor, Claudius saw a change in his fortunes. In 37, Caligula made Claudius his co-consul, in a symbolic gesture honoring his late father Germanicus. However, Caligula's favor did not necessarily translate to kindness. You see, in true fashion of Caligula, he humiliated Claudius with public jokes, imposed heavy financial burdens, and even brought him out before the Senate to openly mock him. In fact, we read in Cassius Dio that Claudius's health deteriorated during Caligula's reign, likely due to the constant stress, with a possible portrait from that time showing him in very poor condition. Well, on January the 24th, 41 AD, Caligula was assassinated in a plot led by the Praetorian tribune Cassius Correa and several senators. Now, it's important to mention that while there is no evidence to suggest Claudius's direct involvement, some seem to speculate that he was at least aware of the plot, especially since he left the scene shortly before Caligula's murder. It all seems a little bit too convenient, doesn't it? Well, with Caligula's wife and daughter also killed, it became clear that Cassius aimed to eradicate the entire imperial family. Amid the turmoil ensuing from the murder, Claudius observed the German guard execute several uninvolved noblemen, including numerous acquaintances. He saw the refuge in the palace. Tradition holds that a Praetorian named Gratus actually discovered him and concealed him behind a curtain, and abruptly proclaimed him as princeps. Now Claudius was transported to the Praetorian camp and placed under their safeguard. After the assassination of Caligula, the Roman Senate convened to debate a governmental transition and determine who would become the next princeps. But of course, it quickly devolved into a dispute. As news of the Praetorian support for Claudius reached them, the Senate demanded that Claudius be handed over for their approval. Heaven forbid what happens with their disapproval. Claudius, of course, wasn't stupid, and he was wary of the potential danger. Thus, he refused to comply. Now, some historians, contemporary like Josephus, suggest that Claudius's decisions were influenced by his ally, King Herod Agrippa of Judea. Although there is ambiguity in Josephus's account about the extent of Agrippa's involvement. Eventually, the Senate conceded to Claudius's claim. In return, Claudius declared a general amnesty, but executed several lower-ranking officers involved in the conspiracy, including Cassius Correa and Julius Lupus, who had killed Caligula's wife and daughter to secure his position and deter future threats. To solidify his authority, Claudius implemented measures to underscore his position within the Julio-Claudian dynasty. He adopted the influential name Caesar, but abandoned the cognomen Nero, which he had taken on after becoming the head of the Claudii Nerones following his brother Germanicus's adoption. Now in Egypt, as pharaoh, Claudius assumed the royal titles, affirming his status with the native population. Though Claudius had never been officially adopted by Augustus or any of his successors, he leveraged his familial connection to Augustus's sister Octavia to claim legitimacy. Like his predecessors, he took the name Augustus upon ascending to power and retained the title Germanicus in honor of his brother. Further emphasized his lineage by deifying his grandmother Livia and frequently using Filius Drusi, which means the son of Drusus, in his titles to associate himself with his father's legacy. Despite his efforts to legitimize his reign, Claudius's rise was criticized by commentators like Seneca, largely because he was the first emperor declared by the Praetorian Guard rather than the Senate. Usually the Praetorian Guard are too busy killing the emperors rather than declaring them, so this is a change of pace. To secure loyalty, Claudius became the first emperor to pay off the Praetorian Guard, offering each soldier 15,000 sesterces as a reward for supporting his elevation. Now it makes sense. Although previous emperors had left monetary gifts for the army and the guard in their wills, Claudius's bribe set a precedent for ensuring military loyalty during his reign. And think about it. If one emperor bribes you, are you going to expect it from every single emperor going forward? And, well, I don't think there'd be a new emperor who'd have the guts to say, well, I'm not going to give you your money. What are you going to do? Well, if they read their history, they know exactly what the Praetorian Guard are going to do. Well, during the rule of Claudius, the empire experienced its initial significant expansion, since Augustus's reign at least. The provinces of Thrace, Noricum, Lycia, and Judea were annexed or placed under direct administration during his tenure under differing circumstances. While the annexation of Mauritania initiated under Caligula was finalized following the defeat of the insurgent forces and the formal division of the former client kingdom into two imperial provinces. The most extensive conquest was that of Britannia. Now in 43, Claudius dispatched Aulus Plautius with 4 legions to Britain, of course Britannia, whichever way you want to call it, following a request from a deposed tribal ally. Britain was an appealing target for Rome due to its material affluence, including mines and the potential for slave labor, in addition to serving as a refuge for Gallic insurgents. Claudius personally journeyed to the island following the conclusion of the preliminary offensives, accompanied by reinforcements and even elephants. The Roman colony of Colonia Claudia Victocensis was founded as the provincial capital of the newly created province of Britannia at Camalodunum, where a significant temple was erected in his honor. He departed from Britain after 16 days, but he stayed in the provinces for an extended period. The Senate awarded him a triumph for his endeavors. Initially, only members of the royal family were permitted to see such honors. However, Claudius later rescinded this limitation for certain victorious generals. He received the honorific Britannicus, yet he only accepted it for his son, never utilizing the title personally. In AD 50, when the British general
Caractacus was apprehended, Claudius extended clemency to him. Caractacus spent his remaining days on land granted by the Roman Senate, an atypical conclusion for an adversarial commander. In 48, Claudius executed a census revealing 5,984,072 adult male Roman citizens, excluding women, children, slaves, and free adult males who lacked Roman citizenship, marking an increase of approximately 1 million since the census at Augustus's demise. He contributed to the augmentation of this figure by establishing Roman colonies that were conferred universal citizenship. These colonies were frequently established from pre-existing communities, particularly those with elites capable of mobilizing their populace for the Roman cause. Numerous colonies were established in new provinces or along the empire's borders to promptly secure Roman territories. But it wasn't all about the conquest. You see, Claudius issued several decrees on a range of topics, from medical advice all the way up to ethical concerns. In one medical case, he advocated the use of yew juice for treating snake bites. I'm not sure if that works or not. I'm not keen to test it. Now, in the works of Suetonius, it's even claimed that Claudius considered issuing an edict allowing public flatulence for health reasons. That could be interesting. One of his notable ethical decrees involved the treatment of ill slaves. It had become common for masters to abandon sick slaves at the temple of Aesculapius on Tiber Island and only reclaim them if they recovered. Claudius decreed that any slave abandoned in this manner who recovered would be granted his freedom. He also imposed murder charges on masters who killed their slaves rather than providing medical care. Sounds pretty fair, if you ask me. Well, Claudius initiated numerous public works too, both in Rome and the provinces. He completed the construction of 2 major aqueducts, the Aqua Claudia and the Aqua Anio Novus, both of which began under Caligula and were completed in 52 AD, joining at Porta Maggiore. He also restored the Aqua Virgo aqueduct. Along with this, his reign saw a strong focus on improving transportation infrastructure. He built roads and canals throughout Italy and the provinces, including a large canal connecting the Rhine to the sea and a road linking Italy to Germany, both of which had been initiated by his father Drusus. Closer to Rome, Claudius constructed a navigable canal on the Tiber River, which led to a new port he established called Portus, just north of Ostia. This port was designed in a semicircular shape, with 2 protective moles and a lighthouse, which helped to alleviate flooding in Rome, which was always a problem for them, and also helped improve trade in general. It's much easier to get the boats out. Now, Claudius made significant efforts to resolve conflicts within the Roman provinces too during his reign. In recognition of the loyal provinces, he freed the island of Rhodes from Roman rule and granted tax exemptions on the city of Ilium, which is also known as the city of Troy, or at least what was left of it. Now, early in his reign, tensions between the Greek and Jewish communities in Alexandria led to riots, prompting both sides to send delegations to Claudius. This resulted in the famous Letter to the Alexandrians, where Claudius affirmed Jewish rights in the city, but restricted further Jewish immigration. Josephus later noted that Claudius extended these rights and liberties to Jews across the entire empire. Well, he also addressed citizenship issues in general, notably in the city of Tridentum, which is now the modern-day city of Trento, where an investigation revealed that many elderly Roman residents were actually not Roman citizens. But instead of revoking their status, which would, as you can imagine, have caused significant problems, Claudius allowed them to retain citizenship. However, he took a hard stance on the fraudulent claims of citizenship whenever they popped up, making it a capital offense, and re-enslaving freedmen who falsely claimed to belong to the equestrian order. Now, we mentioned that port of Ostia. Well, that was integral to Claudius's strategy for addressing the persistent shortages of grain that arose during the winter following the Roman shipping season. Of course, the alternative aspect of his situation involved ensuring the vessels of grain merchants prepared to venture to Egypt during the off-season. Do remember that Egypt, as the province of the Roman Empire, was effectively the breadbasket of the entire thing. Well, every single day, ships back and forth, would take grain back to the heartland. Now, he conferred special privileges upon their sailors, including citizenship and exemption from the Lex Papia Poppaea, which was a statute that governed marriage. Moreover, he abrogated the taxes imposed by Caligula on food and further diminished taxes for communities experiencing drought or famine. Now, the final component of the strategy to prevent famines was to expand the quantity of cultivatable land in Italy. This objective was to be accomplished by draining Lake Fucine and rendering the adjacent river navigable throughout the year. A significant famine is referenced in the Book of Acts, occurring during the reign of Claudius, and was foretold by a Christian named Agabus during his visit to Antioch. Of course, this was not the first nor the last famine. There's a lot of growing pains when you have to take care of, well, remember we mentioned 5 million adult male Roman citizens. Then, of course, there's all the children and the slaves and everybody else, non-Roman citizens. That is a lot of mouths to feed. I wonder if you watched my video on how to set up a Roman farm. Well, maybe they were all referring to that book when they were setting up their own little farms. So, given the unusual circumstances around his rise to power, Claudius took the rather prudent steps to maintain a very even relationship with the Senate. He regularly attended Senate sessions and placed himself among the senators when addressing them. When proposing a new law, Claudius would sit between the consuls, reflecting his assumed authority as tribune, a power adopted by previous emperors, even though his patrician status technically barred him from holding the title. Well, early in his reign, Claudius had refrained from accepting all of the traditional titles of his predecessors, such as Imperator, for example, opting instead to accumulate them gradually and modestly add them as he went along, rather than just saying, "I'm emperor, I get it all now." Well, he also restored Senate control over the provinces of Macedonia and Achaia, and gave the Senate the authority to mint its own bronze coinage. This was the first time they had such an authority since the time of Augustus. Now, he also reformed the Senate to improve its effectiveness and representation. He criticized the senators for their reluctance to engage in discussions about his proposals, as indicated by a surviving speech fragment. He urged them to make decisions without hesitation, pointing out that it was undignified for the Senate to leave meetings without truly debating the issues and coming to some kind of agreement. In 47 AD, Claudius took on the role of censor, alongside Lucius Vitellius, a position that had been left unfilled for some time. As censor, he removed senators and equites who no longer met the necessary qualifications, but he allowed them to resign voluntarily as a gesture of respect. He also worked to broaden the Senate's membership by admitting qualified individuals from the provinces, notably Gaul, which at this point had been part of the provinces for quite some time. Now his speech, which was preserved in the Leon tablet, remember the old name was Lugdunum, illustrates both his respect and frustration towards the Senate's resistance to including provincial members. Claudius pointed out that even he, a member of the Senate, was from a region outside traditional Roman territories, and if you can accept somebody from Lugdunum, you can certainly accept somebody from other parts. Now, he further strengthened the patrician class by incorporating new families into the declining noble ranks, following the example set by figures such as Lucius Junius Brutus and Julius Caesar. But nonetheless, numerous senators harbored animosity towards him. You can't please everybody, and some of them even had various conspiracies against his life. This animosity persisted in the historical narratives, and consequently Claudius diminished the Senate's authority to enhance efficiency. The governance of Ostia was assigned to an imperial procurator, following the completion of the port's construction. The management of numerous financial matters of the empire was delegated to imperial appointees and freedmen. This resulted in increased resentment and claims that these freedmen were actually the ones governing the emperor, pulling the strings, that the emperor was just a puppet. Well, numerous coup attempts occurred during Claudius's reign, leading to the fatalities of many senators. Appius Silanus was executed early in the reign of Claudius under, dubious circumstances to say the least. Subsequently, a significant insurrection was initiated by Senator Vinicianus and Scribonianus, the governor of Dalmatia, garnering considerable senatorial backing. The endeavor ultimately failed, however, due to the hesitance of Scribonianus's forces, resulting in the life-taking of the principal conspirators. Well, of course, there were numerous other senators who attempted various conspiracies, and they faced their own condemnations. Pompeius Magnus, Claudius's son-in-law, was actually executed for his involvement in a conspiracy with his dad, Crassus Frugi. Another narrative featured the consuls Lucius Saturninus, Cornelius Lupus, and Pompeius Pedo, which is a very unfortunate last name. Now, in 46 AD, Asinius Gallus, the grandson of Asinius Pollio and Titus Statilius Taurus Corvinus, were exiled for conspiring with several of Claudius's freedmen. Valerius Asiaticus was executed without a public trial and for unspecified reasons. Historical accounts indicate that the accusation was likely adultery, and that Claudius was deceived into administering the penalty. Claudius specifically designates Asiaticus for exceptional condemnation in his address regarding the Gauls, delivered over a year later, indicating that the accusation must have been significantly more grave. Of course, Asiaticus
was a contender for the throne during the turmoil after Caligula's demise, and served as co-consul alongside Taurus Corvinus. Many of these conspiracies occurred prior to Claudius's tenure as censor, potentially prompting him to reassess the senatorial roles. The conspiracy of Gaius Silius in 48 AD, the year following his censorship, is spoken about in the Book 11 of the Annals of Tacitus. Now, this segment of Tacitus' history recounts that purported conspiracy which involved Claudius's third wife, Messalina. Suetonius also asserts that 35 other senators and 300 equites were executed for transgressions during the reign of Claudius. The reactions to these conspiracies likely exacerbated relations between the Senate and the Emperor. Either way, tension's pretty high. Which, well, of course the tensions are going to be high when you realize everybody's trying to kill you. Now, Claudius was not the inaugural emperor to employ freedmen in the administration of the empire's daily operations, but he was compelled to augment their responsibilities as the authority of the princeps became increasingly centralized and the demands of governance intensified. Claudius opposed free-born magistrates serving under him as if they were not his equals. The secretariat was segmented into bureaus, each overseen by freedmen. Narcissus served as the correspondence secretary. Pallas assumed the role of Secretary of the Treasury, Callistus, Secretary of Justice. A fourth bureau was for various matters established, overseen by Polybius, until he was executed for treason. The freedmen were authorized to represent the emperor, as exemplified by Narcissus's address to the troops on behalf of Claudius prior to the conquest of Britain. Now, the senators were appalled that these significant positions were entrusted to former slaves and even notorious eunuchs. Well, if freedmen possessed complete authority over finances, correspondence, and legal matters, it appeared that manipulating the emperor would be an easy task for them too. And this is precisely the allegation that is presented in the ancient sources. Nevertheless, the sources do acknowledge that freedmen were loyal to Claudius, but, well, accusations tend to spread like wildfire, don't they? He expressed gratitude towards them, however, and acknowledged their contributions to the policies that incorporated their council. Nevertheless, if they exhibited treasonous tendencies, the emperor was very quick to penalize them with appropriate severity. Well, this is exemplified, of course, by the cases of Polybius and Pallas's sibling Felix. But no evidence indicates that Claudius's policies and edicts altered with the ascendance and decline of the freedmen, implying that he was indeed in consistent control, regardless of what anybody would accuse him of. Well, despite the limitations of their political power, the freedmen successfully accumulated wealth through their roles. Pliny the Elder observes that numerous individuals surpassed Crassus in wealth, who, if you know anything about Crassus, or if you've watched the video about Crassus that I made, you would know was the wealthiest man of the Republican period. While Claudius, having authored a treatise on Augustus' religious reforms, believed himself well positioned to implement some of his own. He held firm convictions regarding the appropriate structure of the state religion. Of course, this is long before the days of Constantine.
Now, he declined the appeal of the Alexandrian Greeks to consecrate a temple in his honor, asserting that only deities have the authority to select new gods. He reinstated the original days of festivals and eliminated numerous superfluous celebrations that were introduced by Caligula. You want to know more about them, you'll have to go watch the video, it was quite extensive. He also reinstated traditional practices and antiquated language. Now, Suetonius states that Claudius had an exceptional fondness for games. He reportedly ascended with the audience following gladiatorial contests and offered unreserved accolades to the combatants. Claudius also oversaw numerous novel and unprecedented occurrences. Shortly after assuming power, he established games to commemorate his father's birthday, and annual games were also conducted in commemoration of his accession, occurring at the Praetorian camp, where Claudius was initially proclaimed emperor by the guard. He orchestrated a presentation of the secular games, commemorating the 800th anniversary of the founding of Rome. Augustus had conducted the same games fewer than 100 years earlier, and Augustus's justification was that the interval for the games was 110 years rather than 100. However, his date did not conform to either of these rationales. While Claudius additionally organized staged naval battles to commemorate the attempted drainage of the Fucine Lake, along with numerous other public games and spectacles. In Ostia, before an audience, Claudius engaged in combat with an orca. That's right, an orca whale that had become ensnared in the harbor. The occurrence was observed by Pliny the Elder, whether we want to believe it or not. Effectively, a killer whale was actually seen in the harbor of Ostia in battle with the emperor. It had come at a time when he was engaged in completing the structure of the harbor, being tempted by the wreck of a cargo of hides imported from Gaul, and glutting itself in number of days had furrowed a hole in the shallow bottom, and had been banked up with sand by the waves so high it was quite unable to turn round. And while it was pursuing its food, was driven forward to the shore by the waves, its back projected far above the water like a capsized boat. The emperor gave orders for a barrier of nets to be stretched between the mouths of the harbor, and setting out in person with the Praetorian cohorts afforded a show to the Roman public, the soldiery hurling lances from the vessels against the creature when they leapt up alongside, and we saw one of the boats sunk from being filled with water owing to the beast's snorting. End of the account. Additionally, he renovated and embellished numerous public spaces in Rome. At the Circus Maximus, the turning posts and starting stalls were substituted with marble and adorned, and the embankment was likely constructed to avert flooding of the track. Claudius further solidified, or expanded at least, the regulations regarding seating that allocated front rows at the circus exclusively for the senators. He reconstructed Pompey's theatre too, as it had caught on fire during the Great Fire of Rome, orchestrating unique combats during their rededication, which he viewed from a designated platform in the orchestra box. Well, speaking of entertainment, the account from Suetonius also alleges that he was quite taken and subjugated by women and his wives, but he was also quite a womanizer in private, whenever he could get away with it. In fact, he entered into 4 marriages, following 2 unsuccessful engagements,
The initial betrothal was to his remote cousin, Aemilia Lepida, but that got annulled, mainly for political reasons. The second was to Livia Medulina Camilla, culminating in Medulina's abrupt demise on the very day of their wedding. Bad luck. Well, Plautia Urgalina was the granddaughter of Urgalania, a confidant of Livia, and she bore a son, Claudius Drusus, during their marriage. Drusus unfortunately succumbed to asphyxiation in his early adolescence, shortly after his engagement to Junilla, the daughter of Sejanus. That is, Sejanus let's call him the caretaker sent by Tiberius. Claudius subsequently divorced Urgalanilla due to adultery accusations and suspicion of her involvement in the murder of her sister-in-law Apronia. The problem is that shortly after Claudius had told her to get out of his life effectively, she gave birth, and Claudius disavowed the infant girl Claudia, asserting that her father was purportedly one of his freed men and it certainly could not be him. Of course, this action subsequently rendered him a target of criticism from his adversaries, who did everything they could to just add as much as they could to the scales. Now, shortly thereafter, Claudius wed Aelia Paetina, a relative of Sejanus, potentially his adoptive sister. Claudius and Paetina had a daughter named Claudia Antonia during her marriage. He subsequently divorced her when the marriage became a political liability. Now, there is one suggestion that suggests that it may have resulted from emotional and psychological abuse that was inflicted by Paetina, and he simply could not take any more. Perhaps so. Well, either way, several years post-divorce from Aelia Paetina, in 38 or perhaps early 39, Claudius wed again, this time to Valeria Messalina, his first cousin once removed. That being Claudius's grandmother, Octavia the Younger, was Valeria's great-grandmother on both maternal and paternal sides, also closely connected to Caligula's circle. And she delivered a daughter named Claudia Octavia. A son, initially named Tiberius Claudius Germanicus, and subsequently referred to as Britannicus, was born shortly after Claudius' ascension to power. But this union culminated in tragedy. Ancient historians assert that Messalina was a nymphomaniac who frequently betrayed Claudius. Tacitus claims she even competed with a prostitute to determine who could engage with more partners in a single night, while also manipulating his policies to accumulate wealth. Although this could be slander, keep in mind. Either way, in 48, Messalina wed her paramour, Gaius Caelius, in a public ceremony while Claudius was away in Ostia. Well, Claudius, he remarried. Historical accounts indicate that his freedmen proposed 3 candidates: Lolia Paulina, the third wife of Caligula; Aelia Paetina, the divorced second wife of Claudius; and Agrippina the Younger, the niece of Claudius. Suetonius asserts that Agrippina triumphed through her feminine charm and guile. She incrementally usurped authority from Claudius and effectively orchestrated the removal of his son's adversaries, facilitating her son's ascension to the imperial throne. But you see, the reality is more likely political in nature. The coup d'etat attempt by Silius and Messalina likely prompted Claudius to recognize the fragility of his status as a member of the Claudian family, albeit not the Julian lineage. This vulnerability was exacerbated by the absence of an discernible adult heir. As Britannicus, he was way too young. Now, Agrippina was among the last descendants of Augustus, and her son, Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus, who would, by the way, become Nero, yes, that Nero, was one of the final males of the imperial lineage. Coup attempts may coalesce around the duo, and Agrippina was already exhibiting such ambition. The Senate is believed to have advocated for the marriage to resolve the conflict between the Julian and Claudian factions. Well, around this time, things were getting worse for old Claudius. Health issues. In fact, Suetonius provides a pretty good description of Claudius's physical condition at the time, noting that his knees would often give way, causing him to stumble while his head shook involuntarily. Frequently, his speech was unclear, and he would drool and suffer from nasal discharge when excited. Well, Seneca the Younger, in his work, mockingly claimed that Claudius's voice was unlike that of any living creature, and that his hands were weak. But despite all these impairments, Claudius had no obvious deformities. You just had to wait for him to fall over or slur his words to really tell. Of course, his symptoms worsened under stress or anger. Well, Claudius himself claimed that he exaggerated his afflictions to avoid being seen as a threat, which is a pretty bold strategy. Well, over time, the modern interpretations of Claudius's condition have shifted. It's been suggested that he had infantile paralysis, or polio basically. That was widely believed to be the cause of his symptoms, and all the way back in 1934, the New York Times even reported that Claudius had suffered from polio and measles as an infant, causing his limp and partial deafness. But polio doesn't fully account for all of the symptoms. More recent theories suggest cerebral palsy as a more likely diagnosis, and also Tourette's. Could be. But either way, the ancient writers, they portray him as a pretty complex figure, both generous but ultimately unsophisticated. He was depicted as enjoying the company of ordinary people, but also as cruel and excessively fond of gladiatorial games, and even getting quite a kick out of watching public executions. He admitted to having a short temper, and even apologized publicly for several of his outbursts. Well, according to the old sources like Suetonius, Claudius was overly trusting and easily manipulated by those around him, particularly his wives and the freed men who he kept company with. Described as paranoid, indifferent, and prone to confusion. Ancient historians seem to be in agreement, for the most part, that Claudius was actually assassinated, poisoned, potentially derived from mushrooms, or administered through a feather which was presumably inserted down into his throat to provoke vomiting, and he died in the early hours of the 13th of October, 54 AD. Now, pretty much everybody attributes the role of the murder to his final wife, Agrippina. You see, Agrippina and Claudius had grown increasingly contentious in the months preceding his demise. It escalated to the extent that Claudius openly expressed his dissatisfaction with his wives and began to remark on Britannicus's impending maturity, contemplating the restoration of his standing within the imperial family, of course. Agrippina certainly did have a motive to secure Nero's succession, prior to Britannicus acquiring power. Well, and just like that, on the 24th of October, 54 AD, Claudius's ashes were interred in the mausoleum of Augustus, following a funeral akin to that of his great-uncle Augustus, nearly 4 decades before him.
Nero. Born in AD 37, he ruled the Roman Empire from 54 to 68 AD, and is widely recognized as one of history's most notorious leaders. He gained his notoriety for his lavish and occasionally cruel actions, such as orchestrating the assassination of his own mother, Agrippina the Younger, along with other individuals in his inner circle. During his rule, he undertook notable cultural endeavors, such as the construction of the extravagant Domus Aurea after the destructive fire of 64 AD. It is said that he was observed to play the lyre as the city burned, although it is believed that this account is probably not true. Although Nero achieved some success in maintaining the empire's borders through diplomatic and military efforts, his leadership approach gradually estranged the Roman aristocracy and military, ultimately resulting in his downfall. Welcome to the channel. Well, we got a good one today, don't we? Talking about Nero, I'm sure you've heard of him. Allow me to welcome the newcomers to the channel and welcome back those returning. Supporting the channel is, well, that's just enjoying it. And the like and subscribe helps. If you want to go further to that, check the video description. You'll find a few links that are relevant to you. Now, without further ado, let's get on with it for today. Nice and relaxed, and right from the beginning. Nero was born as Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus on December the 15th, the year 37 AD, in a little town called Antium, which is now known as Anzio. His birth occurred 8 months after the death of Emperor Tiberius, and he was the sole offspring born to the politician Gnaeus Domitius Ahenobarbus and his mother Agrippina the Younger. Agrippina, the mother of the individual in question, was the sibling of Caligula, who held the position of the 3rd emperor of the Roman Empire. I've made a video on Caligula too. If you're interested, check the Ancient Rome playlist. Now, Nero was the descendant of Augustus, the former emperor, through his only daughter, Julia, making him his great-great-grandson. Suetonius, an ancient biographer who held quite a negative view of Nero's predecessors, recorded that Emperor Augustus had admonished Nero's grandfather for his indecorous indulgence in brutal gladiatorial spectacles. It's been stated by Jürgen Malitz that Suetonius reports Nero's father as being irascible and brutal. Well, I suppose the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree, and that both individuals had a strong fondness for chariot races and theatrical performances that exceeded what was expected of their social status. Of course, those in high places were expected to behave in a certain manner. Let's see how it works out. Suetonius also records that upon receiving congratulations from his friends on the birth of his son Nero, Domitius responded by stating that any children produced by him and Agrippina would possess an abhorrent disposition, and they shouldn't be celebrating too soon, because they posed a threat to the public by being born. Domitius passed away in the year 41 AD. Prior to his father's demise, he was embroiled in a grave political scandal. His mother and his two remaining sisters, Agrippina and Julia Livilla, were banished to a secluded island in the Mediterranean. According to reports, his mother was banished due to her involvement in a conspiracy to overthrow the Emperor Caligula. Nero's inheritance was thus confiscated, and he was subsequently relocated to reside with his paternal aunt, Domitia Lepida, who happened to be the mother of Messalina, the third wife of the future Emperor Claudius. Small world. Well, Claudius succeeded Caligula as the new emperor following his death. In AD 49, Nero's mother entered into matrimony with Claudius, thus becoming his fourth wife. On February 25th, AD 50, Claudius was compelled to formally recognize Nero as his son and bestow upon him the new name, Nero Claudius Caesar Drusus Germanicus. Claudius commissioned the minting of gold coins to commemorate the adoption. The coins, through their distribution and imagery, indicated the emergence of this new leader. Nevertheless, notwithstanding the occurrences in Rome, Britannicus, Nero's stepbrother, held a more prominent position in the production of coins in the provinces during the early 50s AD. And thus Nero commenced his official involvement in public affairs as an adult at the age of 13, at AD 51. At the age of 16, he entered into matrimony with Claudia Octavia, the daughter of Claudius and his stepsister. During the period from AD 51 to 53, he delivered multiple speeches advocating for different communities, such as the Aelians, the Apamaeans, who were, by the way, seeking a 5-year tax exemption following an earthquake. Give him a break. Well, and also the northern colony of Bologna, who had suffered from a very unfortunate event of a destructive fire. Claudius perished, however, in AD 54. Numerous ancient historians assert that he was subjected to poisoning by Agrippina. There are modern observers that assert that the death of Claudius is commonly believed to have been expedited by Agrippina herself as a result of indications that Claudius was developing a renowned fondness for his biological son. Out of all of the ancient sources, the Roman historian Josephus was particularly cautious in describing the poisoning as a mere rumor, but he certainly made sure to make mention of it. Contemporary sources present conflicting narratives regarding the incident. In return to Tacitus, he reports that Locusta, a poison maker, concocted the toxic substance that was administered to the emperor by his servant Halotus. Tacitus further states that Agrippina orchestrated the administration of poison by Claudius's physician Xenophon in the event that the emperor managed to survive. Suetonius presents variations in certain particulars, but he also implicates Halotus and Agrippina. According to Cassius Dio, similar to Tacitus, Locusta prepared the poison. However, in Dio's version, Agrippina administers the poison instead of Halotus. Seneca the Younger does not make any reference to mushrooms in his work Apocalyptosis, What a long title. Well, not all modern scholars accept the complicity of Agrippina in Claudius's demise. Of course, we may not ever really know, but it seems the most likely case. Well, prior to Claudius's demise, Agrippina orchestrated the removal of the tutors of Claudius's sons, with the intention of replacing them with tutors of her own choosing. In addition to that, she successfully persuaded Claudius to dismiss 2 prefects of the Praetorian Guard who were suspected of having favored Claudius's son, and appoint the newcomer Afranius Burrus, who would later become Nero's personal mentor. Due to Agrippina's replacement of the guard officers with individuals who were loyal to her, Nero was able to assume power without encountering many issues. So, Cassius Dio, Suetonius, and Tacitus are the primary ancient Roman literary sources for information about Nero's reign, and we're going to be relying on them heavily. Now, in terms of the construction projects undertaken by Nero, they were deemed excessively lavish as per these sources, resulting in Italy being financially drained and the provinces left in ruins. Contemporary historians, too, observed that the era was plagued by deflation, and Nero's intention behind his expenditures on public infrastructure and philanthropy was to alleviate economic difficulties. Bold strategy. Let's hope it pays off for him. Well, either way, he assumed the position of emperor in the year 54 AD at the young age of 16. Seneca, Nero's tutor, composed his inaugural address for the Senate, and during that very speech, Nero discussed the eradication of the problems that he blamed on the previous government. Of course, when a new leader gets in charge, all of the problems are immediately blamed on the predecessors, so, well, that's nothing new. The emperor pledged to adhere to the Augustan model during his reign, however, which involved putting an end to clandestine trials conducted within the palace, eliminating the influence of corrupt court favorites and freedmen, and most importantly, showing due regard for the privileges of the Senate and individual senators. Of course, the Roman senators generally appreciated his deference to their autonomy, a quality that set him apart from Caligula and Claudius, and I'm sure they were all thinking that the good times had finally come. Now, Nero's mum, Agrippina, had the intention of exerting control and authority by using her sons as a means of rule. Agrippina assassinated her political adversaries, including Domitia Lepida the Younger, who was Nero's aunt, and had lived with Agrippina during her period of exile. Also, Marcus Junius Silanus was on the list, who was another descendant of Augustus and Narcissus. Nero's reign saw the issuance of one of the earliest coins featuring Agrippina on the obverse side, a position typically reserved for the emperor's portrait. Additionally, the Senate granted Agrippina the privilege of having 2 lictors accompany her during public appearances. This honor was typically reserved for magistrates, and of course the Vestalis Maxima, so it was a big deal. Well, in the year 55 AD, Nero dismissed one Marcus Antonius Paulus, who was an ally of Agrippina, from his role in the treasury. Agrippina's relationship with Nero was deteriorating at this point, due to what Seneca and Burrus perceived as harmless activities on Nero's part, such as his cultural interests, and apparently his mother did not like it that he was having a relationship, shall we say, with a slave girl named Claudia Acte. Well, Agrippina viewed these actions as indications of Nero distancing himself from her influence, which she considered to be a dangerous development. Agrippina's threat to align herself with Britannicus resulted in his poisoning. Nero, who was engaged in this romantic relationship with Acte, the slave girl, banished Agrippina from the palace when she started to develop a bond with his wife Octavia. The available ancient sources lacks sufficient evidence to accurately assess the level of Nero's direct engagement in politics during these initial years of his reign. His policies, such as his unsuccessful attempt to eliminate all taxes in 58 AD, have been described as well-intentioned but inept ideas. The administrative successes of these years were generally attributed to Nero's advisors, Burrus and Seneca, according to scholars. Nero experienced anxiety and a sense of urgency when he was required to independently make choices, according to some modern historians such as Mallets, during these moments of emergency in his later years, and apparently would often ask for, well, advice, but pretty much shift the weight of governance onto somebody else when things got a little bit too heavy. However, the initial parts of his administration were widely praised. Years later, those years were regarded as a model of effective and balanced governance, and referred to as quinquennium Neronsis by Trajan. The good times indeed. The fiscal reforms, particularly with the establishment of local officers to oversee the activities of tax collectors, were particularly praised. In the aftermath of the incident involving Lucius Pedanius Secundus, who was killed by a desperate enslaved person, Nero took pity on them, and he granted enslaved individuals the right to report mistreatment to the authorities. No more beating the slaves anymore. That's good. Well, Nero commissioned the construction of several villas or palaces outside of Rome, too. And guess what? If you go to Rome today, you can still see the remains of those structures, often overshadowed by the main tourist attractions. Still worth a visit, though. Perhaps if you're walking back to where you're staying at, you might pass by them without even knowing. Now, among these was the Villa of Nero in Antium, his birthplace, where he demolished the existing villa in order to reconstruct it on a larger and more grandiose scale, which also included the addition of a theatre. In Subiaco, Lazio region, which is in close proximity to Rome, he constructed 3 man-made lakes, complete with cascading waterfalls, bridges and pathways to enhance the natural opulence of the villa. He resided at this Villa of Nero in Olympia, Greece, when taking part in the Olympic Games of 67 AD, his own private quarters. Now, the motives behind Nero's decision to kill his mother in 59 AD still remain a little bit uncertain, but there's no shortage of speculation. Tacitus asserts that the root cause of the discord between Nero and his mother was that romantic involvement with one Poppaea Sabina. Busy boy, isn't he? Tacitus, in his histories, initially states that the affair commenced during Poppaea's marriage to Rufrius Crispinus. However, in his later work, The Annals, Tacitus asserts that Poppaea was already married to Otho by the time the affair had started. Once more, in the Annals, he documents Agrippina's opposition to Nero's relationship with Poppaea due to her deep attachment to his wife, Octavia. Tacitus's narrative in the Annals implies that Nero was pushed to the point of no return by this provocation of Poppaea. Several contemporary historians have also observed that the demise of Agrippina would not have provided significant benefits for Poppaea, given that Nero did not marry her until 62 AD. It appears that Poppaea is only used by Tacitus as a literary tool, since he couldn't find a logical reason for Nero's behavior. Had to get something. At least that is according to Barrett, a modern historian. Well, additionally, Poppaea's role serves to demonstrate that Nero, just like Claudius, had been negatively influenced by a woman. As per Suetonius, Nero instructed his former freedman, Anicetus, to orchestrate a deliberate shipwreck. And despite the wreck, Agrippina managed to survive and swim to the shore. However, she was subsequently executed by Anicetus, who falsely reported her death as a self-checkout. Contemporary academics hold the view that Nero's rule was prosperous in the beginning, at least leading up to the demise of his mother. As an illustration of this, Nero facilitated the investigation of the origins of the Nile River through a triumphant expedition. Which is pretty good for the time when you think about it. The Nile River goes a long way down. Well, following Agrippina's banishment, Burrus and Seneca assumed the responsibility of governing the empire, but nevertheless Nero's behavior became significantly more offensive following the death of his mother, a deterioration that commenced as early as 55 AD, following the assassination of his stepbrother Britannicus. Well, additionally, it's observed that Nero completely abandoned all of his morality, and he embraced naive flattery, subsequent to the demise of his mother. Tacitus clearly emphasizes the importance of Agrippina's removal in shaping Nero's behavior. Of course, men tend to run amok a little bit until their mothers tell them to stop it. And if your mum's not around, well, sometimes things can go a little bit off the rails. Well, I suppose Nero's a big boy, he can do whatever he wants. But he should have listened to his mum, even though she wasn't perfect. Anyway, I don't want to beat Nero over the head 2,000 years later. Let's move past that, because I'm getting off track now. Do apologize. Well, he commenced the construction of a new palace, by the way, and it was known as the Domus Transitoria. That was around 60 AD. So about 5 years after his mother was gone. Now the purpose was to establish a connection between all the imperial properties that had been obtained through different means, including the Palatine, which encompassed the gardens of Meacennas, Horti Lamiani, Horti Loliani, and a few others. And it didn't help that in 62 AD, Nero's top advisor, Burrus, passed away, and in that particular year, Nero initiated the first trial for treason of his reign, known as the Maestas trial, targeting Antistius Socianus. In addition, he carried out the execution of his adversaries Cornelius Sulla and Rubellius Plautus. This seems to be a rather pivotal moment in Nero's rapport with the Roman Senate. According to Jürgen Malitz, Nero relinquished his previous self-control because he believed that aligning himself up with the Senate would become increasingly unprofitable. Because that's what it always boils down to, doesn't it? Well, following the demise of Burrus, Nero selected Faenius Rufus and Orphonius Tigellinus as the new Praetorian prefects. Due to political isolation, poor old Seneca was compelled to retire, or rather, forced to retire, whichever way you want to put it. Tacitus reports that Nero divorced Octavia due to her infertility, and subsequently she was exiled. Following widespread public demonstrations against her banishment, Nero levied charges of adultery against her with Anicetus, resulting in her execution. It would have been better if she had just gone away quietly, but the masses had to make a fuss. If you ask me, this event right here, if I was in Rome at the time, that's when the writing really would have been on the wall for me. You best start believing in tyrants. You're living under one. During the Saturnalia in AD 64, Nero entered matrimony, not with another woman, but with a man, very ahead of his time, Pythagoras, who had been granted freedom from slavery. And, quite quickly after, the entire city caught on fire. They called it the Great Fire of Rome, not because of it being fantastic at all. It was actually quite horrible, but it was great in its size. During the night of July 18th to 19th, 64 AD, most likely originating from one of the commercial establishments situated on the Aventine Hill, which provided a view of the Circus Maximus, or from the flammable wooden seating structure surrounding the circus itself, wood being famously burnable, even for back then. Well, Rome had been historically susceptible to fires, and this particular one was exacerbated due to a very uniquely, catastrophically strong wind. Of all the nights for it to pick up, it was that terrible night of July 18th, 64 AD. Tacitus, Cassius Dio, and a good amount of modern archaeology provide accounts on the demolition of the grand houses, the common dwellings, the public edifices, and even the temples situated on the Aventine, Palatine, and Caelian hills. Great losses all. The fire persisted for a duration of more than 7 days before it finally fizzled out. Subsequently, it rekindled and continued burning for an additional 3 days, just when they thought they'd seen the end of it. It caused the destruction of 3 out of Rome's 14 districts and inflicted severe damage on 7 others. Certain Romans, of course, had their tinfoil hats on and thought that it was all intentional. Well, you can't really blame them. Given that the merchant shops were constructed with timber frames and also sold highly combustible goods, while the outer seating stands of the circus were also made of timber, really makes you think. There were some individuals that asserted that the act of arson itself was carried out on behalf of Nero via explicit order. Pliny the Elder, Suetonius, and Dio provide accounts that propose various potential motives for Nero's suspected act of arson, such as his desire to create an authentic setting for a theatrical production depicting the burning of Troy. According to Suetonius, Nero deliberately ignited the fire in order to make way for his intended extravagant golden house. Well, this would encompass the opulent man-made environments and a 30-meter tall statue of himself, known as the Colossus of Nero. A little bit arrogant, don't you think? Well, according to Suetonius and Cassius Dio, Nero performed a song called the Sack of Ilium while wearing a costume on stage, while the city was being destroyed by fire. The widely known belief that Nero played the lyre, an old stringed instrument, while Rome was on fire, not while Nero was on fire, is to some extent a creation, Flavian propaganda. Of course, it's very easy to believe, because one crazy and cruel thing thrown to the pile that's already so high, well, you don't really notice the lies among the truths. Either way, this propaganda was critical of Nero's unsuccessful attempt to deviate from the established models of rule set by Augustus. As for Tacitus, well, he refrains from making a definitive conclusion regarding Nero's culpability. He discovered that Nero was in Antium when the fire began, and subsequently returned to Rome to coordinate a relief operation. Nero personally financed the removal of corpses and debris, and following the fire he generously offered his palaces as a refuge for the displaced individuals and organized the distribution of food to avert famine among the survivors. Tacitus asserts that Nero, in order to absolve himself of suspicion, attributed responsibility for the fire to the Christians. You thought he was going to blame the Jews like everyone else, didn't you? Well, it was actually the style at the time to pick on the Christians. It was their turn. Well, according to this report, numerous Christians were apprehended, and of course they were subject to brutal executions, including being thrown to wild animals, crucified, and even burned alive. Not a good way to go. Really, you can't really choose a better one out of the three. All of them are equally as horrifying. A rock and a hard place, that's for sure. Tacitus claims that Nero's imposition of severe punishments was driven not by a desire for justice, but rather a proclivity for personal sadism, taking an excuse to make a show of it. In fact, he was waiting for an opportunity to point some fingers and throw some Christians to lions or burn a few of them to death. This was just a justification he could do so without looking like he was simply acting cruel. At least, that's the opinion of Tacitus. Well, the post-fire houses were strategically distributed and constructed using brick materials, adorned with porticos along spacious thoroughfares. Nero constructed a new palace complex called the Domus Aurea in a location that was cleared by the fire. The expense of reconstructing Rome, of course, was colossal, necessitating financial resources that were simply unavailable in the state territory. In order to secure the required funds for the reconstruction, Nero's government implemented a tax hike because of course they did. The provinces of the empire were subjected to particularly burdensome tributes, even those ones so far away from Rome. People there had never even seen the city, barely knew what it looked like, but for some reason they had to pay for it. Think about it if you are out somewhere in rural Alabama, just living your life with all the alligators or whatever you have over there, and all of a sudden Washington, D.C. has a problem, and they want to come and personally pick your pocket. Well, there's federal taxes, I know, but you'd feel a little ripped off for sure. It's not a good way to get people on your side if you're a ruler. Well, in order to cover some of the expenses, Nero deliberately reduced the value of the Roman currency, resulting in the first instance of inflationary pressure in the history of the empire. Thus, in the year 65 AD, Gaius Calpurnius Piso, a prominent Roman politician, orchestrated a plot against Nero. He enlisted the support of Subrius Flavus, a tribune, and Sulpicius Asper, a centurion from the Praetorian Guard, the Praetorian Guard being quite experienced in murdering emperors and rulers. It's kind of what they did. Well, Tacitus reports that the numerous conspirators aspired to liberate the state, in his words, from the emperor's rule and reinstate the republic, go back to the good old days. Milicus, a former slave, uncovered the plot and promptly informed Nero's secretary, Epaphroditus. Consequently, the conspiracy was unsuccessful, and its members were all given clemency and let go. No, I'm just joking, they were all executed, including the poet Lucan, actually, disregarding the actual extent of his involvement. You can imagine there was a lot of guilty by association, that's for sure. Now Seneca, remember him? The former advisor to Nero? He was actually accused as well by Natalis, and despite denying the charges, Seneca was compelled to take his own life, as he had already lost Nero's favor, and so he did, Socrates style. Now, according to accounts, Nero allegedly fatally assaulted Poppaea in the same year 65 AD, preventing her from delivering their second child. Contemporary historians, recognizing the potential prejudice of Suetonius, Tacitus, and Cassius Dio, as well as the lack of first-hand witnesses to the event, suggest that Poppaea's death may have occurred as the result of a miscarriage or during childbirth. Nero entered a profound state of grief. Poppaea received an extravagant state funeral and was buried with divine honors, along with the commitment to construct a temple dedicated to her worship. The entire annual import of incense was consumed during this single funeral. It would have been pretty hard to breathe, I assume. Well, instead of following the strict custom of cremation, her body was embalmed in the Egyptian manner and placed into a tomb. Unfortunately, we don't know the exact location, at least as of now. Perhaps it's waiting there, somewhere beneath a Roman parking lot, or under some apartment building. Who knows? I'm sure we'll find it one day. Now, moving on to the year 67 AD, Nero entered a marriage with Sporus, another man, who was believed to bear a striking resemblance to Poppaea. Nero subjected him to castration and conducted a marriage ceremony, complete with customary rituals such as providing a dowry and adorning him with a bridal veil. We don't really know how Sporus felt about all this, but I assume he had very little choice but to go along with it. It is hypothesized that he engaged in this behavior as a result of remorse for his act of killing Poppaea, trying to replace what he had lost. Well, in March of the year 68 AD, Gaius Julius Vindex, the governor of Gallia Lugdunensis, staged a rebellion against Nero's taxation policies. Lucius Verginius Rufus, the governor of Germania Superior, received a directive to suppress the rebellion led by Vindex. Vindex sought to garner support beyond his own province by appealing to Servius Sulpicius Galba, the governor of Hispania Tarraconensis, urging him to join the rebellion and proclaim himself emperor in direct opposition to Nero. In the May of that same year, 68 AD, Verginius's troops achieved a great victory over Vindex's forces in the Battle of Vesontio, leading to the latter to take his own life. Nevertheless, following the defeat of the rebel, the legions under Verginius's command made an effort to declare their own leader as the emperor. Verginius declined to take any action against Nero, however. The dissatisfaction of the legions in Germania and the ongoing resistance from Galba in Hispania were unfavorable signs for him. Although Nero maintained at least partial control over the situation, there was a growing support for Galba, even though he had been officially labeled as a public enemy. Gaius Nymphidius Sabinus, the prefect of the Praetorian Guard, also renounced his loyalty to the emperor and openly sided with Galba. The ball was rolling, that's for sure. As a reaction, Nero escaped from Rome with the purpose of heading to the port of Ostia and subsequently boarding a fleet to reach one of the remaining faithful eastern provinces. As per Suetonius, Nero gave up on his plan after encountering resistance from military officers who openly defied his orders. Quoting a line from Virgil's Aeneid, "Is it such a terrible thing to die?" Nero contemplated the possibility of seeking refuge as far as Parthia, seeking the mercy of Galba, or appealing to the public and beseeching them to forgive his previous transgressions, and if he failed to win their sympathy, to implore them to grant him the position of prefect of Egypt. According to Suetonius, the speech's manuscript was discovered in Nero's writing desk. However, Nero was too afraid to deliver it, because he believed he would be violently attacked before he could even say a word, let alone reach the forum. He was probably right. Well, he did re-enter Rome, and passed the evening within the confines of the palace. Upon awakening from his slumber, he discovered that the palace guard had departed approximately at midnight. despite sending messages to his friend's palace chambers, he didn't receive any responses. Uh-oh. Well, upon personally visiting the chambers, he discovered they were all empty. When he requested the presence of a gladiator, or any other skilled individual proficient in fighting to execute him, no one materialized. He proclaimed, "Do I have neither ally nor adversary?" And he swiftly rushed out, as if intending to plunge himself straight into the Tiber River. But upon his return, Nero endeavored to find a secluded location where he could seek refuge and try to calm down a little bit, take a step back and contemplate the situation. So, a villa situated 4 miles or around 6 kilometers outside the city was made by Phaon, a freedman of the imperial court. Under the guise of a different dress, Nero and his faithful freedmen, Epaphroditus, Phaon, Neophytus, and Sporus, arrived at the villa, when Nero instructed them to excavate a burial site for him. Nero became well aware that the Senate had officially labeled him as a public adversary. The writing was certainly on the wall at this point. So he readied himself for a self-inflicted death, walking back and forth while uttering the words "Coelus artifex pereo." Roughly translated, it means, "What a skilled artist the world is losing." Overwhelmed by fear, he pleaded with one of his companions to demonstrate courage by taking the life for him. And finally, the sound of approaching equestrians compelled Nero to confront his imminent demise. Nevertheless, he remained unable to muster the courage to end his own life, and instead compelled his personal secretary, Epaphroditus, to carry out the deed. Upon witnessing Nero's impending demise, one of the horsemen endeavored to staunch the bleeding, yet all attempts were futile. The concluding utterance of Nero was, "Belated. This is loyalty." He passed away the 9th of June, 68 AD, coinciding with the anniversary of his first wife Claudia Octavia's death, and he was laid to rest in the mausoleum of the Domiti Ahanobarbi, located in the present-day Villa Borghese area of Rome, specifically on the Pantheon hill. According to Sulpicius Severus, the question of whether Nero actually took his own life instead of having his secretary take the blade for him remains uncertain. Well, and with that, the Julio-Claudian dynasty marked its conclusion. Subsequently, a period of disorder and confusion, known as the Year of the Four Emperors, would follow. According to the accounts of Suetonius and Cassius Dio, the populace of Rome actually commemorated the demise of Nero. Tacitus, however, provides a depiction of a political environment that is characterized by a little bit more complexity. He reports that the demise of Nero was greeted with approval by senators, nobility, and pretty much anybody who had money. Conversely, the news was met with dissatisfaction by the lower class, the slaves, the attendees of the arena and theatre, and those individuals who relied on Nero's notorious extravagances for support. It was their entire employment. The military personnel were reported to have ambivalent sentiments, as they were loyal to Nero, but had been induced with bribes to depose him. Once again, money talks. Now, Philostratus and Apollonius of Tyana, who are considered reliable sources from the eastern region, state that Nero's death was lamented because he, I quote, re-established the freedoms of Greece with a level of wisdom and restraint that was completely unexpected given his usual behavior, and that he possessed and honored the people's freedoms. Well, I suppose that depends which people we're talking about. The contemporary academic consensus suggests that although the Senate and affluent individuals generally approved of his demise, the common people remained devoted until the very end, and even afterwards, as Otho and Vitellius both found it advantageous to appeal to their longing for the past. The removal of Nero's name from certain monuments is a manifestation of this intense personal enthusiasm. Now, according to Eric R. Varner, more than 50 surviving portraits of Nero have been altered to depict different individuals. This alteration of images is frequently attributed to the condemnation of disgraced emperors after their deaths, a practice referred to as damnatio memoriae. Well, following his demise in 68, a prevailing conviction, particularly in the eastern provinces, emerged that he had not perished, and he would eventually come back, just show up out of nowhere. Well, that didn't happen, of course, but it became widely recognized as this belief called the Nero Redivivius legend. The myth of his resurrection persisted for centuries following his demise, and Augustine of Hippo documented the legend as a widely held belief as far as 422 AD. That's almost 400 years later. There were a minimum of 3 individuals that falsely claimed to be Nero and led their own uprisings. The first individual, who both sang and played the lyre and possessed a facial resemblance to the deceased emperor, emerged in the year 69 AD under the rule of Vitellius. Upon successfully convincing certain individuals to acknowledge his identity, he was apprehended, and they just killed him. If he really was Nero, well, what did he expect? During the reign of Titus, being from 79 to 81, an impostor emerged in Asia who resembled Nero and performed musical pieces accompanied by the lyre. However, like his predecessor, they found him and they killed him. 2 decades following Nero's demise, in the era of Domitian's rule, a third claimant emerged. The Parthians provided support to him, albeit reluctantly, and the entire situation escalated into a war. Well, spoiler alert, he died as well, so there's that. Now before we go, just a quick little word on some of the eccentricities of Nero. A little bonus for you. Well, he pursued an education in the disciplines of poetry, music, painting, and sculpture, engaging in both vocal performance and musical playing. While many of these fields of studies were considered essential education for the upper class in ancient Rome, Nero's specific passion for music went well beyond the socially acceptable limits for someone of his social status. His focus on the arts, chariot racing, and athletics was heavily criticized by the ancient sources. Pliny characterized Nero as a theatrical emperor. His words, not mine. While Suetonius stated that Nero was excessively driven by a desire for popularity. Nero himself believed to be on par with Apollo in music, and even the sun in chariot racing, and even aspired to imitate the legendary feats of Hercules. Sounds a little bit like Commodus, don't you think? Go watch my video on him if you want a sequel to this one. Now, Nero took part in the Olympics too, in 67 AD. He had illicitly influenced the organizers to delay the games by 1 year in order to secure his participation. And in addition to the athletic contests, artistic competitions were also incorporated, which I can really get behind. We need more art in the world, and good art. Well, I suppose that's subjective. Nero emerged victorious in every single competition in which he participated in, what a coincidence, and he showcased his musical talent by singing and playing the lyre on stage, demonstrated his acting skills in tragedies, and participated in chariot races. In fact, he emerged victorious in a 10-horse chariot race, even after being ejected from the chariot and abandoning the competition. He didn't even cross the finish line, but he was crowned on the condition that he would have been victorious if he had finished the race. However you work that one out. Well, perhaps the judges were a little afraid to give a different result. One can hardly blame them. Following his demise 1 year later, his name was written off from the roster of victors. And good riddance to that. Well, according to Champlin, a modern observer, Nero's involvement in the competition effectively suppressed any genuine competition, and it appears that Nero was completely unaware of the actual situation going on around him, that he was ruining the entire thing. Well, he also instituted his own games. He called them the Neronian Games in the year 60 AD, designed to bring back the old Greek-style games and consisted of competitions in gymnastics, music, and horse riding. According to Suetonius, the gymnastic competition took place in the Septa area of the Campus Martius. Tacitus provides a detailed account of Nero's extensive torture and execution of Christians following the fire of AD 64. In addition, Suetonius reports that Nero persecuted Christians, attributing his actions to their adherence to a novel and harmful belief system, rather than linking it directly to the fire incident itself. In fact, Tertullian, a Christian writer from the period of 155 to 230, was the first to designate Nero as the initial persecutor of Christians. He penned the words, "Conduct a thorough examination of your records. At that location, you will discover Nero was the initial individual to oppress this belief." And Lactantius and Sulpicius Severus both attested to Nero's initial persecution of the followers of God. According to Suetonius, the Jews were also expelled from Rome by Emperor Claudius, due to their frequent disturbances incited by Christus. It is possible that the individuals referred to as Jews who were actually expelled could have just been early Christians, although Suetonius does not provide a clear confirmation of this. Because remember, early days of Christianity, well, there wasn't really a... People really didn't know what was going on. People looked at the Christians and they hadn't quite figured out who or what they were yet. So they thought, well, they're from Judea, so they must be Jews. Who's their prophet? Jesus, the king of the Jews. Okay, well, they must be Jews as well, if they're following a Jew. Things develop over time, don't they? Oh, and by the way, the Bible does not explicitly state Aquila of Pontus and his wife Priscilla, who were expelled from Italy at that time, but it does refer to them as Jews in Acts 18:2, if you want to go and read that sort of thing. Now, I am going to thank my top-tier supporters, and they're all lovely people, so I'm going to read out their names for you. It's Britt, Charles, Stark Factory, JC, Jeffrey, Wendy, Tim, James, Aaron, Scott, Dark, Ben, and Melissa. Aren't they great? And thank you very much, dearest listener, for getting all this way. It's been a great time with you again here tonight, or this morning, wherever you are in the world, and whenever you choose to enjoy these kinds of videos. Remember, lots of love to you all. Please drink plenty of water, look after yourselves, and just be a good person. See you tomorrow back here on YouTube. Goodbye, everyone, and good night.